梁歌制作，家庭的故事，作者郑振铎。自序：我不曾写过什么小说，这一个集子中所收的不过是小小的故事而已，其中有几篇是前3、4年写的，一大部分则于去年8月。
Production by Liang Gu, Family Story, Author, Zheng Zhendua. Preface. I have never written any novels. What is included in this collection are just small stories. Several of them were written in the past 3 or 4 years. A large part was written in August last year.
旅居巴黎的时候写成。我在巴黎的生活，除了几次特约几个朋友到郊外的宫堡去以外，白天不是到国立图书馆，便是到洛夫博物院。到了晚上，也有几次上歌剧院。
Written while living in Paris. During my life in Paris, except for a few special visits to chateaux in the suburbs with a few friends, I would either go to the National Library or the Louvre Museum during the day. In the evening, I also went to the Opera House several times.
也有几次坐孟巴纳斯的咖啡馆，但在家的时候最多，因此便在斗室的灯下随意地写了那几篇故事，其总名原来定为《家庭的故事》，发表时却各以篇名为名，并莫附上这个总名。
I also visited cafes in Montparnasse a few times, but most of the time I was at home. Therefore, I wrote a few stories casually under the light of the small room. Its general title was originally set as Family Story, but when it was published, it was named after each chapter, and the general title was not attached.
中国的家庭是一个神妙莫测的所在，凭我良心的评判，我实在说不出它究竟是好还是坏，更难于指出它的坏处何在或好处何在。
The Chinese family is a mysterious and unpredictable place. Based on the judgment of my conscience, I really can't tell whether it is good or bad, and it is even harder to point out its disadvantages or advantages.
但从那几篇的故事中，或可以略略看出这个神妙莫测的僵世的中国旧家庭的片影吧。我写这些故事，当然未免有几分的眷恋，然而我可以说，它们并不是我自己的回忆录。
But from the stories in those articles, we may be able to get a glimpse of this mysterious and dying old Chinese family. I write these stories, of course, with some nostalgia. However, I can say that they are not my own memoirs.
其中或未免有几分是旧事，却绝不是旧事的纪实。其中人物更不能说是真实的，或者有人看来觉得有些像真实者，那是因为这种形式的人到处都可遇到。
Some of them may be old things, but they are by no means records of old things. The characters cannot be said to be real. Some people may think that they are a little bit like the real person. That is because this type of people can be encountered everywhere.
所以他们便以为写得像他或像他，其实全是那么一回事。我写的是旧家庭的基影，其中的人物也都是基影，绝不曾影射过某人某人，或影射过某事某事。如果有人要为这些故事做索引，
So they thought it was written like him or like her. In fact, it's all the same thing. What I write is the accumulated shadow of the old family, and the characters in it are also accumulated shadows. They never allude to someone or something. If anyone wants to shed some light on these stories,
其结果恐怕也将等于《红楼梦》索引之类的一无是处。我生平最恨黑幕派的小说或故事，当然自己绝不会写出有索引的可能的故事来。我对于旧家庭、旧人物似乎没有明显的谴责。
The result will probably be the same as good for nothing, like Suine in A Dream of Red Mansions. I hate shady novels or stories the most in my life, and of course I will never write a story that has the possibility of discovering hidden things. I don't seem to have any obvious condemnation of the old family and old characters.
也许凡有些眷恋，这一点，看书的人当然是明白的， 许许多多的悲剧，还不都是那些旧家庭酝酿出来的吗？不过假定他们是坏的或不对的，那是他们本身的罪恶吗？
Maybe it's a little nostalgic. Of course, readers will understand this. Aren't many tragedies brewed by those old families? But assuming they are bad or wrong, is that their own sin?
我应该在此谢谢叶圣陶君，他为我校正了好多地方，还要谢谢徐调福君，他为我收集了这么一册我自己没有功夫去收集的。其他还有几位督促我出版本书的，也要在此总谢一声。
I should thank Mr. Yi Xingtao here, who corrected many places for me, and I should also thank Mr. Su Jiaofu, who collected this last volume for me, which I did not have time to collect myself. There are several others who urged me to publish this book, and I would like to thank them all.
没有他们的督促与鼓励，本集是不会与读者相见的。在其中，老舍君是特别要举出的。猫，我家养了好几次猫，结局总是失踪或死亡。三妹是最喜欢猫的，她常在课后回家时逗着猫玩。
Without their supervision and encouragement, this collection would not be available to readers. Among them, Mr. Lao Shi is particularly worth mentioning. Cat. I have had cats at home several times, and they always ended up missing or dead. Third sister likes cats the most. She often plays with cats when she comes home after class.
有一次，从隔壁要了一只新生的猫来，花白的毛，很活泼，常如带着泥土的白雪球似的，在廊前太阳光里滚来滚去。三妹长长的取了一条红带或一根绳子，在她面前来回的拖摇着。
Once, I got a newborn cat from next door. The gray hair is very lively, often like white snowballs with soil, rolling around in the sunshine in front of the porch. Third sister would often take a red ribbon or a rope and drag it back and forth in front of it.
她便扑过来抢，又扑过去抢。我坐在藤椅上看着他们，可以微笑着消耗过1-2小时的光阴。那时太阳光暖暖的照着，心上感着生命的新鲜与快乐。后来这只猫不知怎地，忽然消瘦了。
It pounced to grab it, and then pounced to grab it. I sat on a wicker chair and watched them. I could spend an hour or two with a smile. At that time, the sun was shining warmly, and I felt the freshness and joy of life in my heart. Later, the cat suddenly lost weight for some reason.
也不肯吃东西，光泽的毛也余色了，终日躺在厅上的椅下，不肯出来。三妹想着种种方法逗他，他都不理会。我们都很替他忧郁。三妹特地买了一个很小很小的铜铃，用红领带穿了。
He also refused to eat, and his shiny fur was dirty. He lay under the chair in the living room all day long and refused to come out. Third sister tried various ways to tease it, but it ignored her. We are all sad about it. Third sister specially bought a very small copper bell and wore it with a red satin belt.
挂在他颈下，但只显得不相称，他只是毫无生意的、懒惰的、郁闷的躺着。有一天中午，我从编译所回来，三妹很难过地说道：“哥哥，小猫死了。”我心里也感着一缕的酸心。
Hanging around its neck, it only looks out of place. It just lies there without any business, lazy and depressed. One day at noon, when I came back from the translation office, my third sister said sadly, "Brother, the kitten is dead." I also feel a ray of bitterness in my heart.
可怜这2月来相伴的小吕，当时只得安慰着三妹道：“不要紧，我再想别处要一只来给你。”隔了几天，二妹从虹口舅舅家里回来，她道舅舅那里有3-4只小猫，很有趣，正要送给人家。
Pity the couple who have been together for the past 2 months. At that time, I could only comfort my third sister and said, "It doesn't matter, I will ask for another one from somewhere else and give it to you." A few days later, the second sister came back from her uncle's house in Hongkou. She said that her uncle had 3 or 4 kittens that were very interesting and she was about to give them to others.
三妹便怂恿着她去拿一只来。礼拜天，母亲回来了，却带了一只浑身黄色的小猫童来。立刻三妹一部分的注意又被这只黄色小猫吸引去了。这只小猫较第一只更有趣，更活泼。
The third sister encouraged her to get one. On Sunday, my mother came back, but she brought a yellow kitten with her. Immediately, part of third sister's attention was attracted by this yellow kitten. This kitten is more interesting and lively than the first one.
它在园中乱跑，又会爬树，有时蝴蝶安详地飞过时，它也会扑过去捉。它似乎太活泼了，一点也不怕生人，有时由树上跃到墙上，又跑到街上，在那里晒太阳。我们都很为它提心吊胆。
It runs around in the garden and climbs trees. Sometimes it will pounce on butterflies when they fly by peacefully. It seems to be too lively and not afraid of strangers at all. Sometimes it jumps from the tree to the wall, and then runs to the street to bask in the sun. We are all very worried about it.
一天都要小猫呢，小猫呢？查问的好几次，每次总要寻找了一回，方才寻到。三妹常指他，笑着骂道：“你这小猫呀，要被乞丐捉去后，才不会乱跑呢。”我回家吃中饭，总看见他坐在铁门外边。
Where's the kitten? Where's the kitten? I ask several times a day. Every time I have to look for it again before I find it. Third sister often pointed at it and laughed and scolded it. You little kitten, you won't run around until you are caught by a beggar. When I go home for lunch, I always see it sitting outside the train gate.
一见我进门，便飞也似的跑进去了。饭后的娱乐是看它在爬树，隐身在阳光隐约里的绿叶中，好像在等待着要捉捕什么似的。把它抱了下来，一放手，又极快地爬上去了。过了2、3个月，
As soon as he saw me coming in, he ran in as fast as he could. The entertainment after dinner is to watch it climb a tree. Hidden in the green leaves in the dim sunlight, as if waiting to catch something. I picked it up, let it go, and climbed up very quickly. 2 or 3 months passed.
他会捉鼠了。有一次，居然捉到一只很肥大的鼠，自此夜间便不再听见讨厌的滋滋的声了。某一日清晨，我起床来，劈了一下楼，没有看见小猫，在小园里找了一遍，也不见。
It can catch mice. Once, I actually caught a very fat rat. From then on, I no longer heard the annoying squeaking sound at night. One morning, I got up, put on my clothes and went downstairs. I didn't see the kitten. I looked for it in the small garden and couldn't find it either.
心里便有些亡尸的预警。三妹，小猫呢？她慌忙地跑下楼来，答道：“我刚才也寻了一遍，没有看见。”家里的人都忙乱地在寻找，但终于不见。李嫂道：“我一早起来开门，还见她在厅上。烧饭时
There was some early warning of loss in my heart. Third sister, where is the kitten? She hurriedly ran downstairs and replied, I looked for it just now and didn't see it. Everyone at home was busy looking for him, but he finally disappeared. Sister-in-law Li said, I woke up early in the morning and opened the door, and saw it in the hall. While cooking.
才不见了他。大家都不高兴，好像亡失了一个亲爱的同伴，连向来不大喜欢他的张婶也说：“可惜，可惜，这样好的一只小猫。”我心里还有一线希望，以为它偶然跑到远处去。
It just disappeared. Everyone was unhappy, as if they had lost a dear companion. Even Aunt Zhang, who never liked it very much, said, it's a pity, such a good kitten. I still have a glimmer of hope in my heart, thinking that it ran away by chance.
也许会认得归途的。午饭时，张婶诉说道：“刚才遇到隔壁周家的丫头，她说早上看见我家的小猫在门外被一个过路的人捉去了。于是这个王师证实了。”三妹很不高兴地咕噜着道
Maybe you'll know your way back. During lunch, Aunt Zhang said, I just met the girl from the Zhou family next door. She said that she saw my kitten outside the door in the morning and was caught by a passerby. So this loss was confirmed. Third sister was very unhappy and muttered.
他们看见了，为什么不出来阻止？他们明晓得他是我家的。我也怅然的、愤恨的在阻骂着那个不知名的夺去我们所爱的东西的人。自此，我家好久不养猫。冬天的早晨
They saw it, why didn't they stop it? They knew it belonged to my family. I was also sad and resentful, cursing the unknown person who took away the things we loved. Since then, my family has not had a cat for a long time. Winter morning.
门口全伏着一只很可怜的小猫，毛色是花白，但并不好看，又很瘦。它伏着不去。我们如不取来留养，至少也要为冬寒与饥饿所杀。张婶把它拾了进来，每天给它饭吃，但大家都不大喜欢它。
There was a very poor kitten crouching at the door. The coat color is gray, but it is not good-looking and very thin. It lies still. If we don't take it and keep it for nourishment, we will at least be killed by winter cold and hunger. Aunt Zhang picked it up and gave it food every day. But everyone doesn't like it very much.
它不活泼，也不像别的小猫只喜欢玩游，好像是具着天生的忧郁性似的，连三妹那样爱猫的，对于它也不加注意。如此的，过了几个月，它在我家仍是一只若有若无的动物。
It was not lively, nor did it like to play around like other kittens. It seemed to be born with melancholy. Even Sanmei, who loved cats, paid no attention to it. In this way, a few months later, it is still an insignificant animal in my house.
它渐渐地肥胖了，但仍不活泼。大家在廊前晒太阳闲谈着时，它也常来蜷伏在母亲或三妹的足下。三妹有时也逗着它玩，但没有对于前几只小猫那样感兴趣。有一天，它因夜里冷
It gradually became fatter, but still not active. When everyone was basking in the sun and chatting in front of the porch, he would often come and curl up at the feet of his mother or his third sister. Third sister sometimes plays with it, but is not as interested as the previous kittens. One day, it was cold at night.
钻到火炉底下去，毛被烧脱好几块，更觉得难看了。春天来了，它成了一只壮猫了，却仍不改它的忧郁性，也不去捉鼠，终日懒惰地伏着，吃得胖胖的。这时，妻买了一对黄色的芙蓉鸟来。
After crawling under the stove, several pieces of his fur were burned off, making him even more ugly. Spring has come, and it has become a strong cat, but it still does not change its melancholic nature, and does not catch mice. It lies lazily all day long and eats fat. At this time, my wife bought a pair of yellow hibiscus birds.
挂在廊前，叫得很好听。妻常常叮嘱着张婶换水、加鸟粮、洗刷笼子。那只花白猫对于这一对黄鸟似乎也特别注意，常常跳在桌上，对鸟笼凝望着。妻道：“张婶，留心猫，它会吃鸟呢。”
Hanging in front of the porch, it screams beautifully. My wife often told Aunt Zhang to change the water, add bird food, and clean the cage. The gray and white cat seemed to pay special attention to the pair of yellow birds. He often jumped on the table and stared at the birdcage. The wife said, Aunt Zhang, watch out for the cat, it will eat birds.
张婶便跑来把猫捉了去。隔一会，他又跳上桌子，对鸟笼凝望着了。一天，我下楼时，听见张婶在叫道：“鸟死了一只，一条腿被咬去了，笼板上都是血。是什么东西把它咬死的？”
Aunt Zhang ran over and caught the cat. After a while, it jumped up on the table and stared at the birdcage. One day, when I went downstairs, I heard Aunt Zhang shouting, "One of the birds died, and one of its legs was bitten off. There is blood on the cage board. What bit it to death?"
我匆匆跑下去看，果然一只鸟是死了，羽毛松散着，好像它曾与它的敌人挣扎了许久。我很愤怒，叫道：“一定是猫，一定是猫！”于是立刻便去找它。七听见了，也匆匆地跑下来，看了死鸟，很难过。
I hurried down to take a look, and sure enough, a bird was dead, with its feathers loose, as if it had struggled with its enemy for a long time. I was very angry and shouted, "It must be a cat, it must be a cat." So I immediately went to find it. My wife heard this and ran down in a hurry. She looked at the dead bird and felt very sad.
便道：“不是这猫咬死的，还有谁？”他常常对鸟笼望着，我早就叫张婶要小心了。张婶，你为什么不小心？张婶默默无言，不能有什么话来辩护。于是猫的罪状证实了，大家都去找这可厌的猫。
He said, "Who else was killed by this cat?" It often looked at the birdcage. I have told Aunt Zhang to be careful. Aunt Zhang. Why are you not careful? Aunt Zhang was silent and couldn't say anything to defend herself. So the cat's guilt was confirmed. Everyone went looking for this disgusting cat.
想给他以一顿惩戒，找了半天却没找到。我以为他真是畏罪潜逃了。三妹在楼上叫道：“猫在这里了。”他躺在露台板上晒太阳，态度很安详，嘴里好像还在吃着什么。我想
I want to give it a punishment. I searched for a long time but couldn't find it. I thought it was really fearing crime and absconding. Third sister shouted from upstairs, "The cat is here." It was lying on the terrace deck basking in the sun, with a very peaceful attitude, and seemed to be eating something in its mouth. I think
他一定是在吃着这可怜的鸟的腿了。一时怒气冲天，拿起楼门旁倚着的一根木棒，追过去打了一下。他很悲楚地叫了一声“咪呜”，便逃到屋瓦上了。我心里还愤愤的。
It must have been eating the poor bird's legs. In a moment of rage, he picked up a wooden stick leaning against the door of the building, chased it and beat it. It cried out sadly, "Miwu," and fled to the roof tiles. I was still angry.
以为惩戒的还没有快意。隔了几天，李嫂在楼下叫道：“猫，猫，又来吃鸟了。”同时，我看见一只黑猫飞快地逃过露台，嘴里衔着一只黄鸟。我开始觉得我是错了，我心里十分的难过，真的。
I thought the punishment was not satisfying enough. A few days later, sister-in-law Li shouted from downstairs, "Cat, cat! Here comes the bird again." At the same time, I saw a black cat running across the terrace quickly, holding a yellow bird in its mouth. I began to realize that I was wrong. I feel very sad, really.
我的良心受伤了，我没有判断明白，便妄下断语，冤苦了一只不能说话变速的动物。想到它的无抵抗的逃避，一时我感到我的暴怒，我的虐待，都是针刺我的良心的针。
My conscience was hurt. I made rash judgments without making clear judgments, and wronged an animal that could not speak or plead. Thinking of its unresisting escape makes me feel that my rage and abuse are all needles, needles piercing my conscience.
我很想补救我的过失， 但他是不能说话的，我将怎样的对他表白我的误解呢？2个月后，我们的猫忽然死在邻家的屋脊上。我对于它的亡尸比以前的2只猫的亡尸更难过得多。
I really want to remedy my fault, but it cannot speak. How will I express my misunderstanding to it? 2 months later, our cat suddenly died on the roof of our neighbor's house. I am much more saddened by his loss than the previous 2 cats.
我永无改正我的过失的机会了。自此，我家永不养猫。风波，楼上洗牌的声着色拉勤辣地响着，几个人的说笑、辩论、技术的声音隐约的由厚的楼板中传达到下面。
I will never have a chance to correct my mistakes. From now on, I will never have a cat in my house. Storm. The sound of cards being shuffled upstairs and the sound of the piano playing, and the voices of several people talking, laughing, debating, and counting could be faintly conveyed from the thick floor to the floor below.
众卿估计的在他的书房兼做卧房用的那间楼下厢房里，手里执着一部屠格涅夫的罗廷，在看了几页，又不耐烦起来，把它放下了。
Zhongqing was lonely in the downstairs wing of his study that doubled as his bedroom, reading a copy of Turgenev's Roding in his hand. After reading a few pages, he became impatient again and put it down.
又到书架上取下了一册《三宝太监下西洋演义》来，没有看到2、3回，又觉得毫无兴趣，把书一抛，从椅上立了起来，微微地叹了一口气，在房里踱来踱去。
He went to the bookshelf and took down a volume of The Romance of the 3 Treasure Eunuchs Going to the West. He didn't see it for 2 or 3 times, and he lost interest in it. He threw the book away, stood up from the chair, and sighed slightly, pacing back and forth in the room.
壁炉架上立着一面假大理石的时钟，一对青瓷的花瓶，一张他的妻婉梅的照片。他献了这张照片，走进炉边，凝视了一会，又微微地叹了一口气。楼上啪啪啪地响着打牌的声音。
On the mantelpiece stood a fake marble clock, a pair of porcelain vases, and a photograph of his wife's beautiful face. When he saw the photo, he walked closer to the fire and stared at it for a while, then sighed slightly. There was the sound of playing cards upstairs.
他自言自语地说道：“哎，怎么还没有打完？”他和他的妻婉梅结婚已经1年了。他在一家工厂里办事，早晨8、9点时就上工去了，午饭回家一次，不久就要去了。他的妻在家里很寂寞。
He said to himself, "Oh, why haven't I finished the fight yet?" He and his wife Wanmei have been married for a year. He works in a factory and goes to work at 8 or 9 in the morning. He comes home once for lunch and will be leaving soon. His wife is very lonely at home.
便常到一家姨母那里去打牌，或者到楼上他的二子那里，再去约了2个人来，便又可成一局了。他平常在下午5点钟从工厂下了工，匆匆地回家时，他的妻总是立在房门口等他。
Then she would often go to her aunt's place to play cards, or go to her second sister's place upstairs, and then she would make an appointment with 2 people, and then we could have a game again. He usually leaves work at the factory at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When he hurries home, his wife always stands at the door of the room waiting for him.
他们很亲热地抱吻着。以后，他的妻便去端了一杯牛奶给他喝。他一边喝，一边说些在工厂同事方面听到的琐杂的有趣的事给他听。某处昨夜失火，烧了几间房子，烧死了几个人。
They hugged and kissed very affectionately. After that, his wife went to bring him a glass of milk to drink. While he was drinking, he told her some trivial and interesting things he had heard from his colleagues in the factory. There was a fire somewhere last night, several houses were burned down, and several people were killed.
某处被强盗劫了，主人跪下地去恳求， 但终于被劫去多少财物或绑去了一个孩子，这些都是很刺激的题目，可以供给他半小时以上的谈资。然后他扶书桌上看书或一些东西。
A certain place was robbed by robbers. The owner knelt down to plead, but in the end how much property was robbed or a child was kidnapped. These are very exciting topics that can provide him with more than half an hour of conversation. Then he would read a book or translate something on the desk.
他的妻坐在摇椅上打着绒线衫或袜子，有时坐在他的对面，帮他抄写些诗文或誊清文稿。他们很快活地消磨过一个黄昏的时光，晚上也是如此。不过一礼拜总有1-2次。
His wife sat in a rocking chair wearing a sweater or socks. Sometimes she would sit opposite him and help him copy some poems or transcribe manuscripts. They spent the evening happily, and so did the evening. But it happens once or twice a week.
他的妻要到楼上或外面去打牌去。他匆匆地下了工回家，可想和他的妻见面，一看他没有立在门口，一缕无名怅惘便立刻都上心来，懒懒地推开了门口进去，叫道：“蔡嫂，少奶奶呢？”
His wife wants to go upstairs or outside to play cards. He hurried home from work, eager to meet his wife. When he saw that she was not standing at the door, he immediately felt a sense of unknown regret. He lazily opened the door and went in, calling, "Sister-in-law Kai, where is the young mistress?"
明晓得他不在房里，明晓得他到什么地方去，却总要照例地问一问。少奶奶不在家，李太太请她打牌去了。蔡嫂道：“又去打牌了？前天不是刚在楼上打牌的吗？”他恨恨地说道。
Even though he knew she was not in the room and knew where she was, he always asked as usual. "The young mistress is not at home." Mrs. Li invited her to play cards. Sister-in-law Kai said, "I'm playing cards again." "Didn't I just play cards upstairs the day before yesterday?" he said bitterly.
好像是向着蔡嫂责问。五姨也太奇怪了，为什么常常叫她去打牌？难道她家里没有事吗？他心里暗暗地怪着他的五姨。桌上报纸凌乱地散放着，半茶碗的剩茶也没有倒去。
It seemed that he was asking Mrs. Kai to blame. "The fifth aunt is so strange. Why do you often ask her to play cards? Doesn't she have something to do at home?" He secretly blamed his fifth aunt in his heart. Newspapers were scattered messily on the table, and half a bowl of leftover tea was not poured out.
壁炉架上的花干了也不换，床前小桌上又是几本书乱堆着，日历也已有2天不扯去了，椅子也不放在原地方，什么都使他觉得不适意。蔡嫂，你一天到晚做的什么事？
The flowers on the mantel were not replaced even after they were dried. There were several books piled up on the small table in front of the bed. The calendar had not been removed for 2 days, and the chair was not in its original place. Everything made him feel uncomfortable. Meaning. Sister-in-law Kai, what do you do all day long?
怎么房间里的东西一点也不收拾收拾？蔡嫂见惯了他的这个样子，晓得他生气的原因，也不去理会他，只默默地把椅子放到了原位，桌上报纸收拾开了，又到厨房里端了一碗牛奶上来。
Why aren't things in the room tidied at all? Mrs. Kai was used to seeing him like this. She knew the reason for his anger and ignored him. She just silently put the chair in its place, put away the newspapers on the table, and went to the kitchen to bring another "Here comes the bowl of milk."
他估计无聊地坐着，书也不高兴看，有时索性合衣躺在床上，默默地眼望着天花板。晚饭是一个吃着，更觉得无味。饭后摊开了稿纸要做文章，因为他的朋友催索得很紧，周刊等着发稿呢。
He sat lonely and bored, not interested in reading. Sometimes he simply lay on the bed with his clothes undressed, staring at the ceiling silently. I ate my dinner alone, which was even more tasteless. After the meal, he spread out the manuscript paper to write an article, because his friends were pressing him hard, and the weekly magazine was waiting for publication.
他竟有许多的东西要写，却总是写不出一个字来。笔杆似乎有千钧的重，他简直没有决心和勇气去提它起来。他望了望稿纸，叹了一口气，又立起身来，踱了几步，穿上外衣。
Although he had many things to write, he could never write a word. The pen seemed to be extremely heavy, and he simply lacked the determination and courage to lift it. He looked at the manuscript paper, sighed, stood up again, walked a few steps, and put on his coat.
要出去找几个朋友谈谈，却近处又无人可找。自他结婚以后，他和他的朋友们除了因公事或宴会相见外，很少特地去找他们的。以前美美的强拽了他们上王源河去喝酒。
I wanted to go out and talk to some friends, but there was no one around. Since his marriage, he and his friends rarely went out to see them except for official business or banquets. In the past, he often dragged them to Wang Yuanhe to drink.
或同到四马路旧书摊上走走。婚后，这种事情也成了绝无仅有的了。渐渐的成了习惯以后，便什么时候也都懒得去找他们了。街上透进了小贩们卖檀香橄榄或五香豆的声音。
Or go to the old bookstall on Sima Road. After marriage, this kind of thing became unique. After gradually becoming a habit, I didn't bother to look for them at any time. The sound of vendors selling sandalwood olives or spiced beans filtered through the streets.
又不时有几辆黄包车一挨一挨的拖过的声响。马蹄的是马车经过了，气号波波的，接着是飞快的呼的一声，他晓得是汽车经过了。又时时有几个行人大声地互谈着走过去。
From time to time there was the sound of a few rickshaws dragging clothes one by one. The horseshoes are from a carriage passing by. The car whistled loudly, followed by a quick whir, and he knew that the car was passing by. From time to time, a few pedestrians walked by talking loudly to each other.
一切都使他的房内显得格外的神寂。他脱下了外衣，无情无绪地躺在床上，默默地不知在想些什么。当当当，他数着一下二下，壁炉架上的时钟已经报10点了，他的妻还没有回来。他想到
Everything made his room feel extraordinarily silent. He took off his coat and lay on the bed heartlessly, silently not knowing what he was thinking. Clang, 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 he counted, 1, 2. The clock on the mantelpiece had already read 10 o'clock, and his wife had not come back yet. He thought.
应该是回来的时候了。于是他的耳朵格外留意起来，一听见一挨一挨的黄包车拖进来的声音，或马蹄的走过，他便得听了一会，站起身来，到窗户上望着，还预备叫菜嫂去开门。
It should be time to come back. So his ears paid special attention. As soon as he heard the sound of a rickshaw approaching, or the sound of horse hooves passing by, he listened for a while, stood up, looked at the window, and was ready to call. Aunt Kai went to open the door.
等了半晌，不见有叩门的声音，便知道又是无望了，于是便恨恨地叹了一口气。如此的经了10几次，他疲倦了，眼皮似乎强要合了下来，觉得实在要睡了，实在不能再等待了。
After waiting for a long time, there was no knock on the door, so I knew it was hopeless again, so I sighed bitterly. After more than a dozen times of menstruation, he was tired and his eyelids seemed to be forced to close. He felt that he was about to fall asleep and could not wait any longer.
于是勉强地立了起身，走到书桌边，气愤愤地取了一张稿纸，涂上几个大字道：“哎，梅，你又去了许久不回来，你知道我心里是如何的难过吗？你知道等待人是如何的苦吗？ 哎，亲爱的梅。
So he stood up reluctantly, walked to the desk, angrily took out a piece of manuscript paper, scrawled a few big words on it and said, "Alas. May, you have been gone for a long time and haven't come back. Do you know how sad I feel? Do you know how hard it is to wait for someone? Oh, my dear."
希望你下次不要如此。他脱下衣服，一看钟上的短针已经指了12点。他正攒进被窝里，大门外仿佛有一辆黄包车停下，接着便听见门环哒哒哒的响着。蔡嫂，蔡嫂，开门！是他的妻的声音。
"I hope you don't do this next time." He took off his clothes and saw that the short hand on the clock had already pointed to 12 o'clock. As he was getting into bed, a rickshaw seemed to stop outside the door, and then he heard the door knocker click, click, click. Saying, "Sister-in-law Kai, sister-in-law Kai, open the door." It was his wife's voice.
蔡嫂似乎也从睡梦中惊醒，不大愿意的慢吞吞地起身去开门。少爷睡了吗？他的妻问道。睡了，睡了，早就睡了。蔡嫂道。他连忙闭了双眼，一动不动地假装已经熟睡。他的妻推开了房门进来。
Aunt Kai seemed to wake up from her sleep, and slowly and reluctantly got up and opened the door. "Is the young master asleep?" his wife asked. "Go to bed, go to bed, go to bed a long time ago," Mrs. Kai said. He quickly closed his eyes and remained motionless, pretending to be asleep. His wife opened the door and came in.
他觉得他一步步走进床边，俯下身来，冰冷的唇接触着他的唇，他懒懒地睁开了眼，叹道：“怎么又是12点钟回来？”他带笑地道歉道：“对不住，对不住。”一转身，现书桌上有一张稿纸，写着大字。
He watched as she stepped closer to the bed and leaned down. The cold lips touched his lips. He lazily opened his eyes and sighed. Why come back at 12 o'clock again? She apologized with a smile. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." When I turned around, I saw a piece of manuscript paper written in large characters on the desk.
便走到桌边取来看。他读完了字，说道：“我难道不痛爱你？难道不想最好一刻也不离开你？但今天五姨特地差人来叫我去。上一次已经辞了他，这一次却不好意思再辞了。再辞。”
Then he went to the table to take a look. After she finished reading the words, she said, "Don't I love you very much? Don't I want to never leave you for a moment? But today my fifth aunt specially sent someone to ask me to come. I had resigned from her last time, but I was too embarrassed to say goodbye this time. Resign. Resign."
他便将误会我对他有什么意见了。今天晚饭到9点半钟才吃，你知道他家吃饭向来是很晏的，今天更特别的晏。我真急死了。饭后还剩3圈牌，我以为立刻可以打完，不料又连连的连庄。
She will misunderstand my opinion of her. Dinner will not be eaten until 9:30 today. You know her family has always been very busy with meals, but today is even more special. I'm so anxious. There were 3 rounds of cards left after the meal, and I thought I could finish them immediately, but unexpectedly, I continued to play banker again and again.
3圈牌只打了2点多钟。我知道你又要着急了，时时看手表，催他们快打，惹得他们打去了好一会。说时，又走进了床边，双手抱了他的头，俯下身来连连地吻着。他的心软了，一阵的难过。
3 rounds of cards were played until more than 2 o'clock. I know you are getting anxious again, so check your watch all the time and urge them to fight quickly. It made them joke for a while. As he spoke, he approached the bed again, held his head in his hands, leaned down and kissed him repeatedly. His heart softened, and he felt sad for a while.
颤声地说道：“梅，我不是不肯叫你去玩玩，终日闷在家里也是不好的，且你的身体又不大强壮，最好时时散散心。但太迟了，究竟伤身体的。以后你打牌尽管打去，不过不要太迟回来。”
He said in a trembling voice, May, it's not that I don't want to ask you to go and have fun. It's not good to be bored at home all day long. And your body is not very strong, so it's best to take a break from time to time. But it's too late to hurt your body after all. You can play cards later, but don't come back too late.
他感动地把头倚在他身上说道：“晓得了，下次一定不会过10点钟的，你放心。”他从背中伸出2只手来抱着他，久久地沈默无言。隔了几天，他又是很迟的才回家。他真的动了气。
She leaned her head on him in excitement and said, I know, next time it won't be past 10 o'clock, don't worry. He stretched out his hands from the quilt and hugged her. There was a long silence. After a few days, she came home very late again. He was really angry.
躺在床上只不理他，又不是我要迟，我心里正着急得了不得。不过打牌是4个人，哪里能够由着我一个人的主意？饭后打完了那一圈牌，我本想走了，但新太太输得太厉害了，一定要返本。
He lay on the bed and just ignored her. It's not that I'm going to be late, I'm very worried. But there are 4 people playing cards, so there's no way I can have my own idea. After dinner, I wanted to leave after the round of cards, but Mrs. Xian lost. The stakes are too high, so we must go back to our roots.
不肯停止，我又是赢家，哪里好说一定不再打呢？好，你不守信用，我也不守信用。前天我们怎么约定的？你少打牌，我少买书。现在你又这么样晚的回家，我明天也一定要去买一大批的书来。
Wouldn't stop. I am the winner again. There is no way to say that I will never fight again. Good. You don't keep your word, and I don't keep my word either. What did we agree on the day before yesterday? You play less cards and I buy less books. Now that you are coming home so late, I must buy a lot of books tomorrow.
你有钱，你尽管去买好了，只不要欠债。看你到节下又要着急了。我每次打牌你总有话说，真倒霉。做女人家一嫁了就不自由，哎。他也动了气，脸伏在桌上，好像要哽咽起来。
If you have money, just go ahead and buy it. Just don't go into debt. I see you are getting anxious again at the end of the festival. You always have something to say every time I play cards. What a bad luck. As a woman, you are not free once you get married, alas. Well. She also got angry, and her face fell on the table, as if she was about to choke.
他连忙低头下心地劝道：“不要着急，不要着急，我说着玩玩的。房里冷，快来睡。”他扶着头在桌上，不去理会他。他叹道：“现在你们女人家真快活了，从前的女人哪里有这个样子？”
He quickly lowered his head and persuaded with heart, Don't be anxious, don't be anxious, I said it just for fun. It's cold in the room, come and sleep. She lowered her head on the table and ignored him. He sighed, You women are really happy now. How could women in the past be like this?
只有男人出去很晚回来，他在家里老等着，又不敢先睡。他吃得醉了回来，他还要小心地侍候他，替他脱衣服，还要受他的骂。现在不同了，时代变了，丈夫却要等待着妻子了。你看。
Only when men go out and come back very late, she always waits at home and doesn't dare to go to bed first. When he came back drunk, she still had to wait on him carefully, take off his clothes, and even be scolded by him. Alas, things are different now. Times have changed, but husbands have to wait for their wives. You see.
每回都是我等待你，我哪一次有晚回来过，有劳你等过门？他抬起头来应道：自然楼现在是现在的样子，你们男子们舒服好久了，现在也要轮到我们女子了。他扑哧的一声笑了，他也笑了。
I am waiting for you every time. When have I ever come back late? Could you please wait for me? She raised her head and responded, Of course, Lou, this is what it is now. You men have been comfortable for a long time, now it's our women's turn. He chuckled, and she laughed too.
如此的，他们每隔2-3个礼拜总要争闹一次。这一次，他是在楼上打牌。他的二子因为没事做，气闷不过，所以临时约了几个人来打小牌玩玩。第一个自然是约他了，因为是临时约成的。
In this way, they always have to fight every 2 or 3 weeks. This time, she was playing cards upstairs. Her second sister was bored because she had nothing to do, so she made a temporary appointment with a few people to play cards. The first one was of course to ask her out. Because it was a temporary arrangement.
所以没有预先告诉他。他下午回家，手里拿着一包街上买的他的妻爱吃的糖炒栗子，还是滚热的，满想一进门就扬着这包栗子，向着他的妻叫道：你要不要？
So I didn't tell him in advance. When he came home in the afternoon, he held in his hand a bag of roasted chestnuts bought on the street that his wife loved to eat. They were still hot. As soon as he walked in, he held up the bag of chestnuts and shouted to his wife, You want it, don't want?
不料他的妻今天却没有立在房门口，又听见楼上的啪啪啪的打牌声及说笑声，知道他一定也在那里打牌了，立刻便觉得不高兴起来，紧皱着双眉。他什么都觉得无趣，读书、作文。
Unexpectedly, his wife was not standing at the door of the room today. He heard the sound of playing cards and laughing upstairs again. He knew that she must be playing cards there, and he immediately became unhappy and frowned. Eyebrows. He found everything boring, including reading and writing.
练习大字，翻译，如热锅上蚂蚁似的，东爬爬，西走走，都无着落处。又赌气不肯上去看看他，只叫蔡嫂把那包栗子拿上楼去，意思是告诉他他已经回来了，满望他会下楼来看他1-2次。
Practice Chinese characters and translate. Like ants on a hot pot, crawling here and there, but nowhere to land. He was too angry and refused to go up to see her, so he just asked Mrs. Kai to take the bag of chestnuts upstairs, which meant to tell her that he was back. Full of hope that she would come downstairs to see him once or twice.
不料他却专心在牌上，只叫蔡嫂预备晚饭给他吃，自己却不动身，这更使他生气。有牌打了，便什么事都不管了，都是假的，平常亲亲热热的，到了打牌时，牌便是他的命了。
Unexpectedly, she was concentrating on the cards. She only asked Mrs. Kai to prepare dinner for him, but she didn't start, which made him even more angry. When cards are played, she doesn't care about anything else. It's all fake. Normally, she's affectionate and affectionate. But when it's time to play cards, the cards are her life.
便是他的唯一的伴侣了。他只管叽里咕噜地埋怨着，特别怨他的是今天打牌没有预先通知他。这个出于意外的离别使他异常的苦闷。书桌上正只压着一张他写的信：我致亲爱的亲。
He is her only companion. He just grumbled, especially complaining that she didn't notify him in advance for today's card game. This unexpected parting made him extremely depressed. There was a letter written by her on the paper on the desk. My dearest Qing.
你看见我打牌一定很生气的。我今天本来不想打牌，他们叫我再三我才去打的。 并且你叫我抄写的诗，我都已抄好了半天了。你说要我抄6章，但是你所选的只够抄3章。你回来。
You must be very angry when you see me playing cards. I didn't want to play cards today, but they asked me to do it again and again. And I have been copying the poem you asked me to copy for a long time. You said you wanted me to copy 6, but the ones you chose were only enough for 3. You come back.
请你再选些，我明天再替你抄。我亲爱的，千万不要生气。你生气，我是很难过的。这次真的我并没有想打牌，都是二子他自己打电话去叫七嫂和陈太太，我并不知道，如果早知道。
Please choose some more and I will copy them for you tomorrow. My dear, don't be angry. It makes me sad that you are angry. This time I really didn't want to play cards. It was the second sister who called sister-in-law 7 and Mrs. Chin herself. I didn't know. If I had known earlier.
早就阻止他了。千万不要生气，我难道不爱你吗？请你原谅我吧。你如果生气，我心中是非常的不安的。二子后来又打一次电话去约七嫂，他说明天来，约我在家等他。二子不肯，一定要他来。
Stopped her long ago. Don't be angry, don't I love you? Please forgive me. If you are angry, I will feel very uneasy. The second sister later called the seventh sister-in-law again to make an appointment. She said, "Come tomorrow and ask me to wait for her at home." The second sister refused, so she must come.
我想宁可今晚稍打一会，明天就不打了。因为明天是你放假的日子，我不应该打牌，须当陪你玩玩，所以没有阻止他。你想是吗？明天一块去看电影，好吗？我现在向你请假了，再会。你的梅。
I think I would rather fight for a while tonight than not fight tomorrow. Because tomorrow is your day off, I shouldn't play cards, but have to play with you, so I didn't stop her, don't you think? Let's go see a movie together tomorrow, okay? I'm asking for leave now. Goodbye. Your eyebrow.
他手执这封信，一行一行地看下去，眼睛渐渐朦胧起来，不觉得一大滴的眼泪滴湿了信纸一大块。他心里不安起来。他想，他实在对待梅太残酷了。梅替他做了多少事情？管家记账。
He held the letter in his hand and read it line by line. His eyes gradually became hazy, and a large drop of tears wetted a large piece of the letter paper. He felt uneasy. He thought, he is really treating May too cruelly. May did so many things for him. Housekeeper keeps accounts.
打绒线衣服，还替他抄了许多书，不到1年已抄有6、7册了。他半年前要买一部民歌集，是一部世间的孤本，因为嫌它定价略贵，没有钱去买，心里却又着实的舍不下。
He made woolen clothes and copied many books for him. In less than a year, he had copied 6 or 7 volumes. He wanted to buy a collection of folk songs 6 months ago, which was the only one in the world. He thought it was a bit expensive and had no money to buy it, but he really couldn't part with it.
他却叫他向书坊借了来，昼夜不息地带他抄了2个多月，把4大后册的书全都抄好了。他想到这里，心里难过极了。我真是太自私了，太不应该了。有工作，应该有游戏。
But she asked him to borrow it from the bookstore, and copied it for him day and night for more than 2 months, copying all the 4 thick volumes. When he thought of this, he felt extremely sad. I am really too selfish. It should not be done. If there is work, there should be games.
他做了1个礼拜的苦工，休息1、2次去打牌玩玩。难道这是不应该吗？我为什么屡次的和他闹？哎，太残忍了， 太残忍了。他恨不得立刻上楼去抱着她，求她宽恕一切的罪过，向她忏悔。
She worked hard for a week, taking 1 or 2 breaks to play cards. Isn't this what it should be? Why do I have sex with her so many times? Oh, so cruel, so cruel. She worked hard for a week, taking 1 or 2 breaks to play cards. Isn't this what it should be? Why do I have sex with her so many times? Oh, so cruel, so cruel. He wanted to go upstairs and hold her in his arms immediately, begging her to forgive all his sins and confess to her.
向他立誓说，以后绝不干涉他的打牌了，不再因此埋怨他了。因为爱着别人的客人在那里，他又不敢走上去。他想等他下楼来再说吧。时间一刻一刻地过去。
He swore to her that he would never interfere with her playing cards in the future, and that he would never blame her for it again. He didn't dare to go up because it would disturb other people's guests. He wanted to wait until she came downstairs. Time passed moment by moment.
他清楚地听着那架假大理石的时钟的哒的哒的走着，且看着他的长针一分一分地移过去。他不能看书，他一心只等待着他下楼。他无聊地一秒一秒地计数着，以消磨这个孤寂的时间。
He listened clearly to the clatter of the fake marble clock, and watched its long hands move by minute by minute. He couldn't read, and all he wanted to do was wait for her to come downstairs. He was bored, counting seconds to kill this lonely time.
夜似乎比1世纪还长。当当当，已经11点钟了。楼上还是啪啪啪地打着牌，笑语的，辩论的，不像要终止的样子。他又等得着急起来了。还不完，还不完。屡次告诉他早些打完，总是不听话。
The night seemed longer than a century. Dang, 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 it's already 11 o'clock. Upstairs, the game was still playing cards, laughing and arguing, and it didn't look like it was about to end. He was getting anxious again. It's not over yet, it's not over yet. I've repeatedly told her to finish it earlier, but she always disobeys.
他叹了一口气，不觉得又责备他起来。拿起他的信，再看了一遍，又叹了一口气，连连地吻着他。哎，我不是不爱你，不是不让你打牌，正因为爱你，因为太爱你了，所以不忍一刻地离开你。
He sighed and began to blame her again. Picked up her letter, read it again, sighed again, and kissed it again and again. Oh. It's not that I don't love you, it's not that I don't let you play cards, it's just because I love you, because I love you so much, so I can't bear to leave you for a moment.
你不要错怪了我。他自言自语着，好像把他的信当作他了。等待着，等待着，他还不下来。楼上的洗牌声色拉色拉地响着，几个人的说笑、辩论、技术的声音，隐约的由厚的楼板中传达到下面。
Don't blame me wrongly. He muttered to himself, as if he thought her letter was her dot. Waiting, waiting, she still didn't come down. The sound of shuffling cards upstairs was loud, and several people's the sounds of joking, debating, and counting were faintly conveyed from the thick floor to below.
似乎他们的兴致很高，一时绝不会散去。他无聊地在房里踱来踱去，心里似乎可要粘贴着什么，却又四处都是荒原，都是汪汪的大洋，一点也没有希望。12点钟了，他们还在啪啪。
They seemed to be in a high mood that would never let up. He walked around the room boredly, as if he wanted to stick to something in his heart, but there was wasteland and vast oceans everywhere, and there was no hope at all. It's 12 o'clock and they are still banging, banging.
啪的打牌，且说着笑着，快乐使他们忘了时间的长短，他却不能忍耐了。他恨恨地脱了衣服，攒到被中，却任怎样也不能闭眼睡去。哎，他慢声地自叹着， 睁着眼凝望着天花板。书之幸悦。
Playing cards and talking and laughing. Happiness made them forget the length of time, but he couldn't bear it anymore. He took off his clothes bitterly and tucked himself into the quilt, but he couldn't close his eyes and fall asleep no matter what. Alas! He sighed to himself, staring at the ceiling with his eyes open. The luck of the book.
天意书局送了好几部古书的头本给仲卿看，一本是李卓吾评刻的《浣纱记》的上册，附了8页的图，刻得极为工致可爱。送书来的伙计道：“这是一部不容易得到的传奇。”
Tianyi Bookstore gave Zhongqing the first copies of several ancient books to read. One book was the first volume of Huansha Ji, which was engraved by Li Zhuowu. It was accompanied by 8 pages of pictures. The carvings were extremely delicate and lovely. The boy who brought the book said, "This is a legend that is not easy to get."
李卓吾的书在前清是禁书，有好些人都要买它呢。您老人家是老交易，所以先送给您老人家看。又指着另外一本蓝面子、洁白的双丝线订着的《隋唐演义》，道：“这是楚氏原刻的。”
Li Zhuowu's books were banned before. Many people want to buy it. Your old man is an old trader, so I will give it to you to see first. Then he pointed to another, Romance of the Sui and Tang Dynasties, with a blue face and white double silk thread, and said, "This is the original engraving by Chu."
头本有50张细图呢，您老人家看看，多么好，多么工细。说着，便翻几页给他看，一页也不少，的确是原刻的，字迹一点也不模糊，边框也多么完整。我们老板费了很贵的价钱。
There are 50 detailed pictures in the first volume. Take a look at them, see how beautiful they are and how detailed they are. As he said this, he turned over a few pages and showed them to him. There are quite a few pages, and they are indeed original. The handwriting is not blurry at all, and the borders are not complete. Our boss paid a very high price.
昨天才由同行转让来的，刚才拿到手呢。又指着一本很愚晦的黄面子重拾了好几处的书道：“这是明刻的《隋阳宴史》，外面没有现过。今早才收进来，还没有装订好呢。您老人家如要。”
It was transferred from a colleague yesterday and I just got it. Then he pointed to a very dirty yellow-faced book with several insect-eaten parts and said, "This is the Ming Dynasties, the Romance of Sui Yang, which has never been seen outside. I just took it in this morning and it hasn't been bound yet. If you, the elderly, want it."
马上就可以去装订，看看只有8本，称订起来可以有16本，还是很厚的呢。老板说他做了好几10年的生意，这部书还不曾买过呢。40回，每回有2张图，共80张图，都是极精工的。
It can be bound immediately. Seeing that there are only 8 volumes, it can be bound to 16 volumes if bound. It is still very thick. The boss said that he has been in business for decades and has never bought this book. There are 40 chapters, each chapter has 2 pictures, a total of 80 pictures, all of which are extremely exquisite.
又指着一本黄面子装订的很好看的书道：“这是《校史》，共16册，龙子游原编，李立翁改订的，外间也极少见。”这位伙计晓得他极喜欢这一类的书，且肯出价钱。
Then he pointed to a beautifully bound book with a yellow face and said, "This is History of Laughter, a total of 16 volumes, originally compiled by Long Ziyu and revised by Li Liweng. It is also very rare outside." This clerk knew him. "I really like this kind of books and am willing to pay for them."
所以一本本的指点给他看。此外还有几部词选，却是不大重要的。仲卿默默地坐在椅上，听着伙计流水似的夸说着，一面不停手地翻着那几本书。书尾时都是很好的。
so I gave him pointers one by one. There are also a few selected words, but they are not very important. Zhongxing sat silently on the chair, listening to the waiter's boastful words, while he kept flipping through the books. The book committee is actually very good.
都是他所急要买下的，那些图他尤其喜欢。那种工致可爱的木刻，神采奕奕的图像，不仅足以考证古代的种种制度，且可以现300-400年前的雕版与绘画的成绩是如何的进步。
They were all he wanted to buy, and he especially liked the pictures. The exquisite and lovely wood carvings and the charming images are not only enough to verify various ancient systems, but also show how far the achievements of engraving and painting have been made 300 to 400 years ago.
那几个刻工细致的地方，直刻的3-5寸之间可以容得10几个人马，个个须眉清晰，衣衫的臂痕一条条都可以看出。粗笨的地方是刻的一堆一堆的大山，粗粗几缕远水，却觉得意蕴无穷。
The carvings were so meticulous that a dozen men and horses could fit within 3 to 5 inches of each other. All of them had clear-cut eyebrows, and the folds of their clothes could be seen. There are piles of mountains and a few thick strands of distant water, but they have endless charm.
如看王石谷8大山人的名画一样，他锈蚀地为这部书所迷恋住了，但外面是一毫不露，怕被伙计看出他的强烈的购买心，要任意的说价，装腔的不卖。书倒不大坏，不过都是玩玩的书。
It's like looking at the famous paintings of Wang Shigu and Bada Shanren. He was truly fascinated by this book. But he didn't reveal anything outside, fearing that the clerk would see his strong desire to buy, so he would negotiate the price arbitrarily and pretend not to sell. The books are not bad, they are just for fun.
没有实用，他懒懒地装着，不大注意地说着。虽然是玩玩的书，近几年买的人倒不少，书价比以前贵的好几倍了呢。伙计道：“李卓吾的《浣纱记》多少钱？”那几部多少钱？伙计道
Not practical. He said lazily, pretending not to pay much attention. Although it is a book for fun, a lot of people have bought it in recent years, and the price of the book is several times more expensive than before. The waiter said, How much does Li Zhuowu's The Story of Huan Sha cost? How much do those ones cost? The man said,
老板吩咐过的，您老人家是老交易，不说虚价。浣纱记是50块钱，隋唐演义是30块钱，隋阳艳史是80块钱，校史是50块钱。他正要再一步地说下去。
As the boss ordered, you old man is an old deal. Not to mention the false price. The story of Huansha is 50 yuan, the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties is 30 yuan, the romance of Sui Yang is 80 yuan, the history of laughter is 50 yuan. He was about to repeat keep talking.
众卿连忙阻挡住他道：“不必再说了，那些我不要，价钱真不贵，不是您老人家真的不肯说实价呢。卖到东洋去，浣纱记起码值得100块钱，隋阳艳史起码得卖个200-300块。”
Zhongxing quickly stopped him and said, No need to say any more, I don't want those. The price is really not expensive. It's not you, the old man, who really refuses to tell you the real price. If sold to the East, Huansha Ji would be worth at least 100 yuan. The romance of Sui Yang would be worth at least 200 or 300 yuan.
众卿心里嫌着太贵，照他的价钱计算起来，共要200块钱以上的，一时哪里来这许多钱去买？钱买了下来，知道晚梅一定又要生气的，心里十分的踌躇，手却不停地翻翻这本，翻翻那本。
Zhongxing thought it was too expensive. According to his price, it cost more than 200 yuan in total. How could he get so much money to buy it at once? And after buying it, I knew that Wan Mei would be angry again. I was very hesitant in my heart, but my hands kept flipping through this book and that one.
很想狠心一下，回绝那个伙计说：“我不要买，请送给别人家去。”却又委实的舍不得那几部书归入别人的书室中，踌躇了好一会，表面上是假示着仔细的在翻看那些书。
I really wanted to be cruel and reject the clerk and say, I don't want to buy it. Please give it to someone else. But I really didn't want to put those books in someone else's library. He hesitated for a while, pretending to look through the books carefully.
实则他的心思全部住在书上。伙计站在他旁边等候着他的回话。这几部书都是一点也不残缺的吗？没有缺页，也没有破损吗？他随意地问着伙计。一点都没有，全是出印最完全的。
In fact, his mind was not focused on the book at all. The boy stood beside him and waited for his reply. Are these books not incomplete at all? Are there no missing pages or damage? He asked the clerk casually. Not at all, it's all the most complete first seal.
我们店里已经检查过了，一页也不缺。缺了一页，一个钱都不要，您老人家尽管来退。您老人家是老交易，一点也不会欺骗您老人家的，您老人家放心好了。那么
We have checked it in our store and there is no missing page. If a page is missing, you don't need any money. You can come and return it. You, the old man, are old traders, and I will not deceive you at all. Don't worry, you, the old man. Then.
把这三部书的头本先放在这里吧。说是他把《浣纱记》《隋唐演义》《隋阳艳史》另放在一边，其余的你带回去。价钱我停一刻去和你们老板面议，还要去看看全书。好的，好的。
Let's put the first of these 3 books here first. While talking, he put Huan Shaji, Romance of Sui and Tang Dynasties, and The Romance of Sui Yang aside. You take the rest back. I will stop for a moment to discuss the price with your boss and read the entire book. Okay, okay.
伙计带笑地说道，好像他的交易已经成功了，请您老人家停一刻过来。价钱，老板说是一定不减的。这部校史也给您老人家留下吧，这部书很少见的，有人要拿去做石印呢。
The waiter said with a smile, as if his transaction had been successful, please stop for a moment and come over. The boss said the price will not be reduced. Please leave this History of Laughter to you, too. This book it's rare that someone wants to make a stone seal. 伙计
拿起校史，也要把它放在《浣纱记》诸书一堆。他连忙摇头道：“这部我不要，没有用处，你带给别人家看吧。”伙计缩回手，把他和其他捡剩的书包在一个包袱中，说着再见。
When the clerk picked up History of Laughter, he also wanted to put it on the pile of Huan Shaji books. He quickly shook his head and said, I don't want this book. It's of no use. You can show it to someone else. The boy retracted his hand, wrapped it in a bag with other leftover books, and said, Goodbye.
您老人家而去了。他点点头，仍旧坐下去办他的公事，心里十分踌躇，买不买呢？他的妻婉梅因为他的浪买书，已经和他争闹过不止几十次了。又买书了，家里的钱还不够用呢。
You old man, and left. He nodded. Still sitting down to do his business, he was very hesitant. Should he buy it or not? His wife Wanmei had already had a lot of arguments with him because of his wasteful purchase of books. Dozens of times. Buying books again. The money at home is not enough.
你的裁缝账100多块还没有还，杭州的二神母穷得非凡，几次写信来问你借几十块钱。 你有钱也应该寄些给他用用，却自己只管买书去。现在你一个月把薪水都用得一文不剩。
You have yet to repay your tailoring debt of more than 100 yuan. Your second aunt in Hangzhou is extremely poor and has written to you several times asking to borrow dozens of yuan. If you have money, you should send her some. But just go by the books. Now, month after month, you spend all your salary without leaving any money.
且看你一有疾病时将怎么办？你又没有什么储蓄的底子，做人难道全不想想后来？况且书已经有了这许多了。他说时指着房间的7、8个大书架，这间厢房不算小。
Let's see what you do when you get sick. You have no basis for saving. Don't you think about what will happen next when you are a human being? Besides, there are already so many books. When she said this, she pointed to the 7 or 8 large bookshelves in the room. This wing is not too small.
却除了卧床前面几尺地外，无处不是书，四面的墙壁都被书架遮没着，只有火炉架上面现出一方的白色。房间里都堆得满满的了，还买书，看你把它们放到哪里去。
But except for the few feet in front of the bed, there were books everywhere. The walls on all sides were covered by bookshelves, except for a patch of white above the stove. The room is full. I'm buying books. I'm buying books. Where do you put them?
他很气愤地说着，下次再买，我一定把你的什么书都扯碎了。他的牙紧咬着，狠狠地顿一顿足。他低头坐在椅上，书桌上放着一包新买来的书，什么不言，任他滔滔地诉说着。
She said angrily, "Next time I buy it, I will tear all your books into pieces." She clenched her teeth and stamped hard. He lowered his head and sat on the chair, with a pack of newly bought books on the desk. She said angrily, "Next time I buy it, I will tear all your books into pieces." She clenched her teeth and stamped hard. He lowered his head and sat on the chair, with a pack of newly bought books on the desk. He remained silent and let her talk.
这些书都是要用的，才买来。他等着他说完了，抗辩似的回答了一句，但心里却十分的不安。他自己忏悔，不该对他的妻说不由衷的话。他买的书一大半是随意的购买。
These books were bought for use. He waited for her to finish speaking, and answered in protest, but he felt very uneasy in his heart. He confessed to himself that he should not say insincere words to his wife. Most of the books he bought were casual purchases.
委实不是什么因为要用了才去买的。要用，只听见你说要用，难道我不晓得吗？你买的都是什么小说、传奇，这些书翻翻而已，有什么实用？你怎么知道没有用？
It's really not something you buy just because you need to use it. I want to use it, I want to use it. I just heard you say that I want to use it. Don't I know? What novels and legends you bought are just for flipping through. What's the use of them? How do you know it's useless?
我搜罗了小说，是因为要做一部中国小说考，这部书还没有人做过呢。他的戚戚渐渐地平了，难道别处都没有地方借吗？为什么定要自己一步一步地买？借吗？向哪里去借？
I searched for novels because I wanted to write a Chinese novel examination, which no one has done yet. His wifely anger gradually calmed down. Isn't there room to borrow it elsewhere? Why do you have to buy them one by one? Borrow it? Where can I borrow it?
那么大的一个上海，哪里有一座图书馆给公众使用？有几家私人的藏书室，非极熟的人却不能进去看，更不用说借出来了。况且他们又有什么书？简直是不完不备的。我也去看过几家了。
In such a big city like Shanghai, where is there a library for public use? There are several private libraries, but people who are not very familiar with them cannot enter them, let alone borrow them. Besides, what books do they have? It's simply incomplete. I've also visited a few.
我所要的书，他们几乎全都没有，怎么不要自己去买呢？哎，在中国研究什么学问，几乎全都是机会使他们成功的。韩是无书可读，要成一个博览者，真是难于登天呐。
They didn't have nearly all the books I wanted. Why don't you buy it yourself? Well, whatever knowledge they study in China, almost all of them are successful because of opportunities. A poor scholar has no books to read, so it is really difficult for him to become a well-reader.
他振振有词地如此地说着，他的七道弄得没有什么话可说了。不过为了做一部书而去买了那么多的书来，也实在不合算。书店买不买你那部书还是问题，即使买了，3块钱1000字。
He said this plausibly, but his wife had nothing to say. But it's really uneconomical to buy so many books just to make a book. Whether the bookstore will buy your book or not is still a question. Even if you buy it, it only costs 3 yuan for 1,000 words.
2块钱1000字的算着，我敢担保定你买书的花的钱是绝技捞不回来了，功夫白费了是当然。他的妻恳挚地劝着，我也何曾不知道，他们乱写了一读。
Counting 2 yuan for 1,000 words, I can guarantee that you will never get back the money you spent on buying the book. Of course, your time will be wasted. His wife advised sincerely. I never didn't know. They scribbled a lot.
出了1、2部集子，到立刻有了大作家的称号。一般青年盲目地崇拜着，书铺里也为他们所震下，有稿子不敢不买了。辛辛苦苦的著作者却什么幸运都没有遇见。哎，世间上的事都是如此。
After 1 or 2 collections were published, he immediately became known as a great writer. Most people in his youth would blindly worship him, and the bookstores would be frightened by them. They would not dare not buy any manuscripts they had. The author who worked so hard did not encounter any luck. Well, this is the case with everything in the world.
谁叫得响些，谁便有福了。以后再不买什么捞石子的书了，读书买书有什么用？非必要的书少买些就好了，何必赌咒说不买书呢？别人的事不去管它，你只自己求己心之所安而已。
Whoever screams louder will be blessed. From now on, what's the use of reading and buying books if you don't buy them for free? It's better to buy less books that are not necessary. Why swear not to buy books? Don't worry about other people's affairs, just seek your own peace of mind.
他的妻安慰着他说，不过你说的话真未见得靠得住的。现在说一定不买，你看不到几天，一定真又要一大包一大包的买进家了。他被他的妻说着了真病，倒说得笑起来了。不多几天
His wife comforted him. However, what you said is not necessarily reliable. If you say you won't buy it now, you won't see it for a few days, and you will definitely have to buy a lot of it again. He was told that his wife was really sick, but she actually started laughing. Not many more days.
他又买了一大包的书回家了，一大半是随手的无目的的买来的。他的妻见了，又生气起来，你真的一个钱在身边也留不住，总要全都送了出去才安心。家用没有了，叫我去想什么方法。
He bought another large bag of books and went home. Most of them were bought casually and without purpose. When his wife saw it, she became angry again. You really can't keep any money with you, so you have to give it all away to feel at ease. The family has no money, so let me find a way to do it.
你却又买了一大包的书回来。他气愤愤地从架上取了一本书抛在地上，一定要把它们都扯碎了， 才可出我的一口气。说着，又抛了一本书在地上，却究竟不忍实行他的扯碎的宣言。
But you came back with a big bag of books. She angrily took a book from the shelf and threw it on the ground. I must tear them all into pieces before I can breathe out. As she said that, she threw another book on the ground, but she couldn't bear to carry out her utter declaration.
她服下去一本一本地拾起来，仍旧安放在架上，心里却也难过起来，暗暗地恨着自己太不争气了，太无决心了，太喜欢买书了，买了许多不必用的书，突然摆在架上装样子。
He bent down and picked up the books one by one, still placing them on the shelf, but he felt sad in his heart. He secretly hated himself for being so unsatisfied, so undecided, and so fond of buying books that he bought many books he didn't need. Just put it on the shelf to show off.
一面却使他经济弄得十分穷困。他叹了一口气，自己愿意着，他的妻坐在椅上默默的无言，两行清泪挂下他的双颊。他走进他身边，俯下身去吻他的发，两手紧握着他，忏悔地说道
On the one hand, it made him very poor financially. He sighed, feeling resentful to himself, while his wife sat in a chair and remained speechless. 2 lines of tears hung down her cheeks. He approached her, leaned down, kissed her hair, held her tightly with both hands, and said repentantly,
真对不住，真对不住，又使你生气了。我实在自己太无自制力了。现书就买，累你伤心，我心里真是难过。下次绝技再不到书店里去了。他又咬着牙顿一顿足的誓道，下次再去的不是人。
I'm really sorry, I'm really sorry, I made you angry again. I really have no self-control. Buying books when you see them will make you sad. I feel really sad. I will never go to a bookstore next time. He gritted his teeth again and vowed, next time, the person who goes there is not a human being.
他的妻仰头望着他，双眼中泪珠还满盈盈的。像这样的，一年来不知有几十次了。仲卿好买书的习惯总是屡改不圈，正和他的妻婉梅打牌的习惯一样。你少买书，我就少打牌。你不打牌。
His wife looked up at him, her eyes still filled with tears. This happens dozens of times a year. Zhongqing's habit of buying books has always changed. Just like his wife Wanmei's habit of playing cards. If you buy less books, I will play less cards. You don't play cards.
我也就不买书。他们俩常常的这样牵制的互约着，却终于大家都常常的破约，没有遵守着。现在仲卿要买的书价钱太大了，他身上又没有几块钱剩下，买不买的问题总在他心上缭绕着。
I won't buy books either. The 2 of them often made promises to each other, but in the end they often broke the promise and failed to abide by it. Now, the price of the book Zhongqing wants to buy is too high, and he doesn't have a few dollars left. The question of whether to buy or not always lingers in his mind.
这一天，恰好晚梅又被他五姨请去打牌了，他又得空到天意书局去走一趟。老板见了他来，很恭敬地招呼着他。刚才送书来的伙计也在那里，连忙端了一张凳来请他坐，又送了一杯茶来。
On this day, Wanmei happened to be invited by her 5th aunt to play cards again, so he had time to go to Tianyi bookstore again. When the boss saw him coming, he greeted him respectfully. The boy who had just delivered the book was also there. He quickly brought a stool for him to sit on and a cup of tea.
您老人家请坐用茶，我到站房里拿书给您。那个伙计说着出店门去了。这几部书真是不容易见到，我做了好几10年的生意了，还不常遇见。隋唐演义卖出3部。
Sir, please sit down and have tea. I will go to the hotel to get you a book. the guy said and left the store. Dash, these books are really hard to find. I have been in business for decades and I don't see them often. Romance of the Sui and Tang Dynasties sold 3 copies.
李卓无批的《浣纱记》只献过一次，那样好的隋炀艳史却简直未曾献过。不是您，真不叫人送去看。赵三爷不知听见谁说，刚才跑来要看这几部书，我好容易把它回绝了。
I have only seen The Story of Huansha written by Li Zhuowu once, but I have never seen such a good The Romance of Sui Yang. If it wasn't you, you really wouldn't ask anyone to send it to you. Mr. Zhao didn't know who he heard saying that he came here just now and wanted to read these books, but I turned him down with great difficulty.
刘鼎文也正在收买这些小说传奇，不过他们都是买去点缀书架的，不像您是买去用的。老板这样的滔滔地说着，那几部书倒委实不坏，不过你们的价钱未免开得太大了。不大，不大。
Lu Dingguan is also buying these novel legends. However, they are all bought to decorate bookshelves, unlike you, who buy them for use. The boss said eloquently. Those books are not bad, but your prices are too high. Not big, not big.
不瞒你说，不是您老主顾真的不肯说实价呢。这种书东洋人最要买，他们的价钱真出的不低。不过我们中国的好东西，不瞒您说，我实在有些不愿意使他们流入异邦。
To be honest, I am not your regular customer, so I really refuse to tell you the actual price. This kind of book is the most popular among Asians, and their prices are really quite high. But to tell you the truth, I am really unwilling to let our good things from China flow into foreign countries.
所以本店不大，和东洋人来往，不像他们，往往把好书都卖给外国人了。像他们那模样，不知保存国粹的作着，不到几十年，恐怕什么宋版元钞以及好一点的小说传奇。
Therefore, our store does not have much contact with Japanese people. Unlike them, they often sell good books to foreigners. If people like them do not know how to preserve the essence of the Chinese nation, within a few decades, there will probably be some song version of yuan banknotes, as well as better novels and legends.
都要陈列在他们外国人的家里去了。唉，可叹，可叹。老板似乎很感慨地说着，频频摇着他的光头。仲卿不好说什么，只默默地摇煮着对面架上的书，慢慢地立起身来，走进架边。
They have to be displayed in the homes of foreigners. Alas, alas, what a shame! What a shame! The boss seemed to be saying with emotion, shaking his bald head frequently. Zhongqing couldn't say anything, he just stared at the books on the opposite shelf silently. He stood up slowly and walked closer to the shelf.
无目的地翻翻架上的书，又看看他们标着的价目。伙计抱了一包的书回到店里来，你老人家请来看，一页缺残也没有，只有一点重拾的地方。不要紧，我们会替您老人家修补好的。
He flipped through the books on the shelf aimlessly and looked at their prices. The clerk returned to the store with a bag of books. Please take a look, old man. There is no missing page, just a little bit of insect damage. It doesn't matter, we will repair it for you, old man.
他一本一本地把这3部书都翻了一遍，委实是使他愈看愈爱。隋炀艳史上还有好几幅很大胆的插图，是他像未在别的书图上现过的。每本书边框行格都是完完整整的，并无断折。
He read these 3 books one by one, and it really made him fall in love with them more and more. The Romance of Sui Yang also had several bold illustrations that he had never seen in other books and pictures. In each book, the borders and rows are complete and there are no breaks.
一个个字都是风棱刚利，笔画清晰，墨色也异常的清浓， 看起来非常的爽目，一页一页的，似乎伸出手来，要招致他来购买它。他心里强烈的燃着购买的愿望，什么挽回的责难，经济的筹划。
Every word is sharp and sharp, the strokes are clear, and the ink color is unusually thick, making it look very refreshing. Page after page seemed to reach out, inviting him to buy it. There was a strong desire to buy in his heart, no matter what one may censure, or financial planning.
他都不积极了，然他表面上却仍装出可买可不买的样子。书实在不坏，只是价钱太贵了，不让些是难成交的。这种玩玩的书，我倒不一定要买，如果便宜了便买，贵了犯不着买。
He didn't even care about it, but on the surface he still pretended to buy it or not. The book is really not bad, but the price is too expensive. It is difficult to sell it if you don't give up. I don't necessarily buy this kind of book for fun. If it is cheap, I will buy it. If it is expensive, I don't want to buy it.
只好请你们送书别家去吧。老板道，价钱是实时的，一个也不能让。不瞒您说，隋唐演义我是花了25块钱买下的，浣纱记是我花了40块钱买下的。
I can only ask you to send the books to other places. The boss said, the price is real, and I can't give up any of it. To tell you the truth, I bought The Romance of the Sui and Tang Dynasties for 25 yuan, and The Story of Huansha for 40 yuan.
隋阳燕史却花了我50块钱，都是从一个公馆里买来的。除了我，别一家真不肯出那么大的价钱去买他们的。我辛苦了一场，20-30块钱，您总要给我挣的。这一次您别让价了。
The Romance of Sui Yang cost me 50 yuan, and I bought it all from a mansion. Except for me, no one else is really willing to pay such a high price to buy them. I have worked hard and you will earn 20 or 30 yuan for me. Don't make any concessions this time.
下次别的交易上我们吃亏些倒可以，这次委实是来价太贵，不能亏本卖出。他明晓得秃头老板说的是一派谎话，却不理会他，假装着不热心要买的样子，说道：“那么
Next time on other transactions, it's okay for us to suffer a smaller loss. This time the price was really too high and we couldn't sell it at a loss. He knew clearly that what the bald boss said was a lie, but ignored him, pretending not to be enthusiastic about buying, and said, then.
请你的伙计明天到我公事房里把头本拿去吧。太贵了，我买不起。老板沈下脸，好像失望的样子，说道：“您说说看，能出多少钱？100块钱，3部书，隋阳燕史要称定过。”老板摇摇头道：“不成。”
Please ask your guy to come to my office tomorrow and get the notebook. It's too expensive, I can't afford it. The boss lowered his face, as if disappointed, and said, Tell me, how much money can I pay? 100 yuan, 3 books, The Romance of Sui Yang, will be printed. The boss shook his head and said, No.
不成，实在不够本钱。我本没有向您要过虚价。对不起，请您做成了我，不要让价了。大家是老交易，不瞒您说，有好书我总是先送给您看的。他很为难，想不到老板这样强硬。
No, it's really not enough money. I never asked you for a false price. I'm sorry, please do it for me and don't make any concessions. We are old friends, and to be honest, if I have a good book, I will always give it to you to read first. He was very embarrassed. He didn't expect his boss to be so tough.
知道价是一定不能多让的了。那么多出了10块钱，110块，不能再多了。我向来是很直爽的，不喜欢多讲价。是的，我晓得您。不过这一次委实是吃亏不起。您是老雇主，既然如此，
If you know the price, you must not give in too much. Then, it's 10 yuan more, 110 yuan, no more. I've always been very straightforward and don't like to bargain too much. Yes, I know you. But this time I really can't afford to suffer. You are an old customer, that's why.
我也让去10块钱吧，一共140块，不能再吃亏了。他懒懒地走到店门口，跨足要到街上去，心里却时时地欢喜这几部书，生怕被别人抢夺去了。我再加10块钱，一共120块。
I'll give you 10 yuan, too, for a total of 140 yuan. I can't suffer any more. He lazily walked to the door of the store and stepped out to the street. But he was really happy about these books in his heart, for fear of being robbed by others. I will add $10 more, a total of $120 $10.
不能再加了，相差有限，请你再加10块钱，130块就把书取去吧。他知道交易可成了，只摇摇头，仍欲跨出店门，1个钱也不能再加了，实在不便宜了。老板道：“好了，好了，大家老交易。”
No more can be added. The difference is limited. Please add 10 more yuan, 130 yuan, and then take the book. He knew that the deal was done, so he just shook his head and still wanted to step out of the store. I can't add any more money, it's really not cheap anymore. The boss said, Okay, let's keep trading.
替您包好了，隋阳宴使先放在这里，订好了再送上。伙计把隋唐演义、浣纱记包好了递给他，说道：“我替您老人家叫车去，是不是回家？”他点点头，伙计叫道：“黄包车。”
It has been wrapped for you. The romance of Sui Yang will be placed here first. It will be delivered after ordering. The boy wrapped The Romance of the Sui and Tang Dynasties, and The Story of Huan Sha, and handed them to him, and said, I'll call a car for you, do you want to go home? He nodded, and the boy shouted, Rickshaw.
海格路去不去？多少钱？今天钱没有带来，隔几天钱取来再给你吧。他对老板道：“不要紧，不要紧，您随便几时送下都可以。”老板恭敬地鞠躬一下，几乎有90度的弯下，光光的秃头。
Do you want to go to Hague Road? How much? I didn't bring the money today. I'll get it in a few days and give it to you. He said to the boss, It doesn't matter, you can drop it off at any time. The boss bowed respectfully, bending almost 90 degrees, with a bare bald head.
全部都显现出，送到门口又鞠躬了一下，看他上车走了才进去。他如像从前打得了一次胜仗，占了敌国一大块土地似的喜悦着，双手紧紧地抱着那一包书，别的问题一点也没有想起。
Everything was revealed. I walked to the door, bowed again, and watched him get in the car and leave before going in. He was as happy as if he had won a battle and occupied a large piece of land in the enemy's country, holding the bag of books tightly with both hands. No other questions came to mind at all.
他到了家，坐在书桌上，只管翻阅新买来的几部书，心里充满了喜悦，也没有想起他的妻在外打牌的事。平常时候的等待时的焦闷与不安，这时如春初被日光所照射的残雪。
When he got home, he sat on his desk and just flipped through the newly bought books. His heart was full of joy and he didn't think about his wife playing cards outside. The usual anxiety and uneasiness of waiting are now like the lingering snow illuminated by the sun in early spring.
一时都消融不见了。实在买的不贵，他自想着。阅了许久，才突然地想起了经济的问题。怎么样呢？120块钱，1块都还没有着落呢。他时时地责怪自己的冒失，没有打算到钱。
All disappeared for a moment. It's really not expensive, he thought to himself. After reading it for a long time, I suddenly remembered the economic issue. How about it? 120 yuan, and I haven't even found $1 yet. He always blamed himself for being reckless and not planning to get the money.
却敢于去买书，自己暗暗地苦闷着，后悔着，想同婉梅商议，又怕他生气责备。他从来没有开口向过人借钱，这时却不由得不想到借的一条路上去了。这是一条唯一的救急的路。
But I dare to buy books. I secretly felt depressed and regretted, and wanted to discuss it with Wanmei. I was also afraid that she would be angry and scolded. He had never asked anyone to borrow money, but at this moment he couldn't help but think of the borrowing. This is the only way to save yourself.
向谁去借呢？叫谁去借呢？他自己有没有向人开口过，实在说不出，只好请婉梅去。这一次已经买了，总得还钱，挨些气也无法。叫他到五姨那里去借，五姨没有，再向二舅去，总可以有。哎。
Who can I borrow from? Who can I ask to borrow it? He himself had never spoken to anyone, so he couldn't tell anyone, so he had to ask Wanmei to go. I have already bought it this time and I have to pay it back, no matter how angry I am. Ask her to borrow it from her fifth aunt. If she doesn't have it, she can borrow it from her second uncle. Well.
这样的盘算着，真是苦恼。下次再不冒失去买书了。懒懒地在灯下翻着新买的书，担着一肚子的忧苦，怕婉梅回来听了，要大怒起来，不肯去借。哒哒哒，门环响着，他知道是他的妻回来了。
Such calculations are truly distressing. Don't risk losing money to buy a book next time. I was lazily flipping through the newly bought books under the lamp. I was worried, fearing that Wanmei would come back and listen to it and get angry, so I refused to borrow it. Ta, 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 the door knocker rang, and he knew it was his wife who had come back.
他心脏加速地猛烈地跳着。蔡嫂，开门，开门！他的妻如常地叫道。蔡嫂开了门，他匆匆地走进房，见他独坐在灯下，问道：“亲，你还没有睡？在看书吗？”他点点头，怀着一肚子鬼胎。他走近他。
His heart was beating rapidly. Sister-in-law Kai, open the door, open the door. His wife shouted as usual. Aunt Kai opened the door and hurried into the room. She saw him sitting alone under the lamp and asked, "Qing, are you still awake? Are you reading?" He nodded, pregnant with ghosts. She approached him.
斧头吻了他一下，回头见书桌上放着一堆书，问道：“你又买了书吗？”他点点头，心里扰乱起来。多少钱？你昨天说身边一个钱也没有了，怎么又有钱去买书？是赊账的吗？千万不要在外面赊账。
She leaned down and kissed him, then turned around and saw a pile of books on the desk, and asked, "Did you buy another book?" He nodded, feeling disturbed. How much? You said yesterday that you don't have any money around you, so how come you have money to buy books? Is it on credit? Don't buy it on credit outside.
你又没有额外的收入，这一笔账怎么还法？哎，又买书。见他呆呆的如有所思地坐在椅上，一句话不想，便着急地在追问道：“怎么不说话？是不是赊账买来的？”回答一声说：“不是。”
You have no extra income, so how can you repay this debt? Well, buy another book. Seeing him sitting on the chair blankly and thoughtfully, without saying a word, he anxiously asked again, "Why don't you speak? Did you buy it on credit?" The answer was, "No."
也可以使我宽心些。他心上难过极了，如果有什么地洞可逃，他一定逃下去了。 他见他仍旧呆呆地坐在椅上不言语，便颤声地说道：“哎，你还是不说话，想什么心事？是不是赊账买的？”
It also makes me feel more at ease. He was extremely sad. If there was any hole to escape, he would definitely escape. Seeing that he was still sitting on the chair without speaking, she said in a trembling voice, "Alas! You still don't speak. What are you thinking about? Did you buy it on credit?"
请你告诉我一声。说不是，说不是。哎，他硬了头皮，横了心，摇摇头。他喜悦地说道：“那么不是赊账的了，是不是？”他点点头。他向前双手抱着他，说道：“好的亲，我的亲，这样才对。买书不要紧。”
Please tell me. Say no, say no. Well. He gritted his teeth and shook his head. She said happily, "Then it's not on credit. Yes or no?" He nodded. She moved forward, hugged him with both hands, and said, "Okay, Ching, my Ching, this is right. It doesn't matter if you buy a book."
有多余的钱时可以去买，千万不要负债。他沈默着，什么话都说不出口，全夜在焦苦、追悔、自责中度过。第二天清早，他起床了，他的妻还在睡。他们没有说什么话。午饭时，他回家吃饭。饭后
You can buy it when you have extra money. Never go into debt. He was silent, unable to say anything. He spent the whole night in anxiety, regret, and self-blame. Early the next morning, he got up, and his wife was still there. Sleep. They didn't say anything at lunch. After dinner.
坐在书桌上翻阅昨夜买来的《隋唐演义》，一面翻着，一面想同他的妻说话，迟疑了半天，才慢吞吞嗫嚅地说道：“你能否替我到五姨那里借120块钱来？这几天我要用。”
Sitting on the desk, he was flipping through the Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties he bought last night. As he was flipping through it, he wanted to talk to his wife. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly said in a whisper, "Can you borrow a book from my fifth aunt for me? $120? I need it in the next few days."
他的眼不敢望着他，只凝视着书页，一面手不停地在翻着，虽然假装着很镇定，心却扑扑地跳着，等待他回答。什么用？借钱？你向来没有问过人借钱？他诧异地问。他不声不响。
He didn't dare to look at her, he only stared at the pages of the book, turning the pages with his hands. Although he pretended to be calm, his heart was beating fast, waiting for her answer. "What's for, borrowing money? You've never asked anyone to borrow money." She asked in surprise. He remained silent.
手不停地翻着书页。什么用要借钱？你说，你说。不说用途，我不去借。他只是不声不响，眼望着书页。晓得了，是不是要借去买书，还书店的账？除此之外，你不会有别的用途。他点点头。
His hands kept turning the pages of the book. "Why do you need to borrow money? You tell me, you tell me. If you don't tell me the purpose, I won't borrow it." He just kept silent and stared at the page. "I understand. Do you want to borrow the book to pay off the bookstore's debt? Other than that, you won't have any other use." He nodded.
等候他的责备。真的，他生气起来，把桌上的书一本一本地抛在地上，一天到晚只想买书。这个脾气老是不改，我已不知劝说了多少次了。哎，最好把饭钱房钱也都买书去。
Waiting for her rebuke. She became really angry and threw the books on the table to the ground one by one. "I just want to buy books all day long. This temper never changes. I don't know how many times I have tried to persuade her. Alas, alas. It's best. Use your food and house money to buy books.
大家饿死就完了。他扶着头在桌上，声音有些哽咽。他心里很难过，俯下身去拾书，说道：“不要把这些书糟蹋了，价钱很贵呢。”他抬起头来问道：“多少钱？是不是借钱就去买这些书？”他点点头。
Everyone will starve to death. She lowered her head on the table, her voice choked with sobs. He felt very sad, so he leaned down to pick up the books and said, "Don't waste these books, they are very expensive." She raised her head and asked, "How much? Should I borrow money to buy these books?" He nodded.
承认道：“是的。”把一本书拿到他面前，指点给他听，共买了3部书，实在不贵，120块钱。你看这些画多么工致，如果我肯转卖了，一定可以赚钱。他不声不响接过了书，翻了一会。
He admitted, yes. He brought a book to her and pointed it out to her. I bought 3 books in total. They are really not expensive, 120 yuan. Look, these paintings are so exquisite. If I are willing to resell it, I will definitely make money. She kept silent, took the book and flipped through it for a while.
他的眼凝住着他的脸，见他愁眉不展的样子，心里委实不忍。他的气平下去了，叹了一口气道：“为了买书去借钱，哎，下次再不可如此了。没有钱便不要买，欠账是最不好的事。”
Her eyes were fixed on his face, and she couldn't bear to see his frown. Her anger subsided, and she sighed and said, "Borrowing money to buy books, alas, I won't do it again next time. Don't buy if you don't have money. Being in debt is the worst thing."
这次我替你去借借看。五姨也不是很有钱的，一副财政部里的薪水又几个月没有发了，能不能借来还是一个问题呢。他脸上露出一线宽慰的笑容。五姨那里没有，二舅那里去问问。
This time I will borrow it for you. My 5th aunt is not very rich, and my uncle's salary from the Ministry of Finance has not been paid for several months. Whether it can be borrowed is still a question. A relieved smile appeared on his face. My 5th aunt doesn't have it. I'll ask my 2nd uncle.
他一定会有的。你下次再不可这样冒失的去买书了。他再三地吩咐着。他点点头，不停手地在翻着书页，似乎一块大石已在心上落下。淡漠，他近来渐渐地沈郁寡欢，什么也懒得去做。
He will definitely have it. Don't buy books so rashly next time. She ordered again and again. He nodded and kept turning the pages of the book. It seemed as if a big stone had fallen on his heart. Indifference, she had become increasingly depressed recently and was too lazy to do anything.
平常最喜欢听的西洋文学史的课，现在也不常上堂了。平常他最活泼，最愿意和几个同学在草地上散步，或是沿着柳荫走着，或是立在红栏杆的小桥上，凝望着被风吹落水面的花瓣。
The class on the history of Western literature that I usually like to take the most is not often attended now. She is usually the liveliest and most willing to walk on the grass with a few classmates, or walk along the willow shade, or stand on the small bridge with red railings, staring at the petals blown down by the wind on the water.
随着水流去，现在他只整天的低了头坐着，懒说懒笑的，什么地方也不去走。他的同学们都觉察出他的异态，尤其是他最好的女同学梁芬和周瑜之替他很担心，问他又不肯说什么话。
Go with the water. Now she just sits with her head down all day long, talking and laughing, and doesn't go anywhere. Her classmates all noticed her strange behavior. Especially her best female classmates Liang Fun and Zhou Yuji were worried about her and refused to say anything when asked.
任他们说种种安慰的话，想种种法子去逗她开心，她只是淡漠的，毫不受感动。有一天，梁芬手里拿着一封从上海来的信，匆匆地跑来向她说道：“文珍，你的知青又有信给你了，快看，快看。”
They said all kinds of comforting words and tried all kinds of ways to make her happy, but she was just indifferent and unmoved. One day, Liang Fen held a letter from Shanghai in her hand and hurried to her and said, "Wenjun, your Jiqing has another letter for you. Look, look."
他懒懒地把信接过来，拆开看了，也不说什么话，便把它塞在衣袋里。梁芬打趣他道：“怎么？知青来信，你应该高兴了，怎么不说话？”他也不搭理他，只是摇摇头。梁芬觉得没趣，安慰了他几句话。
She lazily took the letter, opened it, read it, and stuffed it in her pocket without saying anything. Liang Fen teased her. "What? You should be happy about Jiqing's letter. Why don't you say anything?" She didn't answer her, just shook her head. Liang Fen was bored and comforted her with a few words.
便自己走开去了。他又从衣袋里把知青的信取出看了一遍，觉得无甚意思，便又淡漠地把它抛在桌上。无聊的烦闷之感，如霉菌似的爬占在他的心的全部。
Then he walked away by himself. She took out Jiqing's letter from her pocket and read it again. She didn't find it interesting, so she threw it on the table indifferently. The feeling of boredom crawled over her heart like a mold.
桌上花瓶里插着几朵离枝不久的红玫瑰花，日光从绿沈沈的梧桐树荫的间隙中射进房里，一个笑意养着的黄莺的鸟笼正挂在他窗外的树枝上，黄莺在笼里婉转地吹笛似的歌唱着。
There were a few young red roses in a vase on the table. The sunlight filtered into the room through the gaps between the deep green plane trees. An oriole's birdcage kept by the school janitor was hanging on the branch outside her window. The oriole sang like a flute in the cage.
他什么也听不见，看不见，只是闷闷地沈入深思之中。他自己也深深地觉察到自己心的变异。他不知道为什么近来淡漠之感竟这样坚固而深刻地攀聚在他的心头。
She couldn't hear or see anything. She just fell into deep thought. She herself was deeply aware of the changes in her heart. She didn't know why the feeling of indifference had clung to her heart so firmly and deeply recently.
他自己也暗暗地着急，极想把它泯灭掉。但是他愈是想泯灭了它，他却愈是深固地占领了他的心，如五石山间的一缕炊烟，总在他心上袅袅地吹动。他在半年以前还是很快活的。
She herself was secretly anxious and wanted to wipe it out. But the more she wanted to eliminate it, the more firmly it occupied her heart, like a wisp of smoke in the mountains at noon, always blowing in her heart. She was very happy half a year ago.
很热情的。他和知青认识是2年以前的事，那时他们都在南京读书。知青是南京学生联合会主席，他是女师范的代表。他们会见的时候很多，谈话的机会也很多。他们都是很活泼。
Very enthusiastic. She and Jiqing met 2 years ago. At that time, they were both studying in Nanjing. Jiqing is the president of the Nanjing Student Union, and she is a representative of the female normal school. They met frequently and had many opportunities to talk. They are all very lively.
很会发议论的。知青主张教育是神圣的事业，我们无论是为了人类，为了国家，都应该竭力去创办一种理想的学校，以教育第2代的人民。有一次，他们坐在草地上闲谈。
Very good at making comments. Jiqing believes that education is a sacred cause. Whether it is for mankind or the country, we should strive to advocate an ideal school to educate the second generation of people. Once, they sat on the grass and chatted.
知青又慨然地说道：“我家乡的教育极不发达，没有人肯牺牲了他的前途为儿童造幸福。所有的小学教员都是家贫不能升学，借教育事业以搪塞人家，以免被乡人讥为在家做事的。”
Jiqing said generously. The education in my hometown is extremely underdeveloped. No one is willing to sacrifice his future to create happiness for children. All primary school teachers are from poor families and cannot go to school. They use education as an excuse to avoid being ridiculed by the villagers. For those who sit and eat at home.
他们哪里会有真心，又哪里有什么学识办教育？我毕业后定要捐弃一切，专心在乡间办小学。我家有一所房子，建筑在山上，四面都是竹林围着，登楼可以望见大海，溪流正经过门前。
How can they have a true heart, and how can they have the knowledge to provide education? After I graduate, I will give up everything and concentrate on running a primary school in the countryside. My family has a house built on a mountain, surrounded by bamboo groves on all sides. You can see the sea when you climb up the stairs. A stream passes by the door.
坐在溪旁拾土，可以看见溪底的游鱼。夏天卧树荫下，静听淙淙的水声，真是别有天地非人间。屋后又有一块大草地可以做操场，真是天然的一所好学校啊！他说时，脸望着他。
Sitting on the rocks and soil beside the stream, you can see the fish swimming at the bottom of the stream, lying under the shade of a tree in summer and listening to the sound of gurgling water. It is truly a world apart from this world. There is also a large grassland behind the house that can be used as a playground. It is truly natural. What a good school. Just. He said, looking at her.
如要探索他心里的思想似的。停了一会，便接下去说道：“只可惜同志不容易找得到。在现在的时候，谁也是为自己的前途奔跑着、钻营着，岂肯去做这种高洁的事业呢？”文珍
As if to explore her inner thoughts. After a pause, he continued. It's a pity that comrades are not easy to find. At this time, who is running and working for his own future, how can he be willing to do such a noble cause? Wen Zhen.
你毕业后想做什么呢？他低了头，并不回答他，但心里微微的起了一种莫名的扰动，他的脸竟涨得红红的。沈默了一会，他才低声说道：“这种理想生活，我也很愿意加入。”
What do you want to do after graduation? She lowered her head and did not answer him, but there was an inexplicable disturbance in her heart, and her face turned red. After a moment of silence, she whispered, I would also like to join this ideal life.
知不知道毕业后有阻力没有？知青的手指，这时无意中移进他的手边，轻轻地接触着，二人立刻都觉得有一种热力沁入全身心，脸都变了红色。他很不好意思地慢慢地把手移开。
I just wondered if there will be any resistance after graduation. Jiqing's finger inadvertently moved closer to her hand and touched it lightly. Both of them immediately felt a kind of heat filling their bodies and their faces turned red. She was very embarrassed. Remove your hand slowly.
经了这次谈话后，他们的感情便较前置了许多。同事的人看见这种情形，都纷纷地议论着。他们只得竭力检点自己的行迹，见面时也不大谈话，只是通信却较前勤的多了。
After this conversation, their relationship became much stronger than before. When my colleagues saw this situation, they all started talking about it. They had to try their best to keep track of their whereabouts, and they didn't talk much when they met, only their correspondence was much more diligent.
几乎每天都有一封信来往，他们心里都感到一种甜蜜的无上的快乐，同时却因不能常常见面，见面时不能谈话，心里未免时时有点难过。他从他的朋友那里得到他已经结过婚的消息。
A letter comes and goes almost every day. They all felt a sweet and supreme happiness in their hearts. At the same time, I feel a little sad because I can't see each other often and can't talk when we meet. She got the news from his friends that he was married.
他也从他的朋友那里知道他是已经和一位姓方的亲戚订过婚的。虽然他们因此都略略的有些不高兴，都想竭力的各自避开了，预防将来发生什么恶果。
He also learned from her friends that she was engaged to a relative named Fong. Although they were all a little unhappy because of this, they all tried their best to avoid it and prevent any negative consequences from happening in the future.
然而他们总不能驱除他们的恋感，似乎他们各有一丝不可见的赋予感应的线，寄住在彼此的心上。愈是隔离的久远，想念之心愈是强烈。时间流水似的滚流过去，他们的这种恋感。
However, they can't get rid of their love. It seems that they each have an invisible and sensitive thread tied to each other's hearts. The longer we are separated, the stronger our longing becomes. Time rolls by like water, and their love.
潜入身心也愈深愈固，他们很忧惧，预防这恶果的实现只是时间上的问题。他们似乎时时刻刻都感有一种潜隐的神力，要推逼他们成为一体。他们心里时时刻刻都带着凄然的情感。
The deeper it penetrates into the body and mind, the stronger it becomes. They are very worried, and it is only a matter of time before this evil consequence comes to fruition. They seem to feel a hidden divine power at all times, pushing them to become one. They carry sad emotions in their hearts all the time.
各有满肚子的话要待见面时倾吐，而终无见面的机会。便是见面了，也不像从前的健谈，谁都默默的，什么话也说不出，四目相对了许久，到了别离时，除了虚泛的问答外。
We each have a lot to say and want to talk about it when we meet, but there is no chance of meeting each other. Even when they met, they were not as talkative as before. Everyone was silent and couldn't say anything. They looked at each other for a long time. When it came to parting, there were only vague questions and answers.
仍旧是一句要说的话也没有诉说出来。他们都觉得这种情况是绝不能永久保持下去的。他们便各自进行，要把各自的婚姻问题先解决了。在道德上，在法律上，都是应该这样做的。
There was still nothing to say. They all realized that this situation could never last forever. They went on their own and wanted to solve their respective marital problems first. This is what we should do morally and legally.
他的问题倒不难解决，他的妻子是旧式的妇人。当他提出离婚的要求时，他不反抗，也不答应，只是低声的哭，怨叹自己的命运。后来他们的家庭被知青逼促得无可如何。
His problem was not difficult to solve. His wife was an old-fashioned woman. When he asked for a divorce, she neither resisted nor agreed. She just cried softly and complained about her fate. Later, their family was forced to do nothing by Jiqing.
便有两方的亲友出面，在表面上算是完全答应了知青的要求。不过他不愿意回娘家，仍旧是住在他的家里做一个食客。知青的事总算是宣告成功了，解决他的问题却有些不容易。
Relatives and friends of both parties came forward, and on the surface they completely agreed to Jiqing's request. But she didn't want to go back to her parents' home, so she still lived in his house and was a diner. The announcement about Jiqing was finally successful. Solving her problem is not easy.
他与他的未婚夫方军订婚，原是他们自己主动的。 他们是表兄妹。他的母亲是方军的二姨母。他们少时便在一起游戏，在同一的私塾里读书。后来他们都进了学校。当他在中学毕业时
She and her fiancé Fang Jun were engaged, and it was originally their own initiative. They are cousins. Her mother is Fang Jun's second aunt. They played together when they were young and studied in the same private school. Later they all entered the school. When he graduated from high school,
他还在高等小学2年级里读书。5年前的暑假，他们同在他们的外祖父家里住。这时他正考好毕业，他们互相爱恋着。他私向他求婚，他羞涩地答应了他。
She is still in the 2nd grade of higher elementary school. During the summer vacation 5 years ago, they stayed at their grandfather's house. At this time she was finishing her exams and graduating. They are in love with each other. He proposed to her privately, and she shyly agreed to him.
后来他要求他母亲向姨母提求正式婚姻，他们都答应了。他们便定了正式的婚约。他很满意，他在本城是一个很活动的人物，又是很有才名的。暑假后，他很想再进学校。
Later he asked his mother to propose a formal marriage proposal to his aunts, and they both agreed. They made a formal engagement. She was very satisfied. He was a very active figure in the city and very talented. After the summer vacation, she really wanted to go to school again.
他便极力地帮助他。他到了南京，进了女子师范。他们的感情极好，通信极勤。遇到暑假时，便回家相见。自5四运动爆发后，他们的这种境况便完全变异了。他因为被选为本校的代表。
He tried his best to help her. She arrived in Nanjing and entered the Women's Normal College. Their relationship is excellent and their communication is very frequent. During the summer vacation, we go home to see each other. Since the May 4th movement broke out, their situation has completely changed. She was chosen as the representative of her school.
出席于学生会之故，眼光扩大了许多，思想也与前完全不同，对于他便渐渐地感到不满意。后来他和知青发生了恋爱，对于他更是隔膜，通信也不如从前的勤了。他来了3、4封信。
Since I attended the student union, my horizons have broadened a lot, and my thoughts are completely different from before. I gradually became dissatisfied with him. Later, she fell in love with Jiqing, and she became even more estranged from him, and her communication was not as frequent as before. He sent 3 or 4 letters.
他总推说学生会事忙，只寥寥地勉强地附了几10字给他。暑假里也不高兴回去。方军写了一封极长的信给他，诉说自己近来生了一场大病，因为怕他着急，所以不敢告诉他。
She always said that the student union was busy, so she reluctantly gave him a few crosses. I am not happy to go back during the summer vacation. Fang Jun wrote a very long letter to her, telling her that he had been seriously ill recently, but he did not dare to tell her because he was afraid that she would be anxious.
现在已经好了，请他不要挂念。又说，他现在城县教育局的推荐已被认为第3高等小学的校长，极希望他能够在假期内回来一次。他有许多话要向他诉说呢。但他看了这封信后
It's better now, please don't worry about it. He also said that he has been appointed as the principal of the 3rd higher primary school on the recommendation of the County Education Bureau. Hope she can come back during the holidays. He had so much to say to her. But after she read this letter,
只是很淡漠的，似乎信上所说的话与他无关。他自己也觉得他的感情现在有些变异了。他很害怕，他知道这种淡漠之感是极不对的。他也曾几次的想制止自己的对于知青的想念。
It was just very indifferent, as if what the letter said had nothing to do with her. She herself feels that her feelings have changed a bit now. She was scared. She knew that this feeling of indifference was extremely wrong, and she had tried several times to stop herself missing Jiqing.
而竭力恢复以前的恋感，但这是不可能的。他愈是搜寻，他愈是逃匿的不见踪痕。他在良心上确然不忍背弃了方君，但同时他为将来的一生的幸福计，又觉得方君的思想已与自己不同。
And try their best to restore the previous feeling of love. But this is impossible. The more she searched, the more it disappeared without a trace. In her conscience, she really couldn't bear to abandon Fang Jun, but at the same time, she was planning for her future happiness, and realized that Fang Jun's thoughts were different from her own.
自己对于他的爱情又已渐渐淡薄，即使勉强结合，将来也绝不会有好结果的，似不应为了道德的问题牺牲自己一生的幸福。这种道德与幸福的交斗，在他心里扰乱了许久。结果
My love for him has gradually weakened, and even if I force the union, there will never be a good result in the future. It seems that I should not sacrifice my life's happiness for moral issues. This battle between morality and happiness disturbed her heart for a long time. Result.
毕竟是幸福战胜了，他便写了一封信，说了种种理由，告诉方君暑假时不能回去。他与知青的事渐渐地由朋友之口传入方君之耳，他便写了许多责难的信来，这突然增加他对他的恶感。
After all, happiness conquered. She wrote a letter and told Fang Jun for various reasons that she really couldn't go back during the summer vacation. The matter between her and Jiqing gradually reached Fang Jun's ears from friends, and he wrote many letters of accusation. This only increased her distaste for him.
最后，他不能再忍受，便详详细细地写了一封长信，述说自己的思想与志愿，并坚决地要求他原谅他的心，答应他解除婚约的要求。隔了几天，他的回信来了，只写了几个字。
Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore, so she wrote a long letter in detail, describing her thoughts and wishes, and firmly asked him to forgive her and agree to her request to terminate the engagement. A few days later, his reply came, with only a few words.
欲已缺不能复完，感情已变不能复联。解除婚约，我不反对，请直接与母亲及姨母商量。这又是一个难关，亲子的爱与情人的爱又在他心上交斗着。
The jade is missing and cannot be restored, and the relationship has become irreversible. I have no objection to breaking off the engagement. Please discuss this directly with your mother and aunt. This is another difficulty. The love of parent and child and the love of lover are fighting in her heart again.
他知道母亲和姨母如果听见了这个消息，一定要十分伤心的。他不敢使他们知道，但又不能不使他们知道。踌躇了许久，只得硬了头皮，写信告诉他母亲与表兄解约的经过。
She knew that her mother and aunt would be very sad if they heard the news. She didn't dare let them know, but she couldn't help but let them know. After hesitating for a long time, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and write a letter telling her about the termination of the contract between her mother and her cousin.
他母亲与他姨母果然十分伤心，写了许多信劝他们，想了种种方法来使他们复原。后来还是方君把一切事情都对他们说了，并且坚决地宣誓不愿再重合，他们才死了心。
Her mother and her aunt were indeed very sad and wrote many letters to persuade them and tried various ways to reconcile them. Later, Fang Jun told them everything and resolutely swore that they would not meet again. I just gave up my heart.
答应他们的解约，他们的问题都已解决，便突然无泪地宣告共同生活的开始。虽然有许多人背地里很不满他们的举动，但却没有公然攻击的。 他们对于这种匪夷却毫不介意。
agree to terminate their contract. Their problems have been solved, and they announce the beginning of living together without any fatigue. Although many people were secretly dissatisfied with their actions, there were no overt attacks. They paid no attention to this slander.
只是很顺势地过着他们甜蜜美满的生活。他们现在都相信人生便是恋爱，没有爱便没有人生了。他们常常坐在一张椅上看书，互相微靠着，心里甜蜜蜜的。有的时候
They just live their sweet and happy life smoothly. They all now believe that life is love, and there is no life without love. They often sit on a chair and read a book, leaning against each other, feeling sweet in their hearts. Sometimes.
他们乘着晴和的天气到野外去散步，菜花开得黄黄的，迎风起伏，如金色的波浪。野花的香味一阵阵地送来，觉得精神格外爽健。他们这时便开始讨论将来的生活问题，凭着他们的理想。
They took advantage of the sunny weather and went for a walk in the wild. The cauliflower blooms yellow and undulates in the wind, like golden waves. The scent of wild flowers came in waves, making him feel particularly refreshed and healthy. At this time, they began to discuss future life issues, relying on their ideals.
把一切计划都定得妥当。1年过去，知青已经毕业了。上海的一个学校，校长是他很好的朋友，便来请他去当教务主任。去呢？不去呢？这是他们很费踌躇的问题。他的意思
Make all plans in place. A year later, Jiqing has graduated. The principal of a school in Shanghai was his very good friend, so he came to ask him to be the dean of education. Are you going or not? This is a very hesitant question for them. What she meant.
很希望他仍在南京做事。他说，我们的生活现在很难分开，而且你也没有到上海去的必要。南京难道不能找到一件事吗？你一到上海，恐怕我们的计划都要不能实现了。还有，他说到这里
She very much hopes that he is still working in Nanjing, she said. It is difficult to separate our lives now. And there is no need for you to go to Shanghai. Can't you find something in Nanjing? Once you arrive in Shanghai, I'm afraid our plans will not be realized, and... She said this.
吞吐的说不出话来，眼圈红了，正视着他，像卧在摇篮里的婴孩，渴望他母亲的抚抱。隔了一会，便把头伏在他身上，气声说道：“我实在离不开你。”他的心扰乱无主了，像拍小孩似的。
She was vomiting and speechless, her eyes were red, and she stared at him like a baby lying in a cradle longing for his mother's caress. After a while, she laid her head on him and cried, I really can't live without you. His mind is disturbed and has no owner. It's like photographing a child.
他轻轻地拍着他的背臂，说道：“我也离不开你，这事我们慢慢的再商量吧。”他抬起头来，他们的脸便贴在一起，很久很久才离开了。他知道在南京很不容易找到事。
He gently patted her back arm and said, I can't live without you either. Let's discuss this slowly. She raised her head, and their faces were close to each other, and they left for a long time. He knew that it was not easy to find a job in Nanjing.
就找到事也没有上海的好。不做事原是可以，不过学校已经毕业，而再向家里拿钱用，似乎是不很好出口。因此，他便立意要到上海去。他见他意向已决，便也不再拦阻他。
Even finding things is not as good as in Shanghai. It's okay not to do anything, but after graduating from school, it seems that it's not easy to get money from your family. Therefore, he decided to go to Shanghai. Seeing that he had made up his mind, she no longer stopped him.
只是心里深深地感到一种不可言说的凄惨与从未有过的隔异，因此不快活了好几天。知青走了，他寂寞的心神不定，整天的什么事也不做，课也不上，只是默默地想念着知青。
I just felt an indescribable misery deep in my heart, a sense of alienation that I had never felt before. Therefore, I was unhappy for several days. Jiqing left, and she was so lonely that she felt uneasy. She did nothing all day long and didn't go to class. She just missed Jiqing silently.
每天都写了极长的甜蜜的信给知青，但是要说的话总是说不尽。起初，知青的来信也是同样的密肃与亲切。后来，他因为学校上课事务太忙，来信渐渐的稀少，信里的话。
I wrote very long and sweet letters to Jiqing every day, but I couldn't always run out of things to say. At first, Jiqing's letters were equally fast and cordial. Later, because he was in school and too busy with work, letters gradually became sparse, and the words in the letters
也显得简硬而无情感。他心里很难过，终日希望接得他的信，而信总是不常来。有信来的时候，他很高兴地接着读了，而读了之后，总感的一种不满足与苦闷。他也不知道这种情绪。
It also seemed simple and emotionless. She felt very sad and hoped to receive letters from him all day long, but the letters never came often. When letters came, she happily continued to read them, but after reading them, she always felt dissatisfied and depressed. She doesn't know this emotion either.
是怎样发生的？他原知道知青的心，原想竭力原谅他的这种简略，但这种不满之感总常常的魔鬼似的跑来叩他的心的门，任怎样也斥出不去。半年以后，他也毕业了。
How it happened. She knew Jiqing's heart and wanted to try her best to forgive him for his simplicity, but this feeling of dissatisfaction always came like a devil and knocked on the door of her heart, and she could not get rid of it no matter what. Half a year later, she also graduated.
为了升学与否的问题，他和青讨论了许久许久。他的意见是照着预定的计划，再到大学里去读书，而知青则希望他就出来做事，在经济上帮他一点忙。
She and Qing discussed for a long time whether to enter higher education. Her opinion was that she should go to university as planned, while Jiqing hoped that she would just work and help him financially.
他并诉说上海生活的困难与自己勤俭不敢糜费而上十分拮据的情形。他很不愿意读他这种诉苦的话。他第一次感到知青的变异和利己，第一次感到知青现在已成了一个现实的人。
He also talked about the difficulties of life in Shanghai and the fact that he was frugal and did not dare to waste money, but was still very poor. She didn't want to read his complaint. For the first time, she felt Jiqing's mutation and self-interest, and for the first time, she felt that Jiqing had now become a real person.
已忘尽了他们的理想计划，他想着，心里异常的不痛快。虽然知青终于被他所屈服，然而二人却因此都未免有些芥蒂。他尤其感到痛苦，他觉得他的信仰已失去了。
Their ideal plans have been forgotten. She thought about it, feeling extremely unhappy. Although Jiqing finally succumbed to her, the two of them had some grudges because of it. She was particularly distressed. She felt that her faith had been lost.
他的前途已如一片红叶在湍急的浊流上飘泛，什么目的都消散了。由彷徨而消极，而悲观，而厌世，思想的转变如夏天的雨云一样快。
Her future is like a red leaf floating on the turbulent current, and all purpose has disappeared. From hesitation to negativity, to sadness, to world weariness, thoughts change as quickly as summer rain clouds.
此后，他一个活泼泼的人便变成了一个深思的忧郁病者。有一天， 他独自在房里低着头闷坐着，觉得很无聊，便提起笔来写了一封信给知青。我现在很悲观，我正徘徊在生之迷途。
After that, she turned from a lively and lively person into a brooding melancholic patient. One day, she was alone in her room, sitting with her head down, feeling bored, so she picked up a pen and wrote a letter to Jiqing. I'm very sad now. I am wandering on the lost path of life.
我终日沈闷地坐在房里，课也不常去上，便走到课堂里，教师的声音也如迎闻之鸣，只在耳边扰叫着，一句也领会不得。我竭力想寻找人生的目的，结果却得到空幻与坟墓的感觉。
I sat in my room dully all day long and didn't go to class often. Then I walked into the classroom, and the teacher's voice was like a fly or a mosquito, just buzzing in my ears, and I couldn't understand a word. I tried hard to find the purpose of life, but ended up with a sense of emptiness and the grave.
我竭力想得到人生的趣味，却什么也如饮死灰色的白汤，不为不见甜腻之感，而且只觉得心头作恶要吐。哎，知青，你以为这种感觉有危险吗？是的，我自己也有些害怕。
I tried my best to find the joy of life, but nothing came out of it, like a dead gray-white soup. Not only did it not feel sweet and greasy, but I also felt like I was sick and wanted to vomit. Well, Jiqing, do you think this kind of infection is dangerous? Yes, I'm a little scared myself.
也想极力把它扑灭掉，不过想尽了种种方法，结果却总无效。它时时的来鞭打我的心，如春燕的飞来，在我心湖的绿波上轻轻地掠过去，湖面立刻变起了圆的水纹，扩大开去。
I also want to try my best to put it out. However, I tried all kinds of methods, but the result was always ineffective. It came to whip my heart from time to time, like a spring swallow flying, gently passing over the green waves of the lake in my heart, and round water immediately appeared on the lake's surface. The lines expand.
样荡的很久很久，没等到水波的平定，它又如魔鬼变了一阵的凉丝，把湖水又都吹皱了。哎，知青，你有什么方法能把这个恶魔除去了呢？亲爱的知青。
It swayed for a long, long time. Before the water calmed down, it turned cold again like a devil. The water in the lake was wrinkled again. Well, Jiqing, do you have any method to get rid of this demon? Dear Jiqing.
我很盼望你能于这个星期日到南京来一次，我真是可想见你啊！也许你一来，这种魔鬼便会逃去了。这几天南京天气都很晴明，菊花已半开了。你来时，我们可以在菊园里散步一会。
I really hope you can come to Nanjing this Sunday. I really long to see you. Maybe as soon as you come, this kind of devil will escape. The weather in Nanjing has been sunny these days, and the chrysanthemums are already half in bloom. When you come, we can take a walk in the chrysanthemum garden.
再到吴村吃饭，饭后登北极阁，你高兴吗？他写好了，又想不寄去。他想知青献了信，不见得便会对他表亲切的同情吧。虽然这样想，却终于把信封上了，亲自走到校门。
Then go to Wutsuan for dinner. Are you happy to go to the Arctic Pavilion after dinner? She finished writing it, but she didn't want to send it. She thought that Jiqing might express his warm sympathy to her after seeing the letter. Although I thought so, I finally put the envelope in and walked to the school gate in person.
把信抛入门口的邮筒里，他可盼着知青的复信。隔了2天，知青的信果然来了。孝义送这信给他时，他手指接着信，微微地颤抖着。知青的信很简单，只有2张纸。他一看就有些不满意。
Throw the letter into the mailbox at the door. She longed for Jiqing's reply. 2 days later, Jiqing's letter came as expected. When the school janitor sent this letter to her, she held it with her fingers, trembling slightly. Jiqing's letter was very simple, only 2 pieces of paper. When she saw it, she was a little dissatisfied.
他心里说，他的悲观都因平日太空想了之故。人生就是人生，不必问他的究竟，也不必找他的目的。我们做一天和尚撞一天钟，低着头办事、读书，同几个朋友到外边去散步游逛。
He said in the letter that her sadness was due to her daydreaming. Life is life, there is no need to ask what is going on, and there is no need to find its purpose. We spent the whole day catching up with the clock, doing errands with our heads down, reading, and going out for a walk with a few friends.
便什么疑问也不会发生了。又说，上海的生活程度一天高似一天，他的收入却并不增加，所以近来经济很困难。下月寄他的款还正在筹划中呢。南京之行，因校务太忙，恐不能如约。
There will be no more doubts. He also said that the standard of living in Shanghai is getting higher and higher day by day. His income has not increased, so the economy has been very difficult recently. The money to be sent to her next month is still being planned. Trip to Nanjing. Because the school is too busy, I may not be able to keep the appointment.
他读完这封无爱感、不表同情的信，心里深深地起了一种异样的寂寞之感，把抽屉一开，顺手把知青的信抛进去，手支着疑，默默地悲闷着。他现在完全失望了。
After reading this loveless and devoid of sympathy letter, she felt a strange loneliness deep in her heart. She opened the drawer and threw Jiqing's letter in. He supported his with his hand, feeling silently depressed. She is completely disappointed now.
他感得自己现在真成了一个孤寂无侣的人了。知青，他现在已确然地觉得是与他在2个绝不相同的思想世界上了。此后，他便不和知青再谈起这个问题，但他不知怎样。
She felt that she was truly alone now. Jiqing, she now knew for sure, was in 2 completely different worlds of thought than she was. After that, she stopped talking about this issue with Jiqing. But she didn't know what to do.
总渴望的要见知青，连写了几封信约他来，才得到他一封答应要于第2天早车来的快信。第2天，他起得极早，带着异常的兴奋，早早的便跑到车站上去接知青。时间格外过去的慢。
I always longed to see Jiqing. After writing several letters asking him to come, I got an express letter from him promising to come by train the next morning. She got up very early the next day, and with unusual excitement, she ran to the station early to pick up Jiqing. Time passes extremely slowly.
好容易才等到火车的到站，他立在月台上，靠近出口的旁边，细细地辨认下车的人。如一般的人，一群群地走过去，只看不见知青。月台上的人渐渐地稀少了，下车的人渐渐都走近了。
It was not easy to wait until the train arrived. She stood on the platform, close to the exit, carefully identifying the people getting off the bus. People like ants walked past in groups, but Jiqing could not be seen. The number of people on the platform gradually became fewer and fewer, and those who got off the train gradually disappeared.
他又走到取行李的地方，也不见知青，难道知青又爽约不成吗？也许一时疏忽，不曾见到他，大概已经下车，先到校里去了。他心里这样无聊地自慰着，立刻跑出车站，叫车回校。到校一问，
She walked to the place where she picked up her luggage again, but she didn't see Jiqing either. Did Jiqing break the appointment again? Maybe I was negligent and didn't see him. He probably got off the car and went to school first. She was so bored in her heart that she didn't see him. I ran out of the station immediately and asked for a ride back to school. Ask when you arrive at school.
知青也没有来，他心里便强烈地感着失望的愤怒与悲哀。第二天，知青来了一封信，说因为校里有紧急的事要商量，不能脱身，所以爽约请他千万原谅。他不理会这些话。
Jiqing didn't come either. She felt strongly the anger and sadness of disappointment in her heart. The next day, a letter came from Jiqing, saying that there were urgent matters to discuss at school and she couldn't get away, so she broke the appointment and asked her to forgive her. She ignored the words.
只是低着头自己悲忆着。他以后便不再希望知青来了。他心里除了淡漠与凄惨，什么也没有。他什么愿望都失掉了。生命于他如一片枯黄的树叶，什么时候离开枝头，他都愿意。失去的兔。
He just lowered his head and felt sad. She no longer hopes that Jiqing will come. There was nothing in her heart but indifference and misery. All her wishes were lost. Life is like a withered yellow leaf to her. She is willing to leave the branch any time. The Lost Rabbit.
贼如果来了，他要钱或要衣服，能给的我都可以给他。一家人饭后都坐在廊前太阳光中，虽是10月的时候，天气却不觉十分冷。太阳光晒在身上，透进一缕舒适的暖意。微风吹动翠绿的竹。
If a thief comes and wants money or clothes, I can give him whatever I can. After the meal, the family sat in the sunshine on the porch. Although it was October, the weather was not very cold. The sun shone on the body, letting in a comfortable warmth. The breeze blew the green leaves. Bamboo.
长杆和细碎的叶的影子也跟了在地上动摇着。2只红眼睛的白兔，还有6只小兔，在小小的园中东奔西跑地找寻食物。我心里很高兴，微笑地对着大家忽然谈起贼的问题。
The shadows of long poles and fine leaves also swayed on the ground. 2 white dogs with red eyes and 6 little ones were running around in the small garden looking for food. I was very happy and suddenly talked about thieves to everyone with a smile.
二妹摇摇头笑道：“世界上难有这样的好人。”母亲笑道：“你哥哥他真的会做出来。前年我们刚搬到这里来时，正是夏天，他把楼上的窗户都冻开了，一点警戒的心也没有。”
The second sister shook her head and said with a smile, "It's hard to find such a good person in the world." Mother smiled and said, "Your brother really knows how to make it." The year before last, when we first moved here, it was summer, and he opened all the windows upstairs without any warning.
1个多月没有失去一件东西，他大意地说道：“这里倒还没有贼。”不料到了有一天晚上，忽然被贼不费力地偷去了1件春大衣、2套碧鸡的洋装、1件羽毛纱的衣服。
Haven't lost anything in over a month. He said carelessly, "There are no thieves here yet." Unexpectedly, one night, a thief took away a spring coat, 2 serge dresses, and a feather gauze dress without any effort.
还有1个客人的长衫。明早他起来了，不见了衣服，才查问起来，看见楼廊上有一架照相箱落下，是匆促中来不及偷走的。栏杆外边的圆沿上有一块像皮底鞋的印纹。
There is also a guest's kaftan. When he got up in the morning, his clothes were missing, so he started to inquire and saw a photo box dropped on the corridor. He was in a hurry and had no time to leave. There was a mark of a rubber-soled shoe on the outer edge of the railing.
他才知道了贼是从什么地方上来的，但他却不去报巡警，说道：“不要紧，让他拿去好了，我还有别的衣服穿呢，你们看他可笑不可笑？”后来贼被捉了，在警局里招出偷过某处某处。
Only then did he know where the thief came from. But he didn't call the police, saying, "It doesn't matter, let him take it, I have other clothes to wear." You see if he is ridiculous or not. Later, the thief was caught and summoned to the police station to pass somewhere.
于是巡警把他们带来这里查问，一个是平常做生意人的样子，一个是很老实的老头子，如一个乡下出上来的愚笨的底下人。你哥哥道，东西已被偷去了，钱已被花尽了。
So the patrolman brought them here for questioning. One looks like a normal businessman, and the other looks like a very honest old man, like a stupid servant who just came from the countryside. Your brother said, "The things have been confiscated and the money has been spent."
还追问他们做什么，巡警却埋怨他一读，说他为什么不报警局呢？三妹道，哥哥对衣服是不稀罕的，偷去了，所以不在意。如果把他的书偷走了，看他不暴怒起来才怪呢。前半个月
And asked them what they were doing. The patrol officer complained to him and asked why he didn't call the police. The third sister said, "Brother is not interested in clothes. He stole them, so he didn't care. It would be strange if he didn't become furious if his books were taken away." First half month.
我见他要找一本书找不到，在乱骂人，后来才记起来被一个朋友带走了。他咕咕絮絮地自言自语道，再不借人了，再不借人了。自己要用起来，却不在身边。他一边说
I saw him looking for a book but couldn't find it, and he was cursing. Later I remembered that he was taken away by a friend. He muttered to himself, "I will never lend to anyone again, I will never lend to anyone again. I want to use it, but am not around." She said.
一边学着我着急的样子，逗引得大家都笑了。祖母道，你哥哥少时候真有许多怪脾气，他想什么，真会做出什么来呢？我正色地说道，说到贼，他真不会偷到书呢。偷了书又笨重。
While imitating my anxious look, it made everyone laugh. Grandma said, "Your brother really had a lot of weird tempers when he was young. Whatever he thinks, he will really do." I said sternly, "Speaking of a thief, he really doesn't know how to carry a book. A book is too heavy to carry."
又卖不得多少钱。不过我对于贼总是原谅他们的。人到了肚皮饿得叫着时，什么事做不出来。我们偶然饿了一读，或迟了一刻吃饭，已经忍耐不住了，何况他们大概总是饿了几顿肚子的。
It can't be sold for much money. But I always forgive thieves. When a person's belly is growling with hunger, he can't do anything. Occasionally we were hungry, or we were late for dinner, and we couldn't bear it anymore. Besides, they were probably always hungry for several meals.
如何不会迫不得已地去做贼？有一次，我在北京到琉璃厂书店里去，现一部古书集好，便买了下来，把身上所有的钱都用尽了，连回家的车钱都没有了。近旁又无处可借。
How to avoid being forced to become a thief. Once, when I was in Beijing, I went to the Lulakang bookstore and saw an excellent ancient book, so I bought it and used up all the money I had. I didn't even have the fare to go home. There is nowhere to borrow nearby.
那时恰好是午饭时候，肚里饥饿的好像有虫要爬到嘴边，等候着食物的入口。我勉强地沿路走着，现一路上吃食店里做客满满的，有的吃了很满足的出来，有的骄傲地走了进去。
It happened to be lunchtime, and I was so hungry that it seemed like worms were crawling to my mouth, waiting for the entrance of food. I reluctantly walked along the road. I saw that the restaurants along the way were full of customers. Some came out very satisfied after eating, while others walked in proudly.
我几次也想跟了他们走近，但一摸衣袋里是空空的， 终于不敢走近。但看见热气腾腾的馒头饺子陈列在门前，听见厨房里铁铲炒菜的声音，铁锅打的哒哒的声音，又是伙计们。
I wanted to follow them several times, but when I touched it, my pockets were empty, so I finally didn't dare to go in. But when I saw the steamed buns and dumplings displayed in front of the door, I heard the sound of shovels cooking in the kitchen, and the sound of the iron pot clicking. It was the guys again.
火腿白菜汤1碗，冬菜炒肉丝1盘，烙饼10个，多加些儿油的叫着，一觉得肚里饥饿起来。要不是被法律与羞耻牵住了，我那时真的要进去白吃一顿了。以此推知，他们饿极了的人。
A bowl of ham and cabbage soup, a plate of fried shredded pork with winter vegetables, and 10 pancakes. Add more oil, I screamed. I felt hungry in my stomach. If it weren't for the law and shame, I would sure really wanted to go in and have a free meal. By extension, they are extremely hungry people.
如何能不想法子去偷东西？况且，他们偷东西也不是全没有付代价的。半夜里，人家都在被窝中暖暖的熟睡着，他们却战战瑟瑟地在街角巷口转着，审慎了又审慎，迟疑了又迟疑。
How can I not think of ways to beg things? Besides, they didn't pay for everything. In the middle of the night, everyone was sleeping soundly and warmly in bed, but they were shivering around the streets and alleys. Be cautious again and again, hesitate again and again.
才决定动手去偷，爬墙、登屋、入房、开箱，冒了多少危险，费了多少气力，担了多少惊恐。这种代价恐怕万非区区金钱所能抵偿的呢。不幸被捉了，还要先受一顿打，一顿吊。
Then I decided to start mourning. Climbing the wall, climbing into the house, entering the room, and unpacking, so many dangers were taken, so much effort was expended, and so much fear was experienced. I'm afraid this kind of price cannot be compensated by mere money. If unfortunately he is caught, he will be beaten and hanged first.
然后在坐监中几个月或几年，从此无人肯原谅他，无人肯有职业给他。他是做过贼的，大家都是如此的指目讥笑着他，且都避之若虎狼。其实他们岂是甘心做贼的？世上有许多人贪官。
Then go to jail for months or years. From then on, no one was willing to forgive him, and no one was willing to give him a job. He has been a thief, everyone pointed at him and laughed at him, and they all avoided him like a tiger or a wolf. In fact, how could they be willing to be thieves? There are many people in the world, corrupt officials.
军阀、奸商、少爷等等，他们却都不费一点力，不担一点惊，安坐在家里，明明的劫夺，偷到一般人民的东西，反得了荣誉、恭敬，挺胸突腹地出入于大聚会场，谁敢动他们一根小毫毛？古语说
Warlords, profiteers, young masters, etc., but they sit at home without any effort or fear, and openly rob and steal ordinary people's things. Instead, they are honored and respectful, and go out to large gatherings with their chests and belly bulging out. Who dares to touch a hair of theirs? As the old saying goes.
窃钩者诛，窃国者侯，真是不错。我越说越气愤，只管侃侃地说下去，如对什么公众演说似的。哥哥在替贼打抱不平呢。三妹道：“你哥哥的话倒还不错，做了贼真是可怜。”祖母道：“况且
Those who steal the hook will be punished, and those who steal the country will be martyred. That's really good. The more I spoke, the angrier I became, and I kept talking, as if I was speaking to some public. Brother is fighting for the thief, said the third sister. What your brother said is not bad, and he did it. The thief is really pitiful, said the grandmother. Besides,
贼也不是完全不能感化的。 某时，有一个官知道了家里梁上有贼伏着，他便叫道：“梁上君子，梁上君子，请你下来，我们谈谈。”贼怕得了不得，战战兢兢地下梁来，跪在他面前求赦。他道：
Thieves are not completely invincible. At some point, an official knew that there was a thief hiding in a beam in his house, and he called out, "Gentlemen on the beam, gentlemen on the beam, please come down and let's talk." The thief was so frightened that he came down from the beam tremblingly and knelt before him to beg for mercy. He said,
请起来，你到这里来，自然是迫不得已的。你到底要用多少钱？告诉我，我可以给你。这个出于意外的福音把贼惊得呆了，他一句话也说不出，半晌才嗫嚅地说道：“求老爷放了我出去。”
Please get up. You came here out of necessity. Just tell me how much money you want, and I can give it to you. This unexpected piece of news shocked the thief so much that he couldn't say a word. After a long while, he muttered, "Please let me go."
下次再不敢来了。某官道：“不是这样说，我知道你如果不因为没有饭吃，也绝不至于做贼的。”说时，便踱进了上房，取出了10匹布、10两银子，说道：“这些给你去做小买卖。”
I won't dare to come again next time. A certain official said, "That's not what you're saying. I know you would never become a thief if it weren't for lack of food." When he said that, he walked into the upper room, took out 10 pieces of cloth and 10 taels of silver, and said, "These are for you to do a small business."
下次再不可做这些事了。本钱不够时，再来问我要。贼带了光明有望的前途走了回去，以后便成了一个好人。我还看了一部法国的小说，他写一个流落各地的穷汉。
Don't do these things again next time. When you don't have enough money, come back and ask me for more. The thief went back with a bright and promising future, and he became a good person from now on. I also read a French novel. It is about a poor man who lives in various places.
有一次被一个牧师收在他家里过夜，他半夜时爬起床来偷了牧师的一只银烛台逃走了。第二天，巡警捉了这个人到牧师家里来，问牧师那只烛台是不是他家的。牧师笑道：“是的。”
Once he was taken in by a priest to spend the night at his house. He got up in the middle of the night, knitted one of the priest's silver candlesticks and ran away. The next day, the patrolman caught this man and came to the pastor's house to ask the pastor if the candlestick belonged to him. The pastor smiled and said, "Yes."
但我原送给他2只的，为什么他只带了1只去？这个流浪人被感动得要哭了。后来改姓换名，成为社会中一个很著名的人物。可知人缘不是完全坏的。
But I originally gave him 2, so why did he only bring 1? The homeless man was moved to tears. Later, he changed his surname and name and became a very famous figure in society. It turns out that people are not completely bad.
社会上的坏人都是被环境迫成的。大家都默默无语，显然的是都同情于我的话了。太阳光还暖暖地晒着，烛影却已经长了不少。祖母道：“坐得久了，外面有风，我要进去了。”母亲、二妹。
The bad people in society are all forced to do so by the environment. Everyone was silent. It was obvious that they all sympathized with my words. The sun was still shining warmly, but the bamboo shadows had grown a lot. Grandma said, "I have been sitting for a long time, and there is wind outside. I'm going in." Mother, second sister.
3妹都和祖母一同进屋去了，廊上只有我和妻2人留着。看那小兔多有趣，妻指着墙角引我去看。约略只有大老鼠大小，长长的2只耳朵，时时耸直起来，好像在听什么，浑身的毛。
The 3 sisters all went into the house with their grandmother, leaving only my wife and me on the porch. Look at that little boy, how interesting it is. My wife pointed to the corner of the wall and led me to take a look. It is only about the size of a big mouse, with 2 long ears that stand straight up from time to time, as if listening to something, and the hair all over its body.
白的没有一点余瑕，不像他们父母那模样，已有些淡黄毛尖杂着，2只眼睛红得如小火点一样，正如大地为大雪所掩盖时，雪白的水平线上只露出血红的半轮夕阳。
It was so white that there was no stain at all, unlike their parents who had some light yellow hair mixed in. The 2 eyes were as red as small fire spots, just like when the earth was covered by heavy snow, only half of the blood-red eyes were exposed on the white horizontal line. Sunset.
我没有见过比他们更可爱的生物。他们有时分散开，有时奔聚在母亲的身边，有时他们自己依靠在一处，他们的嘴互相摩擦着，像是很有爱的。有时他们也学大兔的模样，2只后足一弹。
I have never seen a cuter creature. Sometimes they disperse, sometimes they gather around their mother, and sometimes they rely on themselves, their mouths rubbing against each other, as if they are very friendly. Sometimes, they also imitate the big cock, flicking its 2 hind legs.
跳了起来，来喜，拿些菠菜来给小兔吃，七叫道。菠菜来了，2只大兔来抢吃，小兔们也不肯落后，来喜把大兔赶开了，小兔们也被吓逃了。等一刻，又转身慢慢地走进来吃菜了。看小兔，看小兔。
Jumped up. Lyshi, bring some spinach for the little boy to eat, his wife called. When the spinach came, 2 big boys came to eat it, but the little boys refused to lag behind. Lyshi drove the big boys away, and the little boys ran away in fright. After waiting for a moment, he turned around and slowly came closer to eat the food. Look at the little boy, look at the little boy.
在吃菜呢。几个邻居的孩子立在铁栅门外望着，带着好奇心。祈祷，天天有许多人在门外望着，如不小心，恐怕要有人来偷我们的兔子。不会的，不会的，他们爬不进门来，我这样的喂着妻。
Eating vegetables. Several neighbor children stood outside the iron gate and looked at it with curiosity. The wife said, "There are many people watching outside the door every day. If we are not careful, someone may come to mourn our child." No, no, they can't climb in, I comforted my wife.
但心里也怕有失，便叫道：“跟采，跟采！晚上把以前放兔子的铁笼子仍旧拿出来，把兔子都赶进笼里去，散在园里，怕有人要偷。”跟才答应了。第2天早晨，我下了楼，第一件事便是去看兔子。
But he was also afraid of making a mistake, so he shouted, "Genkai, Genkai," at night, "Take out the iron cage where the chickens used to be kept, and drive all the chickens into the cage. They are scattered in the garden for fear that someone will ask for their bedding." Genkai agreed. The next morning, I went downstairs, and the first thing I did was to see the boy.
但是园里不见一只兔子的影子，再找兔笼子也不见了。跟采，跟采，你把兔笼放在哪里去了？我吃惊地叫着。跟才不在家，买小菜去了。张嫂答应道：“你晓得跟才把兔笼子放在哪里？”我问张嫂。
But there was no sign of a cockroach in the garden. No matter how much I looked for it, the cage was gone. "Genkai, Genkai, where did you put the cage?" I shouted in surprise. Genkai is not at home. He went to buy some side dishes, Mrs. Zhang agreed. Do you know where Genkai put the cage? I asked Mrs. Zhang.
我不晓得。昨天晚上听见跟才说，把兔子赶了半天，才一只一只捉进笼去。 后来就不晓得他把笼子放在哪里了。张嫂答道：我到处的找，园中、廊上、厅中、厨房中、后天井、晒台上、书房中。
I don't know. Last night I heard Genkai say that I chased the bastards for a long time before catching them one by one and putting them in the cage. Later, I didn't know where he put the cage, Mrs. Zhang replied. I looked everywhere, in the garden, on the porch, in the hall, in the kitchen, on the back patio, on the terrace, and in the study room.
各处都找遍了，兔子既不见一只，兔笼子也无影无踪。该死，该死！一定被什么贼连笼偷走了。我开始有些愤极了。七和三妹也下楼来帮我寻找，来喜也来找，明知这是无意的寻找。
I searched everywhere, but not a single one of them was found, and there was no trace of the cage. Damn, damn. He must have been jailed by some thief. I started to get a little angry. My wife and third sister also came downstairs to help me search, and Laishi also came to look for me. Knowing that this is a futile search.
却不肯就此甘心失去。我躺在书房中的沙发上，想念着，大兔们还不大可惜，小兔们太可爱了，刚刚是最有趣的时期，却被偷走了。贼呀！该死！该死！为什么不偷别的，却偷了兔去？
But he refused to be willing to lose it. I was lying on the sofa in the study, thinking, it's not a pity for the adults, the kids were so cute, they were the most interesting period just now, but they were taken away. Thief! Damn it! Damn it! Why don't you say anything else, but just die?
能卖得多少钱？为什么不把兔拿回来换钱？巡警站在街上做什么的？县贼半夜三更提了兔笼走，难道不会阻止？跟才也该死，为什么不把兔笼放到厅上来？我诅咒贼，怨恨贼，这是第一次。
How much can it be sold for? Why not take it back and exchange it for money? What is a patrolman doing standing on the street? If you see a thief pick up his cage and leave in the middle of the night, wouldn't you stop him? Genkai deserves to die, why not put the cage in the hall? I curse the thief and resent the thief. This is the first time.
我失了衣服，失了钱，都不恨，但这一次把可爱的小兔提走了，我却痛痛地恨怒了他。这个损失不是金钱的损失。唉，大子问我们要过，二妹的朋友也问我们要过，我都托辞不肯给。
I lost my clothes and money, but I didn't hate it. But this time I took away the cute little boy, but I hated him bitterly. This loss is not a loss of money. Sai, the eldest sister, asked us to get married, and the second sister's friends also asked us to get married, but I made excuses and refused to give.
如今全都失去了，早知这样，还是分给人家的好。一定没有了，一定被贼偷去了。都是你！你昨天如果不叫根，才把兔都捉进笼，一定不会全都失去的。散在园中，贼捉起来多么费力。
Now all is lost. If I had known this, it would have been better to give it to others. They must be gone. They must have been killed by thieves. It's all you. If you hadn't called Jen before you caught the chickens and put them in the cage yesterday, you wouldn't have lost them all. They were scattered in the garden, and it would have been very difficult for the thieves to catch them.
他们一定不敢来捉的。现在好了，笼子、兔子，一笼子都被捉去了。倒便宜了贼，替他装好在笼子里，提起来省力。妻在寻找了许久之后，也进了书房，带埋怨似的说着。我两手捧着头，默默无言。
They must not dare to catch it. It's fine now. The cage, the pig, and all the cages have been captured. The thief got the better of him and put it in the cage for him so that it would save effort to lift it up. After searching for a long time, my wife also entered the study and said complainingly. I held my head in my hands and was silent.
小兔子又有几只，一只、二只是来喜的声音，在园中喊着。我和妻立刻跳起来奔出去看。什么？小兔子已经找到了吗？我叫问着，心里突突的惊喜的跳着。不是的，是第二胎的小兔子，还很小呢。
There are a few more little cockroaches. 1, 2, Lexus' voice shouted in the garden. My wife and I immediately jumped up and ran out to take a look. What? The little cockroach has been found. What? I asked, my heart beating with surprise. No, it's the second baby, and it's still very small.
只生了2只，来喜道。墙角的瓦堆中，不知几时又被大兔做了一个窝，底下是用稻草垫着，草上铺了许多从母兔身上落下的柔毛，上面也是柔毛，做成了一个穹形的顶盖，很精巧，很暖和。
I only gave birth to 2, Lyshi said. In the tile pile in the corner of the wall, the mother-in-law made a nest at some time. The bottom was padded with straw, and the grass was covered with many soft hairs that fell from the mother-in-law. The top is also soft, forming a dome-shaped top cover, which is very delicate and warm.
2只极小的小兔，大约只有小白鼠大小，眼睛还没有睁开，浑身的毛极薄极细，红的肉色显露在外，柔弱无能力的样子，使人一见就难过。又加了一层的男人的痛苦与悲悯。母兔去了。
They were 2 extremely small cubs, about the size of a white mouse. Their eyes had not yet opened. Their hair was very thin and fine, and their red flesh color was exposed. They looked weak and incompetent, which made people sad at first sight. Another layer of unbearable pain and compassion. The mother-in-law is gone.
谁给他们乳吃呢？难道看他们生生的饿死？该死的贼，该杀的贼，这简直是犯了万恶不可赦的谋杀罪。根才怎么还不回来？快去叫巡警去，一定要捉住这偷兔贼，太可恨了！叫他们立刻去查。
Who feeds them? Could it be that they are starving to death? Damn thief, this is simply a heinous crime of murder. Why hasn't Genkai come back? Go and call the patrol. You must catch this thief. It's so hateful. Tell them to investigate immediately.
快些把母兔捉回来！我愤急地叫着。哎，只要贼肯把兔子送回呀，什么价钱都肯出，并且绝不追究他的偷窃的罪。我又似对全城市民宣告似的自语着。
Catch the mother-in-law quickly. I shouted angrily. Alas. As long as the thief is willing to send the son back, he is willing to pay any price, and he will never be held accountable for the crime of theft. I said to myself again as if announcing to the whole city.
我们把那2只可怜的小兔从瓦堆中捉出，放在一个竹篮中，就当作它们的窝。我不敢正眼看它们那种柔弱可怜的惨状。快些倒点牛奶给它们吃吧。我无望的、姑且自慰的吩咐道。没有用。
We took the 2 poor little ones out of the pile of rubble and put them in a bamboo basket as their nest. I dare not look at their weak and pitiful plight. Hurry up and pour some milk for them to eat. I ordered in a hopeless and tentative way. It's no use.
没有用，他们不肯吃的。张嫂道。我着急地叫道，不管他们吃不吃，你去拿你的好了。不能吃，难道看他们生生的饿死？少爷要，你去拿来好了。妻说道。牛奶拿来了，我把他们的嘴放在奶盘中。
It's no use, they won't eat. Sister-in-law Zhang said. I shouted anxiously, whether they eat or not, just go and get yours. If they can't eat, will they starve to death? Young master wants it, just go and get it. My wife said. The milk was brought, and I put their mouths in the milk tray.
好像他们的嘴曾动了几动，后来又匍匐的浑身抖颤的很费力的爬开了，毫没有要吃的意思。我摇摇头，什么方法也没有。根才在大家忙乱中提了一大盘小菜进来。根才
It seemed that their mouths had moved a few times, and then they crawled away with great effort, trembling all over, without any intention of eating. I shook my head, there was nothing I could do. Genkai came in with a large plate of side dishes while everyone was in a hurry. Genkai.
你把兔笼子放在哪里的？我道。根才，兔子连笼子都不见了。七道。根才惶惑地说道，我把它放在廊前的，怎么会被偷了？我怒责道，为什么放在廊前？为什么不取来放在客厅上？现在，你看。
Where did you put the cage? I said. Genkai, even the cage is gone. The wife said. Genkai said in confusion, I put it in front of the porch, how could it be mourned? I angrily said, why put it in front of the porch? Why not take it and put it in the living room? Now, you see.
我手指着那两个未睁开眼睛的小兔说，这两只小兔怎么办？都是你害了他们。根才无话可答，只摇摇头，半晌才说道，平日放在园中都不会失去，太小心了，反倒不好了。我走进书房。
I pointed at the two little ones who had not opened their eyes and said, What should I do with these two little ones? It was you who hurt them. Genkai had nothing to say and just shook his head. After a long while, he said, You won't lose it if you put it in the garden on weekdays. If you are too careful, it will be bad. I walked into the study room.
取了一张名片，写上几个字，叫根才去报巡警，请他们立刻去找。根才回来了，带了一句很简单的话来。他们说晓得了。我心里很不高兴。七道，时候不早了，你到公事房去吧。在公事房里
He took a business card, wrote a few words on it, asked Genkai to call the patrol police, and asked them to look for him immediately. Genkai came back with a very simple sentence. They said, they understand. I was very unhappy. The wife said, It's getting late, you should go to the office. In the office room.
我无心办事，一心只纪念着失去的兔，尤其是那两只留存的未睁眼的小兔。我特地小心地去问好几个同事，有什么方法可以养活它们，又到图书馆立等地借了几册论养兔的书来。
I had no intention of doing anything, and I only thought about the lost babies, especially the two remaining babies that had not opened their eyes. I carefully asked several colleagues if there was any way to feed them. I went to the library and immediately borrowed a few books on raising animals.
他们都不能给我以一点光明。午饭时到了家，问道：“小兔呢？怎么样了？”很好，还活泼。七道，竹篮上盖了一张报纸，两只小兔在报纸下面沙沙的正爬着，我不忍把报纸揭开来看。下午
None of them can give me any light. During lunch, when I got home, I asked, Where's Xiaoxing? How is he doing? Very good, still lively. His wife said. The bamboo basket was covered with a newspaper, and two little boys were rustling and crawling under the newspaper. I couldn't bear to open the newspaper and look at it. Afternoon.
巡警还没有什么消息报告给我们，我又叫根才去问他们一趟。警官微笑地说道：“兔子吗？我们一定带你们慢慢地查好了。不过上海地方太大了，找得到否，我们也不知道。”
The patrol police haven't reported anything to us yet. I asked Genkai to ask them again. The police officer said with a smile, Is it you? We will slowly investigate it on your behalf, but Shanghai is such a big place, we don't know if we can find it.
要他们用心去找是无望的了，他们怎么肯为了几只兔子去探访呢？子夫来了，他的家住在西门，我特地托他到城隍庙卖兔的地方去看看，有没有像我们家里的兔在那里出卖。
It is hopeless for them to search hard. Why are they willing to visit just for a few chickens? My brother-in-law is here. His family lives in Ximen. I specially asked him to go to the place where the chickens are sold in the Qinghuang Temple to see if there are any chickens sold there like the ones in our house.
又一天过去了，子夫来说那里也没有一毫的影迹，恐怕是偷兔的人提了笼沿街叫卖去了。两只小兔还在竹篮中沙沙地正爬着，我一点方法也没有，又给牛奶它们吃，强灌了进去。
Another day passed, and as far as my brother-in-law was concerned, there was no trace of him there. I'm afraid it's some poor people who are carrying cages and hawking along the streets. The two little ones were still crawling around in the bamboo basket. I have no idea at all. He also gave them milk and forced it down their throats.
不久又都吐了出来，唉，无望，无望。我这样的时时叹息着。祖母不敢来看小兔子，只说可怜可怜，快些给他们奶吃。母亲拿了牛奶去灌了他们几次，但也无用。到了3天了。
Soon they all vomited out again. Oh, hopeless, hopeless. I sighed from time to time. The grandmother didn't dare to see the little ones and just said, "Poor, poor, give them milk quickly." The mother took milk and fed them several times, but it was of no use. It's been 3 days.
竹篮里正爬的声音略低了些，我晓得这两个小小的可怜的生物临命之期不远了，但我不敢揭开报纸的盖去望望它们。有一只不能动了，快要死了，还有一只好一点，还能够在篮上正爬。
The sound of struggling and crawling in the bamboo basket was slightly lower. I knew that the death of these two little poor creatures was not far away. But I didn't dare to lift the cover of the newspaper and look at them. One of them can't move and is about to die. The other one is better and can still crawl on the basket.
午饭时，三妹见了我这样说。我见来喜用火钳把倒死在地上的那只小兔钳到外面，气掩了脸不敢看。我坐在沙发上叹息，贼可诅咒得贼！唉，生生地饿死了这两只可怜的生物。
Third sister said this to me when she saw me at lunch. I saw Laishi using a pair of fire tongs to take the dead little baby outside. My wife hid her face and did not dare to look. I sat on the sofa and sighed. Thief, cursed thief. Alas, these two poor creatures starved to death.
真是万死不足以庇孤，只要我能捉住你啊！我紧紧地握着双拳，这样想着。如果贼真的到了我的面前，我一定会毫不踌躇地一拳打了下去。再隔1天，剩下的那只小兔也倒闭在竹篮中了。
Really, 10,000 deaths are not enough to cover up the guilt. As long as I can catch you. I clenched my fists tightly and thought like this. If the thief really comes in front of me, I will definitely punch him without hesitation. Again the next day, the remaining little one also died in the bamboo basket.
贼，该死的贼！我咬紧了牙根，这样的诅咒着，不能再说别的话了。哥哥失了兔子，比失了什么都痛心些。他现在很恨贼，大概不肯再替贼打抱不平了。仿佛是三妹在窗外对着什么人说道
：“Thief, damn thief!” I gritted my teeth, cursing like this, and couldn't say anything else. My brother lost his son, which is more painful than losing anything else. He hates thieves very much now, and probably won't stand for thieves anymore. The injustice is over. It seemed like the third sister was saying to someone outside the window.
我心里充满了痛苦、悲悯、愤怒与诅咒，抱了头默默地坐在书房中。压岁钱，家里的几个小孩子老早就盼望着大年夜的到来了。12月15，他们就都放了假，终日在家里，除了温书。
My heart was filled with pain, compassion, anger, and curses, and I sat silently in the study with my head in my hands. New Year's money. Several children in the family have been looking forward to the arrival of New Year's Eve for a long time. On December 15th, they all had a holiday and stayed at home all day, except for Wenwen's book.
读杂志、童话或捉迷藏、踢毽子，或由大人们带他们出去看电影以外，便梦想着新年前后的热闹与快活。他们聚谈时，总提到新年的作乐的事，他们很早的就预算着新年数日间的计划。
In addition to reading magazines, fairy tales, playing hide and seek, playing shuttlecock, or having adults take them out to watch movies, they dream of the heat and happiness around the new year. When they get together, they always talk about having fun in the new year, and they plan their plans for the new year very early.
小妹最活泼，两颊如苹果般的红润，大哥一回家便不自禁地要去抱她，连连地亲她，有时把她捉弄得着急起来要哭了，还不肯放松。她常拍着两手，咕嘟着了爱的嘴，撒娇似的说道：“子子。”
The younger sister is the most lively, with cheeks as rosy as apples. As soon as the elder brother comes home, he can't help but hug her and kiss her repeatedly. Sometimes he teases her until she becomes anxious and wants to cry, and refuses to relax. She often clapped her hands, cooed, and said coquettishly, "Sister."
大年夜怎么还不来？三妹一年年的长大了，现在不觉得已是一个婀娜动人的女郎了，便应道：“不要性急，今天是16，还有2个礼拜就是大年夜了。”说到大年夜，
Why aren't you here on New Year's Eve? The third sister has grown up year by year, and now she is a graceful and charming girl, so she responded, "Don't be impatient. Today is the 16th, and New Year's Eve is in 2 weeks. Speaking of New Year's Eve.
那真是儿童们最快乐的一夜。他们见到许多激动而有趣的事与物，他们围着火堆，戴了花面具跳舞。他们有压岁钱，这些钱可以给他们自由花用，一切都是有味的。
That was truly the happiest night for children. They saw many exciting and interesting things. They danced around the fire and wore flower masks. They had New Year's money, which they could spend freely. Everything is flavorful.
都是蕴蓄无穷的乐趣的。近20时，家里开始忙乱起来了。厨子买了许多鸡鸭鱼肉来，孩子们天天现他杀鱼杀鸡鸭，有的用盐腌，有的浸在酱油中，都觉得是平常所未有过的。隔了几天，
They all contain endless fun. At around 20 o'clock, the house started to get busy. The cook bought a lot of chicken, duck, and fish. The children saw him killing fish and chicken and duck every day, some of which were pickled with salt and some soaked in soy sauce. They all thought it was unusual. There have been. After a few days.
瓦檐前已挂了许多腊货，家里各个人都忙着，二妹、三妹也去帮忙，只有小妹、小弟和贝贝旁观着，有时带着诧异的神情望着，有时却不休地问着，问得大人们都讨厌起来。
Many wax goods have been hung in front of the eaves. Everyone in the family was busy, and the second and third sisters also went to help. Only the younger sister, younger brother, and Bebe stood by, sometimes looking at them with surprised expressions, sometimes asking endlessly, which made the adults annoying. Stand up.
地板、窗户都开洗过了，椅上也加了红缎垫子，桌前围了红缎围布， 铜的、锡的烛台都用瓦灰擦得干干净净。这是张婶、李嫂、来喜们的成绩，母亲也曾亲自动手过。大年夜一天天近了。
The floor and windows have been cleaned, red satin cushions have been added to the chairs, a red satin cloth has been placed in front of the table, and the copper and tin candlesticks have been wiped clean with tile dust. These are Aunt Zhang, Aunt Li, congratulations on our achievements. My mother has also done it herself. New Year's Eve is approaching day by day.
孩子们一天天的一发高兴起来。28日，厨子带了一个大猪头来，这引动了孩子们的好奇心，窝蜂四围拢来看。母亲叫张婶取了一大盆水来，把猪头放在水盆中，母亲自己来洗。
The children are getting more and more happy day by day. On the 28th, the cook brought a big pig's head, which aroused the curiosity of the children, who gathered around to look at it. Mother asked Aunt Zhang to fetch a large basin of water and put the pig's head in the basin. Mother herself, Lai Shi, and
张婶和二妹每个人都手执一把钳子去钳猪头上的细毛，费了半天的功夫才把猪头钳洗乾净了。29日，厨房里灯火点得亮亮的，厨子和李嫂忙得没有一刻空闲，他们在蒸米粉。
Aunt Zhang and the second sister each hold a pair of pliers to remove the fine hairs on the pig's head. It took a long time to clean the pig head pliers. On the 29th, the lights in the kitchen were brightly lit, and the cook and Mrs. Li were so busy that they steamed rice noodles.
做年糕，厨子拿了热气腾腾的大堆的糕团，在石臼中冲锤，孩子们见他执了大石锤，一下一下很吃力地冲着，觉得他的气力真是不可思议的大。冲完了，三妹首先问他要一点糕团来。
Make rice cakes. The cook took a large pile of steaming cakes and pounded them in a stone mortar. The children saw that he was pounding the cakes hard with a big stone, and they thought that his strength was really incredible. After pounding the rice, third sister first asked him if he wanted some cakes.
掐做好些有趣的东西，人呀、兔呀、猴子呀，他都会做。小妹、小弟学样，也去问厨子要糕团。你们也要做什么？又不会做东西，他故意的嗔责道。小弟哭丧着脸，如受了重大打击似的。
She can make some interesting things for people, monkeys, and monkeys. My younger sister and younger brother followed suit and asked the cook for cake balls. What are you going to do? You can't make anything, he said deliberately. The younger brother was crying with a sad face, as if he had suffered a serious blow.
一声不响地站着，小妹却生气了。三字有，我们为什么没有？你怎么知道我不会做什么？告诉妈妈去，你敢不给我？厨子带笑地摘了2小块糕团给他们，一人给1块，说道：“不要气，同你玩玩。”
Standing silently, the little sister became angry. Third sister has it, why don't we? How do you know I won't do anything? Tell Mom, don't you dare not give it to me. The cook picked up 2 small pieces of cake and gave them to them with a smile, 1 piece to each of them, and said, Don't be angry, let's play with you.
不要气，小弟还咯嘟着嘴不大高兴。大年夜终于到来了，早上一切的筹备都已就绪了，大家略略的觉得安闲些。大哥还要到公司里去做半天工，因为要到下午才放假。店家要账的人
Don't be angry. The younger brother was still pouting and not very happy that New Year's Eve has finally arrived. In the morning, all the preparations are ready. Everyone has a little leisurely time. The elder brother has to go to the company to do some work. It's a half-day job because the shop doesn't have the day off until the afternoon.
陆续的来了，母亲和嫂嫂一个个的付钱，把他们打发走。到了午后，母亲在房里包压岁钱， 嫂嫂和二妹、三妹在祖宗牌位前面摆设香炉烛台，厨子在劈柴，一根根的劈得很细。
They came one after another, and my mother and sister-in-law paid them one by one and sent them away. In the afternoon, my mother was packing New Year's money in the room, my sister-in-law, my second sister, and my third sister were setting up incense burners and candlesticks in front of the ancestral tablets. The cook was chopping firewood, chopping them very finely.
来喜帮他把柴堆在天井中很整齐地堆列着，游下堆道上。小妹、小弟和贝贝在房里围着大哥，抢着要他刚才买回家的种种花面具。我要那个红脸的。小弟道：我要那个白脸有长胡子的。
Lyshi helped him pile the firewood in the patio, neatly stacking it from bottom to top. The younger sister, younger brother and Bebe surrounded the elder brother in the room, vying for the various flower masks he had just bought home. I want the red-faced one, said the younger brother. I want the one with the white face and the long beard.
小妹道，贝贝伸了两只小手道：爹爹，我也要，我也要。大哥把红脸的给小弟，白脸有须的给小妹，剩下一个黑脸的给贝贝。孩子们拿了花面具，立刻嘻嘻哈哈地戴到脸上去，各自御下别人。
The younger sister said. Double stretched out his little hands and said, Daddy, I want it too, I want it too. The younger sister said. Double stretched out his little hands and said, Daddy, I want it too, I want it too. The eldest brother gave the red-faced one to the younger brother, the white-faced and bearded one to the younger sister, and the remaining one with a dark face gave double. The children took the flower masks and immediately put them on their faces, laughing and joking, trying to scare others.
你长了胡子了，脸怎么白得和壁上的石灰一样？你才好看里怕人的红脸和强盗似的。贝贝不说话，戴了黑的面具，立刻到大厅上去找他的母亲。母妈，母妈，我的脸好看不好看？
You have grown a beard. Why is your face as white as the plaster on the wall? You are so good-looking, but your red face is like a robber's when you are afraid of others. Bibi said nothing, put on a black mask, and immediately went to the hall to find his mother. Mom, Mom, does my face look good?
他很起劲地说道：真有趣，黑黑的脸。贝贝，你这个花面具真好，谁买给你的？爹爹，他给我的。说时，小弟、小妹也都跑来了，大厅上立刻充满了孩子们的笑声和哄闹声。晚上，先供祭了祖先。
He said enthusiastically. It's really interesting, with a dark face. Bebe, this flower mask of yours is really good. Who bought it for you? Dad, he gave it to me. While talking, my younger brother and younger sister also came running over, and the hall was immediately filled with the laughter and cheers of children. In the evening, we first offered sacrifices to our ancestors.
大家都恭恭敬敬地跪拜着，哥哥却只鞠了3下躬。贝贝拜时几乎是伏在地上，大家都哄堂地笑了。然后母亲带小弟到灶下去，叫他取了火钳，在灶中钳了一块熊熊燃烧着的柴来。
Everyone knelt down respectfully, but my brother only bowed 3 times. When he bowed down, he almost fell on the ground, and everyone burst into laughter. Then, the mother took her younger brother to the stove, asked him to get the tongs, and tongs a piece of burning firewood in the stove.
放在天井柴堆中，这个柴堆也烧了起来。黑暗的天井中充满了火光，人影幢幢的往来。来喜把盐一把一把地掷在柴堆中，他便噼拍噼拍地爆响起来。小妹也学样，掷了不少盐进去。母亲道
Place in the patio woodpile. The pyre also burned. The dark courtyard was filled with firelight and figures of people were coming and going. Lyshi threw handfuls of salt into the pile of firewood. It then crackled and exploded. My younger sister also followed suit and threw a lot of salt into it. Mother said.
好了，不要再掷了。他还是不肯停止。大厅上摆设了桌子，大大小小都围在桌上吃年饭。没有在家的人也设有座位，碑前也放着一副碑柱。天井中柴堆还只是烧着，来喜在那里照料。饭后
Okay, no more throwing. She still refused to stop. A table was set up in the hall, and people of all sizes gathered around it to eat New Year's dinner. There were seats for those who were not at home, and a pair of cups and chopsticks were placed in front of the cups. There was firewood in the patio. The pile is still burning. Lai Shi is there to take care of it.
母亲分压岁钱了，二妹、三妹都是10块钱，小妹、小弟和贝贝则每人1块钱，都用红纸包了。小弟借了钱，现只有1块，立刻失望的不高兴起来。母妈答应过给我5块钱。
The mother shared the New Year's money. The second and third sisters each received 10 yuan, and the younger sister, younger brother and Bebe received 1 yuan each, all wrapped in red paper. The younger brother took the money and saw that there was only 1 piece, and he immediately became disappointed and unhappy. Mom promised to give me $5.
去订1年儿童画报，还买一部滑冰车，怎么只有1块？我不要。说是他把钱锵的一声抛在桌上。母亲道：做什么？你大年夜还要发脾气？你看小妹、贝贝都安安静静，没有说一句话。
Go subscribe to Children's Illustrated for a year and buy a skateboard. Why is there only 1 piece? I don't want it. When he said that, he threw the money on the table with a clang. Mother said, what to do? You still have to lose your temper on New Year's Eve. You see, Xiaomei and Bebe were both quiet and didn't say a word.
小弟急得嘴边扁皱起来，快要哭了。大年夜不许哭，哭就打。母亲道。大哥连忙把小弟连劝带骗的哄到书房里来。不要着急，等一等，我给你钱。哎，弟弟，你知道我小时有多少压岁钱？
The younger brother was so anxious that his lips wrinkled up and he was about to cry. Don't cry on New Year's Eve. If you cry, you'll be beaten, said the mother. The eldest brother quickly coaxed the younger brother into the study room with persuasion and deception. Don't be anxious, I will give you the money later. Oh, brother, do you know how much New Year's money I had when I was a child?
哪里像你们一样，有什么1块2块的？有一年，当我才8、9岁时，我在大年夜的前几天就预算好新年要用的钱和要买的东西了。我和大子道，去年祖母给200钱做压岁钱。
Like you, where can you get 1 or 2 pieces? One year, when I was only 8 or 9 years old, I budgeted the money and things I would buy for the new year a few days before New Year's Eve. My eldest sister and I said, last year, my grandma gave me $200. Yearly money.
今年我大了1岁，一定可以给我500钱。我要买花炮放，还要买糖人，还要和你和他们掷状元红，今年一定要赢你的。我一切都计划得好好的，500钱恰好够用。到了大年夜了。
I am 1 year older this year, so you can definitely give me $500. I want to buy fireworks and candy people, and I want to throw number 1 pick red with you and them. I will definitely beat you this year. I have planned everything well, and $500 is just enough. It's New Year's Eve.
我十分的快活，一心等候着祖母发压岁钱。饭后，祖母拿出一包包的红纸包，先递一包给大子，又递一包给我。我一看，只有100钱。那时我真失望，好像跌入一个无底的暗洞中似的。
I was very happy, and I was waiting for my grandmother to send me the New Year's money. After the meal, my grandmother took out packages of red paper bags and handed one package to my eldest sister and then me. When I saw it, there was only $100. At that time, I was really disappointed, as if I had fallen into a bottomless dark hole.
觉得什么计划都打翻了，火炮糖人都买不成，状元红也不配置了。我哭声地问祖母道：“今年压岁钱怎么只有100钱？”我不要。祖母一句话也没有，眉毛紧皱着，好像有满脸心事似的。
All of his plans were ruined. No one could buy the cannons, and the top prize red was no longer worthy of throwing. I cried and asked my grandma, why is it that the New Year's money this year is only 100 yuan? I don't want it. Grandma didn't say a word, her eyebrows were furrowed, as if she was worried.
我见祖母不答应我，知道无望了，便高声地哭了起来。祖母道：“你哭你哭，要讨打了，大子只有50钱呢。他不哭，你哭。你晓得今年没有钱吗？”说时，他脸色凄然，好像倒也要下泪了。
When I saw that my grandmother didn't agree to my request, I knew it was hopeless, so I cried loudly. Grandma said, "You cry, you cry. I'm going to fight him. The eldest sister only has $50. If she doesn't cry, you cry. Do you know there is no money this year?" When she said this, her face looked sad, as if she was about to cry.
神母见我哭了，连忙把我哄到她房里，说道：“乖乖的，不要哭，祖母今年实在没有钱，明年正月里一定会再给你的。”祖母在她房里自言自语道：“三儿钱还不寄来，只有2块钱了。”
When my aunt saw me crying, she quickly coaxed me into her room and said, "Be good, don't cry. Grandma really has no money this year. I will definitely give it to you again in the first month of next year." Grandma said to herself in her room, "Sanner's money hasn't been sent yet, only 2 yuan left."
今天又换了1块做压岁钱，怎么过日子？她说时，声音有些哽咽了。神母道：“你听祖母说的话，她多疼爱你，有钱难道还不给你吗？”我的气终于不能平下去，倒在床上抽噎了许久。
Today I exchanged another piece of money for New Year's Eve money. How can I live my life? When she said this, her voice was choked up. The aunt said, "Listen to what Grandma said. How much she loves you, wouldn't she still give it to you if she had money?" I finally couldn't calm down my anger. I fell on the bed and sobbed for a long time.
才被神母拉进房里去睡。那一个大年夜真是不快活的一个。第二天，听神母对老妈子说，老太太昨夜曾暗自流泪了一回。后来，我见祖母开抽屉取了钱打发的宝上门贺喜的，去望了一望。
Only then was her aunt pulled her into the room to sleep. That one is really the unhappy one. The next day, I heard my aunt tell the old lady that she had secretly shed tears last night. Later, I saw my grandmother opening a drawer, taking out money, and sending the local security guard to come to congratulate her, so I went to take a look.
真的，她抽屉里只有1块钱，另外还有压岁钱分剩的几百钱，此外半个钱也没有了。这个印象我到现在还极深刻地留着。哎，我真不应该使祖母伤心。弟弟倚在大哥怀里，默默地听着。
Really, there was only $1 in her drawer, and a few $100s left over from the New Year's money, and half of the money was gone. This impression still remains with me to this day. Well, I really shouldn't have made my grandmother sad. The younger brother leaned on his elder brother's arms and listened silently.
在灯光底下，宪大哥脸色很凄惨，眼角上微微的有几滴泪珠。书房里是死士的审计，外面大厅上小妹和贝贝的喧闹嬉笑的声音时时的透达进来。吴老爹。
Under the light, I saw that my elder brother's face was very miserable, with a few tears on the corners of his eyes, and the study room was as quiet as death. Outside, in the hall, the noisy and laughing voices of the little sister and Bebe came in from time to time. 5 dads.
我们猜不出我们自己的心境是如何的变幻不可测。有时，大事便使你完全失了自己的心，狂热而且迷乱，激动而且暴勇。然而到事变一过去，却如暴风雨后的天空一样，仍旧蔚蓝而澄清。
We cannot guess how unpredictable our own moods are. Sometimes, big events make you completely lose your heart, become fanatical and confused, excited and violent. However, when the event passes, it is still blue and clear like the sky after a storm.
有时，小小的事情，当时并不使你怎样感动，却永留在你的心底，如墨水之渗入白木，使你想起来便凄楚欲绝。有时，浓挚的友情牵住你1年半年，而1年半年之后。
Sometimes, small things may not move you much at the time, but they will stay in your heart forever, like ink seeping into white wood, making you miserable when you think about it. Sometimes, a deep friendship will hold you for a year and a half, and a year and a half later.
他或他的印象却如梅花鹿之鳞鱼，澄清无比的绿翅边一样，一离开了，水面上便不复留着他们的美影。有时，古旧的思念却历劫而不磨，愈久而愈新，如喜马拉雅山之永志，如东海。
His or her impression is like the presence of a sick deer on the edge of a clear green pond. Once they leave, their beautiful shadows will no longer remain on the water. Sometimes, the ancient longing will endure, and the longer it lasts and it becomes newer, like the Himalayas standing forever, like the East China Sea.
南海之不和，30年中，多少的亲朋故旧走过我的心上，又过去了；多少的悲欢哀乐经过我的心头，又过去了。能在我心上留下他们的深刻的印象的有几许呢？能使我独居静念时。
The South China Sea never dries up. In the past 30 years, so many relatives and friends have passed through my heart and passed away. How much? It allows me to be alone and meditate.
不时忆恋着的又有几许呢？在少数之少数中，吴老爹却是一位使我不能忘记的老翁。他常在我童年的回忆中活泼泼地现出，他常使我忆起了许多童年的趣事，许多家庭的所故。
How many of them do you remember and fall in love with from time to time? Among the few, Father Five is an old man that I cannot forget. He often appears lively in my childhood memories. He often reminds me of many interesting childhood stories and many family trivia.
也常使我凄楚地念及了不可追捕的遗憾，不忍复索的情怀。是30年了，是走到人生的中途了，有呱呱的孩提，而童年，而少年，而壮年，我的心境不知变异了几多次。
It also often makes me think sadly of irreparable regrets and feelings that I can't bear to revisit. It has been 30 years, and I have reached the midway of my life. From a budding child, to childhood, to youth, to adulthood, I don't know how many times my state of mind has changed.
我的生活不知变异了几多的式样，而吴老爹却永远是那样可敬的不变的吴老爹。长长的身材，长长而不十分尖瘦的脸，月白的竹布长衫，余黄的白布袜，慈惠而平正的双眼。
I don't know how much my life has changed, but the fifth dad is always the same amazing fifth dad. He has a long figure, a long but not very thin face, a moon-white bamboo cloth gown, dirty yellow white cloth socks, and kind and fair eyes.
徐缓而滞涩的举止，一只常有烟臭的大嘴，常有烟余的焦黄色手指，厚底的轻缎鞋子，柔和的微笑，善讲善说的口才，善于做种种姿势的手足，30年了。
Slow and sluggish manners, a big mouth that often smells of cigarette smoke, burnt yellow fingers that are often stained by smoke, thick-soled satin shoes, a gentle smile, an eloquent voice, and hands and feet that are good at making various gestures. 10 years.
却仿佛都还不曾变了一丝一毫似的。去年的春天，我到故乡去了一次。吴老爹知道我回去了，特地跑来找我。他一见了我，便道：“5、6年不见了，你又是一个样子了。听说你近来很得意。”
But it seems as if nothing has changed. Last spring, I went to my hometown once. Father Wu knew I was back and came to see me. As soon as he saw me, he said, "I haven't seen you for 5 or 6 years, and you look the same again. I heard that you are very proud of yourself recently."
但你吴老爹却还依然是从前一贫如洗的吴老爹，面前立的宛然是5年前的吴老爹，宛然是30年前的吴老爹，神情体态都还不变，连头发也不曾有一茎白，足以表示5年的。
But your fifth dad is still the impoverished fifth dad before. The person standing in front of Wan Ran is the fifth father from 5 years ago. Wan Ran is the fifth father from 30 years ago. His expression and body have not changed, and not even a hair has turned white, which is enough to express the 5 years.
30年的岁月的变迁的，只有他的背脊是更弓弯了。这是我最后一次的见他。半个月后，我离了故乡。3、4个月后，黄色封套贴着一条蓝色封套，上写讣文2大字的丧帖。
The only thing that has changed in the past 30 years is that his back has become more bowed. This is the last time I see him. Half a month later, I left my hometown. 3 or 4 months later, there was a funeral note in a yellow envelope with the words, "Obituary," written on it in a blue envelope.
突然的邮局寄到，前清一凛，生春号府君痛余。我翻开了丧帖，一看便怔住了。想不到活泼泼的吴老爹那么快便死去了。后来听见故乡的亲友们传说，吴老爹临死的2、3个月。
Suddenly it arrived from the post office. The former Chingi lynching Chunhofu Jun is grieving. I opened the funeral note and was stunned when I saw it. I didn't expect that the lively fifth father died so soon. Later, I heard a legend from relatives and friends in my hometown that the fifth father was 2 or 3 months before his death.
体态完全变了一个样子，笼中的连路都走不动，又变成容易发怒。他的妻，我们称她为姑娘的，一天不知给他骂了多少次，甚至动手拿门栓来打他。亲戚们的资助，他自己不能去取了。
His body completely changed. Long Zhong was unable to walk. He became easily angry. His wife, who we called her girl, scolded him countless times a day and even took the door bolt. Hit her. He can no longer take out the financial aid from his relatives.
便叫了大的男孩子去，有时拿不到，他便叨叨罗罗的大骂一读，是无目的的乱骂。他们都私下说吴老爹便死了，而真的不到2、3个月，这句咒语便应验了。
Then he called the older boy. Sometimes when he couldn't get it, he would curse Luo Luo, which was aimless. They all said privately that fifth dad has become dead. And really, within 2 or 3 months, this mantra came true.
但我没有见到过这样变态的吴老爹。吴老爹在我的回忆中，始终是一位可敬的不变的吴老爹。长长的身材，长长而不十分尖瘦的脸，月白的竹布长衫，余黄的白布袜，30年来如一日。
But I have never seen such a perverted fifth dad. In my memory, the fifth father is always an amazing and unchanging fifth father. A long figure, a long but not very thin face, a moon-white bamboo cloth gown, dirty yellow white cloth socks, the same as ever for 30 years.
我说吴老爹是老翁，一半为了他辈分的崇高。他是祖母的叔父，因为是庶出的，所以年龄倒比祖母小了10多岁。他对祖母叫大子，随了从前祖母母家的称号，祖母则称他为吴老爹。
I call fifth dad an old man, partly because of the loftiness of his seniority. He is my grandmother's uncle. Because he is a commoner, he is more than 10 years younger than my grandmother. He called his grandmother eldest sister, following the previous title of his grandmother's mother's family. Her grandmother called him fifth dad.
随了我们晚辈的称呼，叔叔们已都称他为吴老爹了，我自然应该更尊称他。然而祖母说，孩子不便说拗口的话，只从众称吴老爹好了。我说吴老爹是老翁，一半也为了他体态的苍老。
Just follow the title of our juniors. My uncles already call him fifth dad, so naturally I should call him more respectful. However, my grandmother said, it is not convenient for children to speak awkward words, so just follow the crowd and call them daddy. I call fifth dad an old man, partly because of his old appearance.
我出世时，他只有30多岁，然而已见老态，举止徐缓而滞涩，语声苍劲而沙板，眼睛近视的连2、3尺前面的东西也看不清楚。他还常常夸说他的经历，他的见闻。
When I was born, he was only in his 30s, but he already looked old. His movements were slow and sluggish, his voice was strong and rough, and his eyes were so short-sighted that he couldn't even see clearly what was 2 or 3 feet in front of him. He often boasted about his experiences and knowledge.
我们浑忘了他的正确的年龄，往往当他是一个比祖母还老的老翁。然而他的苍老的体态却年年是一样的，如石子缝中的苍苔，如屋瓦下的羊齿草，永远是那样的苍绿。
We forget his correct age and tend to think of him as an old man older than our grandmother. However, his old figure remains the same year after year, like the moss in the cracks of the stones or the fern under the roof tiles. It is always so green.
所以30多岁不觉他是壮年，60多岁也不觉他变得更老，除了背脊的更为弓弯。他并不曾念过许多书，听说年轻时曾赴过考场，然而不久便弃了求功名的念头，由故乡出来。
Therefore, if he is in his 30s, he is not considered to be in his prime, and if he is in his 60s, he is not considered to be older, except that his back is more curved. He has never read many books. I heard that I went to the examination room when I was young. However, he soon gave up the idea of seeking fame and came out of his hometown.
跟随了祖父谋衣时，如绕树而生的绿藤一样，总是随树而高低。祖父有好差事了，他便也有；祖父一时赋闲了，他便也闲居在家。祖父虽有短差事在手而不能安插自己私人事。
He followed his grandfather to seek food and clothing. Just like the green vines growing around the tree, they always rise and fall with the tree. When my grandfather has a good errand, he will also have it. When his grandfather is temporarily unemployed, he will also live at home. Although his grandfather has a short errand in hand, he cannot arrange his own personal life. Hour.
他便又闲居着，大约他总是闲居的时候多。他闲居着没事，抱抱孩子，以逗引孩子的笑乐为事。孩子们见他闲居在家，便喜欢吴老爹这个，吴老爹那个，几乎一时一刻离不了他。
Then he stayed idle again. He probably spends most of his time idle. He had nothing to do, hugging his children and making them laugh. The children liked him when they saw him lounging at home. The fifth father and the fifth father could not leave him almost all the time.
见他有事动身了，便觉难过。吴老爹呢？吴老爹，我要吴老爹。各个孩子一天总要这样的吵几次，而我在孩子们中尤为他所喜爱。我孩提时除了乳母外，每天在他怀抱中的时候最久。
Seeing that he had something to do, he felt sad and said, "Where is the fifth daddy?" The fifth daddy? I want the fifth daddy. Every child always has this kind of quarrel several times a day. And I was especially beloved by him among the children. When I was a child, except for my wet nurse, I spent the longest time in his arms every day.
他抱了我在客厅中兜圈子，他抱了我坐在大厅上停放着的祖父的藤轿中荡动着，他把我坐在书桌上，而他自己才纸折了纸船纸匣给我玩。我一把抓来，不经意地把他折的东西毁坏了。
He hugged me and walked around in the living room. He hugged me and sat me swinging in my grandfather's rattan sedan parked in the hall. He sat me on the desk, and he cut and folded paper boats and paper boxes for me. I play. I grabbed it and accidentally destroyed what he had folded.
而他还是折着。在夜里，他逗引着我注视红红的大洋油灯。我不高兴的要哭了，他便连声的哄着道：“诺，诺，诺，你看墙上是什么在动？”他的手指便映着灯光做种种的姿态。
And he still folded it. At night, he teased me to look at the red ocean oil lamp. I was so unhappy that I almost cried, so he kept coaxing me, "Here, here, here, look what's moving on the wall." His fingers made various gestures in the light.
我至今还清楚地记得，他映得兔头最像，而两个手指不住地上下扇动，状若飞鸟之拍翼，最使我喜欢。其他犬头、猫头、猪头也都和兔头的样子差不了多少，不过他定要说他是犬头。
I still clearly remember that his buttocks are the most similar, and the two fingers that can't stop flapping up and down, like the flapping wings of a bird, are what I like the most. Other dog heads, cat heads, and pig heads are not much different from the butt head, but he must say that it is a dog head.
猫头或者猪头罢了。最使我害怕，又最使我高兴的是，他双手插着我的鞋下，高高的把我举在空中，又如白骨之飞落似的迅快地把我放下。我的小心脏当高高的被举在空中时
Just a cat head or a pig head. What frightens me the most, and what makes me happy the most, is that he put his hands under my waist, lifted me high in the air, and put me down as quickly as a white swan flying down. When my little heart is lifted high in the air.
不禁噗噗地跳着。我在他头顶上往下看着，似乎站在绝高的山顶，什么东西都变小了，而平时看不见的黑漆漆的轿顶，平时看不见的神龛里的东西，也都看得很清楚。
Can't help but jump. I was above his head, looking down, and it seemed as if I was standing on the top of a very high mountain. Everything became smaller, and the dark roof of the sedan chair that was usually invisible, and the things in the shrine that were usually invisible, were also visible. Very clear.
连绝高的屋脊也似乎低了，低了，低到将与我的头颅相撞。当我被迅速地放落时，直如由云端坠落，晕迷而惶惑。而大厅的方砖地似乎升上来，升上来，仿佛就要升撞到我的身上。
Even the extremely high ridge of the roof seemed to be too low, so low that it would collide with my head. When I was quickly let go, I felt like I was falling from the clouds, dazed and confused. The square tile floor in the hall seemed to rise up, as if it was about to hit me.
直到我无恙地附在他怀抱中时，我才安心定神，而我的好奇心又迫着我叫道：“吴老爹，再来一下！”我带了一点，他便坐在祖母的烟盘边，抱我在膝上，讲故事给我听。夜间静寂寂的。
It wasn't until I was safely in his arms that I felt at ease and calmed down, and my curiosity forced me to shout, "Fifth Dad, do it again." When I got a little older, he would sit by my grandmother's cigarette tray, hold me in his lap, and tell me stories. It was quiet at night.
除了小小的烟灯放出圆圆一圈红光， 除了祖母的痴痴缠缠的吸烟声，除了一团的白烟由烟斗由祖母嘴里散出外，一切都是宁静的。而吴老爹抱了我坐在这烟盘边，将有长长的
Except for the small cigarette lamp, which emits a circle of red light, except for the sound of Grandma's smoking, except for the cloud of white smoke emitted from the pipe and from Grandma's mouth, everything is quiet. And Father Wu hugged me and sat beside the cigarette tray, talking about it for a long time.
长长的故事给我听，只讲到我迷迷神神的双眼微微的合了，祖母的脸，吴老爹的脸渐渐的模糊了，远了，红红的小灯渐渐的似天边的小圆月般的亮着，而吴老爹的沙板苍劲的雨声。
He told me a long story until my dazed eyes closed slightly. My grandmother's face and the face of the fifth father gradually became blurred. In the distance, the little red lights gradually looked like little ones on the horizon. It was as bright as the full moon, and the fifth father's sandy voice was vigorous.
也如秋夜的雨点，一声一滴地落到耳朵里，而不复成为一片一段时，他方才停止了他的讲述，说道：“睡着了。”便轻轻地把我放在床铺上躺着睡，扯了一床毡子盖在我身上。他讲着海盗。
Just like the raindrops on an autumn night, they fell into my ears one by one and no longer became one piece after another. After a while, he stopped his narration and said, "Fall asleep." Then he gently put me on the bed and lay down. I fell asleep and pulled a blanket over me. He talks about pirates.
的故事形容那种红布包在头上见人便杀的海盗是那样的真切。他说道，海盗都拿着明晃晃的刀，尖尖的长枪，人一现了，他们便跪下来献东西给他们，他们还是一刀把人的头啄下。
The story describes the kind of pirates who wrap their heads in red cloth and kill everyone on sight. It is so true. He said that the pirates all carried bright knives and pointed spears. When people saw them, they would kneel down and offer things to them. They still cut off the people's heads with one knife.
鲜血直喷。有一次，一大批的男男女女、老老小小躲在一大堆稻草下面避着海盗。海盗团团转转的找不见人，正要走了，一个执着长枪的海盗无意中把枪尖向草堆里刺了一下。
Blood spurts out. Once, a large number of men and women, old and young, hid under a pile of straw to avoid the pirates. The pirate wandered around but couldn't find anyone. Just as he was about to leave, a pirate, who was holding on to his spear, accidentally stabbed the tip of his spear into the haystack.
正中一个男人的腿，他痛得喊了一声。于是海盗道：“有人，有人！”他们都把长枪向草堆中乱刺，稻草都染得红了，草堆里的人是一个也不剩。还有我家的一个亲戚，你应该叫他祖太姑的。
It hit a man in the leg, and he screamed in pain. So the pirate said, "There is someone. Someone." They all stabbed their spears into the haystack, the straw was dyed red, and not a single person was left in the haystack. Also, a relative of mine, you should call her Aunt Sue.
他现在已经死了，他的一家死得才惨呢。海盗来了，全家不留一个人，只有你祖太姑朵藏在厨房的灶洞中，没有被他们看见。他亲眼看见海盗的头上包着红布。
She is dead now. What a tragic death for her family. The pirates came, and no one in the family was left. Only your great-aunt was hiding in the stove hole in the kitchen, and was not seen by them. She saw with her own eyes that the pirate's head was wrapped in red cloth.
手里都拿着明晃晃的刀枪，头发长长的。海盗走后，他由灶洞里爬了出来，满天井是死人。亏得一个老家人躲在别处的回来献了他，才背了他出城逃难。半路上， 他们又遇见一个海盗。
They all held bright swords and guns in their hands, and their hair was long. After the pirate left, she crawled out of the kitchen cave. The courtyard was full of dead people. Fortunately, an old family member who was hiding somewhere else came back to see her, and then he carried her out of the city and fled. Halfway through, they met another pirate.
老家人头上被啄了一刀，红血流得满脸。还好，你祖太姑很聪明，连忙把手上戴的小金镯脱下来给他，才逃得性命出来。他这样的追述那恐怖时代的回忆，使我又害怕又要听。
The old man was stabbed on the head, and his face was covered with red blood. Fortunately, your great-aunt was very smart and quickly took off the small gold bracelet she was wearing and gave it to him, and she escaped with her life. His recounting of the memories of that terrifying era made me both scared and eager to listen.
微明而神秘的烟盘边，似乎变成了死骸遍地的空宅矿场。而他的讲述《聊斋》也使我有同样的恐怖。我不怕狐仙花怪的故事，我最怕的是山魈、僵尸。有一次，他说道
The twilight and mysterious smoke plate seemed to have turned into empty houses and open fields strewn with dead bodies. And his narration of Liao Zhai also made me feel the same horror. I'm not afraid of stories about foxes, fairies, flowers, and monsters. What I'm most afraid of are mandrills and zombies. Once he said,
一位老太太和一个婢女同睡在一屋。老太太每夜听见窗外有人喷水的声音，便起了疑心，叫醒婢女一同去张望，却见一个白发笼中的老太婆在那里用嘴喷水撒花。她知有人偷窥。
An old lady and a maid slept in the same room. The old lady heard the sound of someone spraying water outside the window. An old lady and a maid slept in the same room. The old lady heard the sound of someone spraying water outside the window every night, so she became suspicious and woke up her maid to go and have a look. But I saw an old woman with white hair spraying water from her mouth. She knew someone was spying on her.
便向窗喷了一口水。老太太和婢女都死了过去。第二天，家里的人推进房门，设法救活他们，却只救活了婢女，老太太是死了。婢女树叶中所现的情形，家人把老太太所没入的地方掘起来。
He sprayed water on the window. The old lady and the maidservant both died. The next day, the family members pushed in the door and tried to save them, but only the maidservant was saved. The old lady died. The maid recounted what she saw at night. The family dug up the place where the old lady had submerged.
掘不到7、8尺，却见一个僵尸，身体还完好的，躺在那里，正是婢女夜中所现的白发笼中的老太婆。他们把她烧了，此后才不再出现。我听得怕了起来。
They couldn't dig more than 7 or 8 feet, but they saw a zombie lying there with the body still intact. She was the white-haired old woman that the maid had seen at night. They burned her and never showed up again. I became scared after hearing this.
仿佛我们的窗外也有人在呼呼地喷着水一样。我紧紧地伏在吴老爹胸前不敢动，眼睛光光地望着他，脸色是又凄悯又诧异，如一个宗教的罪人听着牧师讲述地狱里的惨状一样。
It seemed as if someone was spraying water outside our window. I lay tightly on Father Wu's chest and did not dare to move. I looked at him with bare eyes, my face looking sad and surprised, just like a religious sinner listening to the pastor describing the horrors of hell.
但他最使我兴高采烈的笑着，聚精会神地听着的，还是他的《三国志》的讲述。他手舞足蹈地形容着，滔滔不息地高声讲述着刘备是怎样，张飞是怎样，曹操是怎样。
But what made me most excited, and what made me smile and listen attentively, was his narration of 3 kingdoms. He was dancing and describing, and kept talking loudly about what Liu Bei was like, what Zhang Fei was like, and what Cao Cao was like.
这些英雄的名字都由他第一次灌输到我心上来。他形容着关公的过五关、斩六将，仿佛他自己便是红脸凤眉长髯的关羽，跨了赤兔马，提着青龙偃月刀。他形容着张飞的鹤断板桥。
The names of these heroes were first implanted in my mind by him. He described Guan Gong's ability to pass 5 passes and kill 6 generals, as if he himself was Guan Yu with a red face, phoenix eyebrows, and a long beard, riding a red horse and carrying a Qinglong Yanhua sword. He described Zhang Fei's drinking of banqiao.
仿佛他自己便是黑脸的张飞，立在桥边，举着丈八蛇矛，大喝一声，喝退了曹操人马。他形容着曹操的赤壁大败，仿佛他自己便是那足智多谋、奸计满胸的曹操。他形容曹操的割须弃袍。
As if he himself was the black-faced Zhang Fei, standing by the bridge, holding up a snake spear 8 feet tall, he shouted and drove off Cao Cao's men. He described Cao Cao's defeat at Chibi as if he himself was the resourceful and cunning Cao Cao. He described Cao Cao's cutting off his beard and abandoning his robe.
狼狈不堪的样子，不禁地使我大笑。他讲得高兴了，便把我坐在床上，而他自己立起来表演。长长的身材映在昏红的小小灯光之下，仿佛便是一个绝世的英雄。
The embarrassed look made me laugh. When he was happy, he sat me on the bed while he stood up to perform. His long figure, reflected in the dim red light, made him look like a peerless hero.
这一部《三国志》足足使他讲了半年多，直到他跟了祖父到青田上任去，方才告终。然而还未讲到六出祁山。每夜晚饭后，我必定拉着他说道：“吴老爹，接下去讲曹操后来怎样了。”
This 3 Kingdoms took him more than half a year to talk about. It was not until he followed his grandfather to Qingtian to take office that he finally finished. However, he had not yet talked about the 6 chapters out of Qishan. After dinner every night, I would pull him and say, "Father 5, let me tell you next, what happened to Cao Cao."
于是他又抱了我坐在祖母的烟盘边，讲述着这长长的故事。我已经到了高等小学里读书。有一天吃中饭时，我一个不小心把一根很长的鱼骨梗在喉头了，任怎样咳嗽也咳不出。
So he hugged me again and sat beside my grandmother's cigarette tray and told this long, long story. I have gone to a higher primary school to study. One day, while eating lunch, I accidentally got a long fish bone lodged in my throat. No matter how hard I coughed, I couldn't cough it out.
用手指去抠也抠不到，吃了一大团的饭下去也沾它不下去，喉头隐隐的作痛，祖母、母亲都很惊慌。他们叫我张大了嘴给他们看，也看不见鱼骨梗在哪里。我急得哭了起来。
You can't pick it up with your fingers, and you can't stick to it even if you eat a big ball of rice. There was a dull pain in the throat, and my grandmother and mother were very frightened. They asked me to open my mouth wide and show it to them, but they couldn't see where the fish bone was. I was so anxious that I started to cry.
吴老爹刚好从外面进来，当然，他这时又是赋闲住在我们家里。我一见他，便哭叫道：“吴老爹快来！吴老爹快来！鱼骨梗得要死了，要死了！”吴老爹徐缓地踱了过来，说道：“不要紧的。”
The 5th dad happened to come in from outside. Of course, he was unemployed and living in our house at this time. As soon as I saw him, I cried, "5th dad, come on. 5 dads, come on. The fish bones are so sharp he's going to die." Father 5 walked over slowly and said, "It doesn't matter."
等吴老爹把你治好，吴老爹有取鱼骨的秘方。于是他坐在椅上， 拉我立在他双膝中间，叫我张大了嘴，又叫丫头去取一把镊子来。他细细地看着，不久便用镊子探进喉头。
Wait until Father Five cures you. Father Five has a secret recipe for fish bones. So he sat on the chair, pulled me to stand between his knees, and asked me to open my mouth. He also asked the girl to get a pair of tweezers. He looked at it carefully, and soon wait until Father Five cures you. Father Five has a secret recipe for fish bones. So he sat on the chair, pulled me to stand between his knees, and asked me to open my mouth. He also asked the girl to get a pair of tweezers. He looked at it carefully, and soon he used the tweezers to penetrate his throat.
随镊子到口腔外的是一根很长的鱼骨，还带着血。他问道：“现在好了吗？”我咽了咽口水，点点头，心里轻快得多，直如死里逃生。至今，祖母对人谈起这事，还拿我那时窘急的祥子来取笑。
What was brought out of the mouth with the forceps was a very long fish bone with some blood on it. He asked, "Are you okay now?" I swallowed and nodded, feeling much lighter, as if I had escaped from death. To this day, when my grandmother talks about this to people, she still makes fun of my embarrassed Xiangzi.
吴老爹快43、4岁了，还不曾娶亲，还是祖父帮助了他一笔钱，叫他回故乡去找一个妻子。他娶的是大户人家的一个婢女，年纪只有20左右，同他在一起真可算是妇女。当然
The fifth father is almost 43 or 4 years old and has not yet been married. It was his grandfather who helped him with a sum of money and asked him to return to his hometown to find a wife. He married a maid from a wealthy family. She was only about 20 years old. Together with him, she was really like father and daughter. Certainly.
他的妻不会美丽，圆圆的一张脸，全身也都胖得圆圆的，身材矮短，只其吴老爹的腋下高，简直像一个皮球。他不大说话，样子是很傻笨的。他结婚了不多几月，便把他带到我们家里来。
His wife is not beautiful, she has a round face, her whole body is round and fat, she is short and only as high as the armpits of the fifth father, just like a rubber ball, she doesn't talk much, and looks very stupid. Not many months after his marriage, he brought her to our home.
于是他们俩都做了我们家里的常住的客人。我们只叫他的妻做姑娘，并没有什么尊称。自此，吴老爹不再指手画足地谈三国、讲鬼神，但却还健谈，一半当然是因为我已经大了。
So they both became long-term guests in our home. We only call his wife girl, and there is no honorific title for her. From then on, Father Wu no longer talked about 3 kingdoms, and talked about ghosts and gods, but he was still talkative. Partly, of course, it was because I was older.
自己会看小书了，不会再像坐在他膝上听讲《三国志》时那么的对于他的讲述感兴趣了。一半也因为他现在已成了家。他成了家不久，姑娘便生了一个女孩子。这孩子很会哭。
I can read short books now, and am no longer as interested in his story as I was when I sat on his lap and listened to The Chronicles of the 3 Kingdoms. This is partly because he has married now. Not long after he got married, the girl gave birth to a girl. This child is very good at crying.
样子又难看，何家的人都不大喜欢他，而他的母亲姑娘终日呆色死板地坐在房里，也不大使何家怎么满意。只有吴老爹依旧得众人的欢心，他也依旧健谈不休。祖父故后，
She looked ugly, and everyone in the family didn't like her very much. And her mother, a girl, sat in the room dull and rigid all day long, which didn't satisfy the whole family. Only the fifth father still enjoys the favor of everyone, and he is still talkative. After my grandfather passed away,
我们家境也很现艰难， 当然养不起许多闲人食客，于是在一批底下人辞去后，跟着告别回归故乡的，还有吴老爹和他的姑娘和他们的善哭的女儿。他的去，一半也因为祖父已经去世。
Our family was also in a very difficult situation, and of course we couldn't afford to support many idlers. So after a group of subordinates resigned and returned to their hometown, there were also the fifth father, his girl, and their crying daughter. He died partly because his grandfather had passed away.
他的希望，他的靠山是没有了，所以不得不归去，另谋别一条吃饭的路。啊，与我童年时代有那么密切的系联的吴老爹是辞别归去了，从这一别，直到了10年后，方才在北京再见。
His hope and backer were gone, so he had to go back and find another way to eat. Ah, the fifth father who had such a close connection with me in my childhood said goodbye and went back. It was not until 10 years later that we saw each other again in Beijing.
记得他带了他的妻女上闽船归去时，祖母叫了一个老家人替他押送着行李，那简简单单的包括2只皮箱、1只网篮、1卷铺盖的行李，还叫我也跟了去送行。顶疼爱你的吴老爹回家了。
I remember that when he took his wife and daughter back on the Fujian ship, his grandmother asked an old family member to escort his luggage, which simply included 2 suitcases, a basket, and a roll of bedding. He also asked me to follow him to see him off. My dearest Father Wu, who loves you so much, is back home.
你要去送。闽船是一种不及2-3丈长的帆船，专走闽浙一路海边贩运货物的，而载客是例外。这样的船在海边随风驶行着，由浙到闽，风顺时也要半个月，逆风时却说不定是1月2月。
You're going to give it away. Fujian ship is a kind of sailing ship less than 2 or 3 feet long. It is specially used to transport goods along the seashore of Fujian and Zhejiang. The exception is carrying passengers. Such a ship sails with the wind on the seaside, from Zhejiang to Fujian. When the wind is smooth it also takes half a month, but when the wind goes against the weather, it might take a month or 2.
由闽出来时，大都贩的是香菇、青果之类，由这回闽贩的却都是猪。猪生口晦的，与人声交杂，猪臭腾腾的，与人气混合，那真是难堪的苦旅行。吴老爹要是有钱。
When they left Fujian, most of them sold wild rice, sweet fruits, etc. But when they returned to Fujian from Zhejiang, they sold mostly pigs. The sound of the pig's mouth is mixed with the human voice, and the pig's smell is mixed with the human voice. It was truly an embarrassing journey. If Father Five were rich.
他可以走别的路径，起路或由上海坐轮船回去。然而吴老爹如何有这样大的力量呢？于是只好砸在猪生猪臭之中归去。船泊在东门外，那里是一长排的无穷尽的船只停泊着。
He could take another route, land, or return by ship from Shanghai. But how does the fifth father have such great power? So I had no choice but to go back amid the sound of pigs and the smell of pigs. The boat is moored outside the east gate, where there is a long row of endless boats moored.
船桅参参呲呲的高耸天空，也数不清是多少。吴老爹认了半天，才认出原定的船来，叫伙计帮着拿行李上船，抱孩子、扶女人上船。伙计道：“船要明早才开。”吴老爹自己立在船头对我说道
There are countless ships with different masts towering up into the sky. The fifth dad took a long time to recognize the original ship, and asked the waiter to help him get on board with his luggage, hold the child, and help the woman get on the ship. The waiter said, "The ship won't leave until tomorrow morning." Father Wu stood on the bow of the ship and said to me,
你不要上船了，跳板不好走，回去吧。我一到家就有信来。又对老家人说，来顺，你好好的送孙少爷回去， 太阳底下不要多站了。来顺说，吴老爹叫你回去，你回去吧。我心里很难过。
Don't get on the boat. The gangplank is not easy to walk on. Go back. The letter came as soon as I got home. Then he said to his old family, Lai Shun, please send Master Sun back properly and don't stand in the sun any longer. Lai Shun said, Father Wu asked you to go back. You go back. I feel very sad.
没情没绪地跟了来顺走，走了几十步，回头望时，吴老爹还站在船头遥望着我的背影。啊，与我童年时代有那么密切的系联的吴老爹是辞别归去了。10年后，我在北京念书，住在三叔家里。
He followed Lei Shunk without emotion. After walking dozens of steps, when I looked back, Father Five was still standing on the bow of the boat, looking at my back. Ah, the fifth father who had such a close connection with me in my childhood has said goodbye and returned. 10 years later, I was studying in Beijing and living with my third uncle.
每天早晨去上学，下午课毕回家。有一天，天气很冷，黑云低压地悬在空中，似有雪意。枯树枝萧萧作响，几片未落尽的黄叶纷纷扬扬地飞坠地上。我匆匆忙忙地赶回家，一进门
Go to school every morning and go home after class in the afternoon. One day, the weather was very cold, and black clouds hung low in the sky, as if it was snowing. The dead branches rustled, and a few remaining yellow leaves flew to the ground. I hurried home. As soon as you enter the door,
看见有一担行李放在门房口，便问看门的李生道：“是谁来了？”李生道：“一个不认识的老头子，刚由南边来的，好像是老爷的亲戚。”我把书包放在自己房里，脱了大衣，便到上房。一掀开门帘，
seeing a load of luggage placed at the door of the porter, he asked the doorman Li Sheng, "Who is here?" Li Sheng said, "An old man I don't know. He just came from the south. He seems to be a relative of the master." I put my school bag in my room, took off my coat, and went to the upper room. As soon as the door curtain is opened,
便使我怔住。和三叔坐着谈的却是吴老爹，10年未见的吴老爹。他的神情体态宛然是10年前的吴老爹，长长的身材，长长而不十分尖瘦的脸，鱼黄的白布袜，轻缎的厚底鞋。
That makes me stunned. The person sitting and chatting with the third uncle was the fifth father, whom he hadn't seen in 10 years. His expression and body look were like those of the fifth dad 10 years ago, with his long figure, long but not very pointed face, dirty yellow white socks, and glossy satin thick-soled shoes.
慈惠而平正的双眼，柔和的微笑，一点也没有变动，只是背脊是更弓弯了些。他见了我也一怔，随笑着问道：“是一官吗？10年不见，成了大人了，样子全变了，要是在路上撞见。”
Her kind and fair eyes and gentle smile have not changed at all, except that her back is more arched. He was startled when he saw me, and then asked with a smile, "Is he an official? I haven't seen you for 10 years. Now that I have become an adult, my appearance has completely changed. If I bump into me on the road..."
我真要不认识了呢，只是鼻子眼睛还是那样的。屋里旺旺的烧着一大盆火，吴老爹还只是说：“北京真冷呀，冷呀。”三叔道：“吴老爹的衣裳太薄了，要换厚的，棉鞋棉袜也一定要去买。”
I really don't know him anymore. Only the nose and eyes are still the same. There was a big fire burning brightly in the house, but Father Five just said, "It's really cold in Beijing." It's cold. The third uncle said, "Fifth dad's clothes are too thin. I need to change them to thicker ones. I must also buy cotton shoes and socks."
这样走出去要生冻疮的。吴老爹还是那样的健谈。在晚上的灯光底下，他说起在家里是如何的生活艰难，万不能再不出来谋生，而谋生却只有北京的一条路。他说起
If you go out like this, you'll get frostbite. Father Five is still so talkative. Under the light at night, he talked about how difficult life was at home and how he had to make a living, but there was only one way to make a living in Beijing. He said,
他的动身前筹备旅费是如何的辛苦，东乞求西借贷，方才借到了几十块钱。他又说起一路上是如何的困苦难走，北边话又不会说，所遇到的脚夫、车夫、旅馆接客是如何的刁恶。
It was so hard for him to prepare the travel expenses before departure. He begged and borrowed money from here and there, and he just borrowed dozens of dollars. He also talked about how difficult it was along the way, how he didn't speak the northern dialect, and how unruly the porters, coachmen, and hotel pickers he encountered were.
如何的善于欺压生客，由晚饭后直说到将近午夜还不肯停止。还是三叔说道：“吴老爹路上辛苦，不早了，先去睡吧。”李生已把床铺理好了。吴老爹走到房门边，把门一推，一阵冷风卷了进来。
How good at bullying strangers. He talked from after dinner until almost midnight and refused to stop. It was the third uncle who said, "Fifth Dad has been working hard on the road. It's getting late. Let's go to bed first. Li Sheng has made the bed." Fifth Dad walked to the door, pushed it open, and a gust of cold wind blew in.
他打了一个寒噤，连忙缩了回去，说道：“好冷，好冷。”三叔道：“吴老爹房里煤炉也生好了，睡时千万要当心，窗户不要闭得密密的，梅毒常药熏坏了人。”吴老爹道：“晓得的。”
He shuddered, quickly shrank back, and said, "It's so cold, so cold." The third uncle said, "The coal stove is also lit in the fifth father's room. Be careful when sleeping, and don't close the windows tightly. It's very dense. Coal poison often kills people." Father Wu said, "I know."
三叔又给他一条厚围巾，把他脖子重重围了。他方才敢走出天井，走到房里。他的房间在我的对面，也是边房，本来是做客厅的，临时改做了他的卧房。第二天，他起床时，太阳已辉煌地照着。
The third uncle gave him another thick scarf and wrapped it heavily around his neck. Only then did he dare to walk out of the patio and into the room. His room was opposite to mine and was also a side room. It was originally a living room but was temporarily converted into his bedroom. When he got up the next day, the sun was shining brightly.
天井里、屋瓦上、枣树上、街沿上是一片的白色，太阳照在雪上，反映出白光，觉得天井里格外的明亮。他开了门，便叫道：“啊啊，好大的雪！”这一天，他又和三叔谈着找事的问题。
In the courtyard, on the roof tiles, on the jujube trees, and along the steps, there is a patch of white. The sun shines on the snow, reflecting white light, making the patio exceptionally bright. He opened the door and shouted, "Ah, ah, what a heavy snow." On this day, he and his third uncle were talking about looking for trouble again.
三叔微微地蹙着双眉，答道：“近来北京找事的人真多，非有大力量、大靠山，真不容易有事。二舅在这里近2年了，要找一个20-30块钱一月的路试差事，也还找不到呢。”吴老爹默默地不言。
The third uncle frowned slightly and replied, "There are really a lot of people looking for trouble in Beijing these days. It's really hard to get into trouble unless you have great power and a big backing. The second uncle has been here for nearly 2 years. He wants to find someone who costs $20 or $30. Qianyu's errand record has not yet been found. The fifth father remained silent.
他在北京直住到半年，住到北京的残雪早已消融完尽，北河沿和东交民巷边界的垂杨已由金黄的丝缕而变成粗枝大叶，白杨花如雪片似的在空中乱舞时，他方才觉得希望尽绝。
He has lived in Beijing for half a year. The remaining snow in Beijing has long since melted away. The weeping poplars on the border of Beijian and Dongjiu-Mingxiang have changed from golden strands to thick branches and large leaves. When the poplars are dancing in the air like snowflakes, he is far away. Only then did all hope come to an end.
不得不收拾行李回家。在漫长的冬天里，他只是缩紧地躲在火炉边坐着。太阳辉煌地照着，而且一点风也没有。这时，他才敢拖了一把椅子坐在街沿晒太阳。天色一阴暗，一有风。
Had to pack up and go home. During the long winter he just sat by the fire with his neck down. The sun was shining brightly and there was no wind at all. Only then did he dare to drag a chair and sit on the steps to bask in the sun. The sky is dark and windy.
他便连忙躲进屋来，一步也不敢离开火炉边。刚开了门，一阵冷风便呼呼地卷了进来。他打了一个寒噤，叫道：“好冷，好冷！”又连忙缩回火炉边去。一到了晚上
He hurriedly came into the house, not daring to leave the fireside. As soon as he opened the door, a gust of cold wind swept in. He shuddered and shouted, "It's so cold, so cold." He quickly shrank back to the stove. Once night comes,
他更非把炎炎旺旺的白炉子端放在他房里不可。三叔再三地吩咐他，把房子烘暖后，炉子便要端出门外去，要放炉子在房里，窗户便要开一扇。煤气是很厉害的，一冬总要熏死不少人。
He even had to put the scorching white stove in his room. The third uncle repeatedly told him that after heating the house, the stove should be taken out of the door. If the stove was to be placed in the room, a window should be opened. Gas is very powerful. Many people will be killed in one winter.
他似听非听的，每夜总是端了烧得炎炎旺旺的白炉子进屋，不再放他出门，窗户总是闭得严严密密的。好几天不曾出过什么毛病。有一夜，我在半夜中醒来，仿佛有什么东西在呻吟。
He seemed to listen but not listen. He always brought the white stove that was burning brightly into the house every night and never let it go out again. The windows were always closed tightly. Nothing happened for several days. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night as if something was moaning.
那重浊而宏大的呻吟声，不似人类发的，似是马或骆驼的呻吟，或更似见牧于非洲绝漠上时所闻的狮子的低吼。我惊了一跳，连忙凝神的静听，清清楚楚的，一声声都听得见。
The heavy and loud groaning sound did not sound like that of a human being. It seemed like the moaning of a horse or a camel, or more like the roar of a lion that was heard when the fort was built on the desert in Africa. I was startled and listened attentively. I could hear every sound.
这声音似从对房发出的。我穿了衣，披了大氅，开了门出去，叫了几声：“吴老爹，怎样了？怎样了？有病吗？”他一声都不答。我推了推门，是拴着的，便去推他的窗子。窗子还没有关闭着，我把窗一推。
The sound seemed to come from the opposite room. I put on my clothes, put on my big cloak, opened the door and went out. I called out several times, "Father Wu, what's the matter? What's the matter? Are you sick?" He didn't answer a word. I pushed the door and found it was bolted, then pushed his window. The window is not closed yet. I pushed the window open.
一股恶浊的煤气由房里直冲出来，几乎使我晕倒。这时，三叔也已闻声起来了。我们由窗中爬进，把门开了，房里是烟雾弥漫的。吴老爹不省人事地躺在床上呻吟着，何家忙碌碌地救治他。
A foul gas rushed out of the room, almost making me faint. At this time, the third uncle also heard the sound. We climbed in through the window and opened the door. The room was filled with smoke. Father Five lay unconscious on the bed and moaned. The whole family worked hard to treat him.
把他抬到天井里，使他呼着清新的空气。李生又去盛了一大碗酸菜汤来，说是治梅毒最好的东西，用竹筷掘开他的牙齿，把酸菜汤灌了进去。良久，他才叹了一口气而复活了，叫道：
Li Sheng carried him to the patio so that he could breathe in the fresh air. Li Sheng went to serve a large bowl of pickled cabbage soup, saying it was the best thing to cure coal poisoning. He used bamboo chopsticks to dig open his teeth and poured the pickled cabbage soup into the courtyard. Drained it. After a long time, he sighed and came back to life, shouting.
好难过啊！足足的静养了5天，他才完全复原。自此，他乃浩然有归意。挨过了严冬，到了白杨花如雪片似的在空中乱舞时，他便真的归去了。送他上东车站的是三叔和我。
So sad. After 5 full days of rest, he fully recovered. From then on, he really wanted to return. After surviving the harsh winter, when the poplars danced in the air like snowflakes, he truly returned. Yes. It was my third uncle and me who took him to the East Station.
行李还是轻飘飘的来时的那几件，只多了身上的一件厚棉袍，足上的棉鞋、棉袜。5年后，在故乡，我们又遇见了几次，是最后的几次。他一听见我回来了，便连忙赶来看我。
The luggage was still the same as it was when I arrived, except for a thick cotton robe, cotton shoes, and socks on my feet. 5 years later, in my hometown, we met several more times, the last few times. As soon as he heard that I was back, he rushed to see me.
还宛然是5年前的吴老爹，15年前的吴老爹，30年前的吴老爹，神情体态都一点也不变，只是背脊更弓弯了些。他依然是健谈，依然是次次不休地诉说他的贫况，依然是微笑着。
He still looks like the 5th dad from 5 years ago, the 5th dad from 15 years ago, and the 5th dad from 30 years ago. His expression and posture have not changed at all, but his back is more bowed. He is still talkative, still talks endlessly about his poverty, and still smiles.
但身上穿的却是15年前的衣服，而非厚的棉衣；足上穿的却是15年前的鱼黄的布袜，轻缎的厚底鞋，而非棉袜棉鞋。他叹道：“穷的连衣服都当光了。有几个亲戚每月靠贴一点。”
But the clothes he wore were from 15 years ago, not thick cotton-padded clothes, and the feet he wore were dirty yellow cloth socks and satin thick-soled shoes from 15 years ago, instead of cotton socks and shoes. He sighed, I am so poor that I have lost all my clothes. I have a few relatives who live on a little allowance every month.
但够什么？第3天，二舅母来时，他说吴老爹托他来说，如果宽裕，可以资助他一点。我实在不宽裕，但我不能不资助吴老爹。30年来，他是第一次向我求资助。我带了不多的钱。
But enough. When the second aunt came on the 3rd day, she said that the 5th father asked her to help him a little if he was rich. I was really not rich, but I had to help the 5th father. In the past 30 years, this is the first time he asked me for help. I brought not much money.
到他家里去拜望他，前面是一间木器店，他住在后进，只有2间房子， 都小的只够放下床和桌子。他请我在床上坐，一会儿叫泡茶，一会儿叫买点心，殷勤的使我不敢久坐。我把钱交给了他。
Visit him at his home. There was a carpentry shop in front of it, and he lived in the back, which had only 2 rooms, both of which were small enough for a bed and a table. He invited me to sit on the bed, and sometimes asked me to make tea, and sometimes asked me to buy snacks. He was so attentive that I didn't dare to sit for a long time. I gave him the money.
说道：“这次实在带的不多，请吴老爹原谅。以后如有需要时，请写信向我要好了。”他微笑地谢了又谢。第二天早晨，他又跑来了，说道：“我还没替你接风呢，今午到我家里吃饭好吗？”
He said, I really didn't bring much this time. Please forgive me, Father 5. If you need anything in the future, please write to me and ask for help. He smiled and thanked me again and again. The next morning, he came over again and said, I haven't helped you yet. Can you come to my house for dinner this afternoon?
我刚要设辞推脱，不忍花他的钱，他似已知道我的意思，连忙道：“你不厌弃你吴老爹的东西吗？吴老爹在你少时也曾买糖人糖果请你，你还记得吗？菜都已预备齐了，一定要来的。不来。”
I was about to excuse myself and couldn't bear to spend his money. He seemed to know what I meant and said quickly, Don't you hate your 5th dad's things? 5th dad also bought you Candyman candies when you were young, do you remember? The dishes are all prepared, I must come.
你吴老爹要怪你的。我再也不能说得出推辞的话，只好说道：“何必要吴老爹多破钞呢？这一顿午饭至少破费了我给他的1/3的钱。”他说：“听说你喜欢吃家乡的鲍鱼海味。”
Your 5th father will blame you. I couldn't say any more words to refuse, so I had to say, Why do you need so much money from me? This lunch cost at least 1/3 of the money I gave him. He said, I heard that you like to eat abalone and seafood from your hometown.
这是特别赶早起去买来的，你吃吃看。又说道：“这鸡是你吴老爹亲自炖的，你吃吃看，味儿好不好？”我带着说不出的酸苦的情绪吃他这一顿饭。
I got up early to buy this. You can eat it and see. Then he said, Your 5th father stewed this chicken himself. Eat it and see if it tastes good. I ate his meal with indescribable bitterness.
我实在尝不出那一碗一碗的丰美的菜的味儿。我回到上海后，吴老爹曾有一封信来过，说道：“这2、3月内还勉强可以敷衍，希望端午节时能替他寄些款去，多少不拘。”
I really can't taste the delicious bowls of food. After I returned to Shanghai, I received a letter from Father Wu, saying that I could barely cope with it in the past 2 or 3 months, and I hoped that I could send him some money during the Dragon Boat Festival, no matter how much.
然而端午节还没有到，而吴老爹已成了古人了。我寄回去的却是奠仪，而不是资助啊！我不忍思索这些过去的期望。王女，那年端午节将近，天气渐渐热了。李妈已买了箬叶、糯米回来。
However, the Dragon Boat Festival has not yet arrived, and Father 5 has become an ancient person. What I sent back was a memorial tribute instead of financial aid. I couldn't bear to think about the sorrow of the past. Wang Yu. That year the Dragon Boat Festival was approaching and the weather was getting hotter. Mother Li has bought raw leaves and glutinous rice.
分别浸在凉水里，预备裹粽子。母亲忙着做香袋，预备分给孩子们挂零零碎碎的红缎黄绫和一束一束绿色、紫色、白色、红色、橙色的丝线，加满一本臃肿的花样布子。
Soak them separately in cold water and prepare to wrap them in rice dumplings. The mother was busy making sachets to distribute to the children to hang. Bits and pieces of red satin and yellow silk and bundles of green, purple, white, red, and orange silk threads filled a bloated pattern book.
有一种将近欢宴的气象悬营在家庭里，悬营在每个人的心上。父亲忙着筹款，预备还米铺、南货铺、酒馆、裁缝铺的账。正在这时，邮差递进了一封信，一封古式的红铅条的信。
There is an almost festive atmosphere lingering in the family and in everyone's heart. My father was busy raising money to pay off the bills of the rice shop, nanhua shop, tavern, and tailor shop. At this moment, the postman delivered a letter, an old-fashioned letter with a red label.
信封上写着不大工整的字，下款写着丽水王记。母亲一看，便道：“这又是王瑜来拜节的信。”抽出一张红红的纸，上面写着：“恭贺太太、大少爷、大少奶、诸位孙少爷、孙小姐，皆喜，问王瑜顿首。”
The envelope was written in not very neat calligraphy, and the bottom line said, "From the King of Lishui." When the mother saw it, she said, "This is another letter from Wang Chen who came to pay his respects." She pulled out a piece of red paper and said, "Congratulate Mrs. Eldest young master, eldest young mistress. Dear master's son, Miss Son. Jubilee." Late Wang Yu paused.
每到一个季节，这样的一封信必定由邮差手中递到。不过在年底来的贺笺上，把节喜2个字换成了年喜而已。除了王瑜他自己住在我们家里外，这样的一封信。
Every season, such a letter must be delivered by the postman, but on the congratulatory note that comes at the end of the year, the word jia shi is replaced with nian shi. Except that Wang Chang himself lives in our house, such a letter.
简简单单的几个吉利的贺语，往往引起父亲母亲怀旧的思念。祖母也往往道：“王瑜还纪念着我们，不知他近况好不好？”母亲道：“他的信由丽水发的，想还在那边的礼卡上吧。”自从祖父故后，
A few simple auspicious greetings often arouse the nostalgic thoughts of parents. Grandmother often said, "Wang Chen still remembers us. I wonder how he is doing." Mother said, "His letter was sent by Li Shui. I think it is still on the Lika over there. Since my grandfather died."
我们家里的就用人散的散了，走的走了，各自顾着自己的前途。不听见三叔、二叔或父亲有了好差事，或亲戚们放了好缺份，他们是不来走动的。见或有来拜拜新年，请请安的。
The old servants in our family have dispersed and left, each looking after his or her own future. They would not come around until they heard that the third uncle, the second uncle or the father had a good job, or that relatives had made good arrangements. Occasionally, someone comes to say New Year's greetings and say hello.
只打了一个签，说了几句套话，便走了。只有王瑜始终如一，他没有事便住在我们这里，替我们管管门，买买菜。他也会一手很好的烹饪，便当了临时的厨房，分去母亲不少的劳苦。他有事了。
I only paid 1,000, said a few clichés, and left. Only Wang Chen remained consistent. He stayed with us when he had nothing to do, took care of the door and bought groceries for us. He is also good at cooking and can serve as a temporary kitchen, taking away a lot of the hard work from his mother. Something is wrong with him.
有舅东家写信来叫他去了，他便收拾行李告辞。然而每年至少有3封拜年拜节的贺片由邮差送到，不像别的佣人，一去便如鸿鹄，一点消息也没有。我不该说王瑜是佣人。
When his old employer wrote to him, he packed up his luggage and said goodbye. However, at least 3 New Year greeting cards were delivered by postmen every year. Unlike other employers, he was like a swan as soon as he left without any news. I shouldn't say that Wang Chen is a employer.
他的地位很奇特，介乎佣人和亲密的朋友之间。除了对于祖父外，他对谁都不承认自己是佣人。所以他的贺片上不像别的佣人偶然投来的贺片一样，写莫恩王与酒叩首拜贺。
His position is very strange, somewhere between employee and close friend. Except for his grandfather, he did not admit that he was a servant to anyone. Therefore, his greeting card did not read, kowtow to congratulate King Muan, like other greeting cards accidentally sent by servants.
只是素朴地写着晚王于顿首。然而在事实上他却是一个佣人，他称呼着太太、少爷、少奶、孙少爷、孙小姐，而我们也只叫他王于。他在我家时做的也都是佣人或厨子的事。他住在下房。
It just plainly says, the late king bowed his head. However, in fact, he is a servant. He calls his wife, young master, young mistress, young master's son, and Miss Son, but we only call him Wang Chen. When he was at my house, he always did things like servants or cooks. He lives in the lower room.
他和别的佣人们一块儿吃饭。他到上房来时，总垂手而立，不敢坐下。他最爱的是酒，终日酒气熏熏的，清秀瘦削的脸上红红的蒸腾着热气，呼吸是急促的。
He ate with the other servants. When he came to the upper room, he always stood with his hands down and did not dare to sit down. His favorite thing was wine. He was drunk all day long. His thin and delicate face was red and steaming with heat, and his breathing was rapid.
一开口便有一种酒糟味儿扑鼻而来。每次去买菜蔬，他总要给自己带回一瓶花雕。饭不吃可以的，衣服不穿也可以的。要是禁止他一顿饭不喝酒，那便如禁止了他生活下去。
As soon as I opened my mouth, there was a smell of lees. Every time he goes to buy vegetables, he always brings back a bottle of huadia for himself. It's okay not to eat, and it's okay not to wear clothes. If he is prohibited from not having a meal without drinking, it is like prohibiting him from living.
他虽和别的佣人一块儿吃饭，却有几色私房的酒菜，慢慢地用住斜着下酒。因为这样，别人的饭早已吃全了，而他还在浅斟低酌，尽量享受他酒国的乐趣。
Although he was eating with other servants, he had some food and wine from the private room, and he slowly drank his wine with chopsticks. Because of this, other people's meals have already been eaten, while he is still sipping and enjoying his wine country as much as possible.
直到粗作的老妈子去等洗碗等得不耐烦了，在他身边慢慢地说：“要洗碗了，喝完了没有？洗完碗还有一大堆衣裳等着洗。今天早晨太太的帐子又换了下来，下半天还有不少的事要做呢。”
Until the poor old lady went to wait for the dishes to be washed. She got impatient and said slowly beside him, "It's time to wash the dishes. Have you finished drinking? After washing the dishes, there are still a lot of clothes waiting to be washed. This morning, Mrs. the tents have been changed again. There is still a lot to do in the second half of the day."
他便很不高兴地斥道：“你洗好了，急什么？”他的红红的脸，带着红红的一对眼睛，红红的两个耳朵，显着强烈的愤怒。又借端在厨房里悻悻地毒骂着，也没人敢和他顶嘴。
He shouted unhappily, "You wash it, you finished it. Why are you so anxious?" His red face, with a pair of red eyes and 2 red ears, showed strong anger. He then cursed alone in the kitchen, and no one dared to talk back to him.
而他骂的也不是专指一人。母亲听见了，便道：“王瑜又在发酒疯了。”但并不去禁止他，也从来不因此说他。大家都知道他的脾气，酒疯一发完便好好的。他虽饮酒使气，在厨房里骂着。
And he was not targeting one person specifically. When his mother heard this, she said, "Wang Chen is drunk and going crazy again." But she did not stop him, and she never criticized him for it. Everyone knows his temper. Once the drunken madness is over, he will recover. Although he was drunk and angry, he was cursing in the kitchen.
可是，一到了上房，尽管酒气熏熏，总还是垂手而立，诺诺连声，从不曾开口顶撞过上头的人，就连小孩子他也从不曾背后骂过。偶然有新来的佣人，看不惯他的傲慢使气的样子。
But as soon as he arrived at the upper room, even though he was drunk, he still stood with his hands down. Nuonuo kept talking and never contradicted the person above him. Even the child never scolded him behind his back. Occasionally, a new servant comes, and I can't stand his arrogance and anger.
不免要抵触他几句，他便大发牢骚道：“你要晓得，我不是做佣人的人，我也曾做过师爷，做过卡长，我挣过好几十块钱一个月。我在这里是帮忙的，不像你们，你们这些贪吃懒做的东西，真的。”
I couldn't help but contradict him a few words, so he complained loudly, "You have to know that I am not an employer. I have also been a master and a card manager. I earn dozens of dollars a month. I am here to help, unlike you. You lazy and lazy people something to make. Real."
他做过师爷，做过卡长，挣过好几十块钱一个月，他并不曾说谎。他的父亲当过小官僚，他也读过几年书，认识一点字。他父亲死后，便到我的祖父这里来，做一个小小的私事。
He has been a master and a card manager, earning dozens of dollars a month, and he has never lied. His father worked as a minor bureaucrat. He has also read for several years and knows a little bit of writing. After his father died, he came to live with my grandfather as a small sexton.
他的家眷也带来，住在我们的门口。他有母亲，有妻，有2个女儿。在我们家里，我们看他送了他的第2个女儿和妻的死，他心境便一天天的不佳，一天天的爱喝酒。
His family members were also brought to live at our doorstep. He has a mother, a wife, and 2 daughters. In our family we watched him send his second daughter and wife to death. His mood became worse day by day, and he drank more and more.
而他的地位也一天天的低落。他会自己烧菜，而且烧得很好。反正没有事，便自动跑到我们厨房里来帮忙，渐渐就成为一个上流的厨子，也可谓爱美的厨子。祖父也就非吃他烧的菜不可。
And his status is declining day by day. He can cook for himself, and he does it well. Anyway, when he had nothing to do, he took the initiative to come to our kitchen to help, and gradually he became a fine cook, which can also be said to be a beautiful cook. My grandfather had to eat the food he cooked.
到了祖父有好差事时，他便又舍厨子而私事而卡长了。祖父故后，他也带了大女儿回乡。我们再见他时，便是一个光身的人，爱喝酒，爱使气。他常住在我们家里。
When my grandfather had a good job, he would give up his job as a cook and take up the job, which made him stuck. After his grandfather died, he also brought his eldest daughter back to his hometown. When we meet him, he is a naked man who loves to drink and become angry. He always lives in our home.
由爱美的厨子而为职业的厨子，还兼着看门。他常常带我出门，用他尖尖的收入买了不少花生米、薄荷糖之类，使我的大衣带鼓了起来。但他限我在泥地里玩，和街上的小浪子lấy钱。
From a beauty-loving cook to a professional cook, he also works as a janitor. He often took me out and used his meager income to buy a lot of peanuts, mints, etc., which made my coat pocket bulge. But he saw me playing in the mud and chasing money with the little prodigal on the street.
或在石阶沿跳上跳下，或动手打小丫头，便正颜厉色地干涉道：“孙少爷不要这样，衣服弄龌龊了。孙少爷不要跟他们做这下流事。孙少爷不要这样跳，要跌破了头的。或孙少爷不要打他。”
Some jumped up and down on the stone steps, or hit the little girl, and then intervened sternly. Master son, don't do this. Your clothes are dirty, Master son. Don't do such obscene things with them, Master son. Don't do this. Master, don't jump like this, or you may fall off your head. Or, Master son, don't hit her.
他也是好好人家的子女，我横被干涉，横被打断兴趣，往往厉声地回报他道：“不要你管。”他和声地说道：“好，好。”同去问你祖母看，我该不该说你？他的手便来牵我的手。
She is also a child of a good family. Every time I was interfered with or interrupted, would often repay him sternly. Don't worry about it. He said harmoniously, Okay, let's go and ask your grandmother if I should talk to you. His hand came to hold mine.
我连忙飞奔地自动地跳进了屋。所以我又是最怕他的干涉，往往正在雷前累得高兴时，一眼见他远远地走来，便抛下钱，很快地跑进大门去，免得被他陷了说话。全家的人都看中他。
I quickly jumped into the house automatically. So when I was young, I was most afraid of his interference. Often when Lei Qian is having fun, when she sees him coming from a distance, she drops the money and runs into the gate quickly to avoid being seen and spoken to by him. The whole family thinks highly of him.
不当他是佣人，连父亲和叔叔们也都和颜地对他说话，从不曾有过一次的变色的训斥，或用什么重话责骂他，也许连轻话也不曾说过。他是一个很有身份的佣人。
Regardless of whether he was a servant, even his father and uncles spoke to him in a friendly manner. He never once reprimanded him or scolded him with any harsh words. Maybe he never even said light words. He is a very prestigious employer.
但我这个称谓是不对的，所以底下又加了一个疑问号。不过我实在想不出什么别的恰当的语句来称他。他的地位是这样的奇特。我第一次到上海来，预备转赴北京入大学。这时
But my title is wrong, so I added a question mark at the bottom, but I really can't think of any other appropriate words to call him. His status is so strange. I came to Shanghai for the first time and planned to transfer to Beijing to enter university. At this time,
王瑜正在上海电报局里当一个小司事，一月也有30-40元。他知道我经过上海，便跑来看我，殷勤地邀我到酒楼里喝酒去。我生平第一次踏到这样的酒楼。
Wang Chang is working as a sexton in the Shanghai telegraph office, earning 30 or 40 yuan a month. When he found out that I was passing through Shanghai, he came to see me and invited me to a restaurant for a drink. It was the first time in my life that I stepped into a restaurant like this.
楼下柜台上满放着一盆一盆的熏制的鸡、鸭、肝、肠，墙边满排着一瓮一瓮的绍兴酒。楼梯边空处是几张方桌子，几个人正在喝着酒，桌上只有几小碟的冷菜。王瑜领我一直上楼。
The counter downstairs is filled with pots of smoked chicken, duck, liver, and intestines, and jars of Shaoxing wine are lined up along the wall. There were several square tables in the empty space beside the stairs. Several people were drinking wine. There were only a few small plates of cold dishes on the tables. Wang Chen led me upstairs.
倚着靠窗的一张方桌坐下，他自己又下楼去，说道：“就来的，就来的，请坐一坐。”窗外是一条一条的电线，时时动荡着，嗤嗤的声音由远而近，连支线的铁柱上也似有嗡嗡的声响。
He sat down at a square table by the window. He went downstairs again and said, "Come here, Come here, please take a seat. Outside the window were wires one by one, turbulent from time to time, and the sound of shishi came from far to near, even on the iron pillars of the branch lines. There also seemed to be a buzzing sound.
接着便是一辆电车驶过了，车过后，电线动荡得更厉害，这条线的动荡还未停止，而那边的电线上又有嗤嗤的声响了。车过后，远远的电线上还不时发出灿烂的火光。
Then a tram passed by. After the car passed by, the wires were turbulent even more. The turbulence on this wire had not stopped yet, and there was another hissing sound on the wires over there. After the car passed by, bright firelights emitted from the distant wires from time to time.
我的幻想差不多随电线而动荡着，而王瑜以双手捧了几包报纸包着的东西上楼来，解开了报纸，里面是白鸡、烧鸭、熏脑子之类，正是楼下柜台陈列着的东西。他道：“自己下去买。”
My fantasies almost swayed with the wires. Wang Chen had already come upstairs with several packages of newspaper-wrapped things in his hands. I opened the newspaper, and inside it was white chicken, roast duck, smoked brains, etc., which were exactly what was displayed on the counter downstairs. He said, "Go down and buy it yourself."
比较他们去买便宜的多了。我们喝着酒，谈着，他的话还是带有教训的气味，如当我孩提时对我说的一样。我有点不大高兴，勉强敷衍着。他喝了酒，话更多，红红的一张清秀瘦削的脸。
Much cheaper than asking them to buy it. We were drinking and talking, and his words still had the smell of instruction, just like what he said to me when I was a child. I was a little unhappy and reluctantly talked about it. After he drank, he talked more and became red. A red and thin face.
红红的细筋显现在眼白上，而耳朵也连根都红了，嘴里是酒气喷人。我直待他酒喝够了，才立起来说谢谢了，要回去了。他连忙拦阻着道：“还有面呢。”一面又叫道：“伙计，伙计，面快来！”
Red thin veins appeared on the whites of his eyes, his ears were red to the roots, and his mouth smelled of alcohol. I waited until he had had enough wine, then stood up and said, "Thank you, I'm going back." He quickly stopped me and said, "I still have some noodles." At the same time, I shouted, "Man, man, the noodles are coming soon."
我由北京回到上海时，他已先1年离开了。听人家说，电报局长换了人，他也连带的走了，住在那个旧局长家里，他也是他的旧东家，充当厨子，但常常喝酒发脾气，太太很不高兴他。
When I returned to Shanghai from Beijing, he had already left a year earlier. I heard that when the telegraph director was replaced, he also left with him and lived in the house of the old director, who was also his old employer, as a cook. But he often drinks and loses his temper, and his wife is very unhappy with him.
因此他便走了，不知道什么地方去。这一年的年底，我接到一封古式的红铅条的信，像这样的信封，我是许多年不曾见到了。从熟悉的不大工整的字体上，我知道这是王瑜的拜年信。
So he left and went to nowhere. At the end of this year, I received an ancient-style letter with a red sticker. I haven't seen an envelope like this in many years. From the familiar and not neat font, I knew that this was Wang Chen's New Year's letter.
这一次他只写信恭贺大少奶、孙少爷、孙小姐年喜，因为只有我母亲和妹妹和我同住在上海。贺笺之外，还有一张8行笺，还有2张当票。他信上说，他现在吉林，前次在上海时。
This time he only wrote, "Congratulations to the eldest mistress, master's son, and Miss Sun on their happy anniversary, because only my mother and sister lived with me in Shanghai." In addition to the congratulatory note, there is an 8-line note and 2 pawn tickets. He said in the letter that he is now in Jilin and was in Shanghai last time.
曾当了几件衣服，不赎很可惜，所以把当票寄来，请我代赎。我正在忙的时候，把这信往抽屉里一塞。过了10几天不曾想起，还是母亲道：“王瑜的当票，你怎样还不替他去取赎呢？”
I pawned a few pieces of clothing, and it would be a pity not to redeem them, so I sent the pawn tickets and asked me to redeem them on my behalf. While I was busy, I stuffed this letter into the drawer. More than 10 days later, my mother still said, "Why don't you go and redeem Wang Chen's pawn ticket?"
我到抽屉里找时，再也找不到这封信和这2张当票。我想，大约已经满期了吧。他信上说，快要满期了，一定要立刻去取。我很难过，不曾替他办好这一事。然而，到了第2节
When I looked in the drawer, I could no longer find the letter and the 2 pawn tickets. I think it has probably expired. He wrote in the letter that it was about to expire and he must pick it up immediately. I feel bad that I didn't do it for him. However, in the second quarter,
他又写信来拜节了，却没有提起赎当的事。我献了这恭贺少乃孙少爷结喜的贺笺，便觉得曾做了一件负心的事，一件不及补救的负心的事。在我结婚之前，何家已迁居到上海来。
he wrote again to pay homage to the festival, but did not mention the matter of redemption. When I saw this congratulatory note, congratulations to young master's son on her happy birthday, I realized that I had done something regretful, something that could not be remedied. Before I got married, my family had moved to Shanghai.
祖母也来了。王瑜这时正由吉林到上海，祖母便也留着他帮忙。在家里，在礼堂里，他忙了好几天。到结婚的那一天，人人都到礼堂去，没有肯在家里留守的，只有他却自告奋勇地说道：
Grandma is here too. Wang Chang was on his way to Shanghai from Jilin at this time, so his grandmother kept him to help. At home and in the auditorium, he was busy for several days. On the wedding day, everyone went to the auditorium, and no one was willing to stay at home. Only he said bravely,
我在家里好了，你们都去。这使我们很安心，他是比别人更可靠、更忠心于所事的。这一天，他整天的不出门，酒也喝得少些。我们应酬了客人，累了一天后，在午夜方才回家。
I'm at home, you all can go. This makes us feel at ease. He is more reliable and loyal to what he does than others. On this day, he did not go out all day and drank less. We entertained the guests, and after a tiring day, we just arrived at midnight go home.
而他已把大门大开着，大厅上点了明亮亮的一对大红烛，帮忙的人也有几个已先时回来，都在等候着。一见汽车进了弄口，他便指挥众人点着鞭炮，在噼噼拍拍的响声中迎接我们归来。
But he had left the door wide open, and a pair of bright red candles were lit in the hall. Several of the people who were helping him had come back earlier, and they were all waiting. As soon as he saw the car entering the alley, he directed everyone to light firecrackers and welcome us back with the sound of crackling and clapping.
迎接新娘子的第一次到家，他见我的妻和我只在祖先神座前鞠躬了几下，似乎不大高兴，可是也不敢说什么。他在这里暂时屈就了厨子的职务。在他未来之前
Welcome the bride home for the first time. He seemed unhappy when he saw that my wife and I only bowed a few times in front of the ancestral throne, but he did not dare to say anything. Here he was, temporarily yielding to his duties as cook. Before his future.
我家里先已有了2个佣人，这2个佣人见他那么傲慢而古板的样子，都不大高兴。他还是照常的喝着酒，从从容容的一块一块携着他私有的下酒的菜，慢慢的喝着。喝了酒，脸色红红的。
I already have 2 servants at home. The 2 servants were not very happy to see him looking so arrogant and old-fashioned. He was still drinking wine as usual, calmly holding his private dishes to go with the wine with chopsticks, and drank slowly. After drinking, my face turned red.
眼睛红红的，耳朵连头颈都红红的，而一口的酒糟气就在3尺外的人都闻得到，且还依旧戒端发脾气，悻悻地骂这个骂那个，还指挥着这个那个做这事做那事，做得不如意。
His eyes were red, his ears and even his head and neck were red, and the smell of alcohol could be smelled by people 3 feet away. And he still used excuses to lose his temper, angrily scolding this and that, and commanding this and that to do this and that, but the results were unsatisfactory.
便又悻悻地骂着，比上人更严厉。为了他这样，那2个原来的佣人也不知和他吵过几回嘴，上来向母亲控诉过几多次。母亲只是说道：“他是老太爷的旧人，你们让他歇一会儿就会好好的。”
Then he cursed angrily again, even more harshly than the master. Because of his behavior, the 2 former servants had no idea how many times they had quarreled with him, and how many times they had complained to his mother. The mother just said, "He is the old man's old man. Just give him some time and he will be fine in a while."
他们见母亲这样的纵容他，更觉不服，便上来向我的妻控诉着。有好几次，他们私自对我的妻说：“王鱼厨子真好舒服，他把好菜留给自己下酒，却把坏的东西给主子吃。”昨天
When they saw that my mother was indulging him in this way, they were even more dissatisfied, so they came up to complain to my wife. Several times, they privately said to my wife, "Chef Wang Chen is so comfortable. He keeps the good food for himself to drink, but gives the bad food to the master." Yesterday,
中饭买了一条黄鱼，他把最好的中段切下来自己清炖了吃，鱼头和鱼尾却做了主子的饭菜。哪有这样的厨子？第2天，他们又来报告道，昨天中饭他又把咸蟹的红膏留下自己吃了。
he bought a yellow croaker for lunch. He cut off the best middle section and stewed it for himself, while the head and tail were cooked for his master. There is no such cook. The next day, they came again and reported, yesterday at lunch, he kept the red paste of the salted crab and ate it himself.
蟹壳和蟹肉却做了饭菜，如此的不止报告了10几次。我的妻留心考察饭菜，便真的发现黄鱼是没有中断的，咸蟹的红膏只寥寥可数的几小块放在盘子里。他把这事对我说了。
The crab shells and crab meat made the meal. This was reported more than a dozen times. My wife carefully inspected the food and found out that the yellow croaker had no middle section and only a few small pieces of salty crab paste were placed on the plate. She put this thing spoke to me.
也很不以为然。我说道：“随他去好了，他是祖父的旧人，是旧人，难道便可以如此舒服不成？”妻很生气地说着。我默默地不说什么。过了1、2月，帮忙的老家人都散去了，只有王鱼。
Also very disapproving. I said, "Let him go, he is my grandfather's old man. You are an old person, how can you be so comfortable?" My wife said angrily. I remained silent and said nothing. After 1 or 2 months, all the old family members who helped dispersed, except Wang Chen.
祖母还留他在厨房里帮忙，然而口舌一天天的多了，甚至底下人上来向妻说，他是这般那般的对少奶奶不恭敬，听说什么菜是少奶奶要买的，他便道：“我不会买这菜。”
Grandma still left him to help in the kitchen, but he became more and more sarcastic day by day. Some people even came up to tell his wife that he was disrespectful to the young lady in this way. When he heard what kind of food the young lady wanted to buy, he said, "I won't buy this dish."
连少奶奶天天吃的鸡子，他也不肯去买。这样的话，使其更不高兴。有一次，他领了5块钱去买菜，菜也没买，便回来在厨房里咕噜咕噜地骂人，说是中途把钱失落了。几个底下人说
He even refused to buy the chicken that the young mistress ate every day. This will make my wife even more unhappy. One time, he received 5 yuan to buy groceries. He didn't buy any groceries, so he came back and cursed in the kitchen, saying that he had lost the money in the process. Several people below said,
一定是假装的，是他自己用去了，还了9账了。但期限他窘急的可怜，又补了5块钱给他。他连谢也不说一声，还是长着脸提了菜篮出门。这又使妻很生气。期限我回家。
It must have been a pretense. He used it himself to pay off the wine bill. But my wife saw that he was in pitiful embarrassment, so she gave him another 5 yuan. He didn't even say thank you, but still carried the vegetable basket and went out with a face. This made my wife very angry again. My wife saw me go home.
便惯愤的又把这事告诉了我。我为他道，他是救人，很忠心的，一定不会说假话。妻道，是救人，是救人，总是这样说。既然他如此忠心，不如把家务都交给他管好了。我知道这样的情势。
He angrily told me the matter again. I comforted her and said, he is an old man. He is very loyal. He will never tell lies. My wife said, he is an old man. He is an old man. He always says this. Since he is so loyal, he might as well do all the housework. Leave it to him. I know this situation.
一定不能更长久地维持下去，而王于他自己也常想告辞，说工钱实在不够用，并且也受不了那么多的嫌弃。然而他到哪里去好呢？这样的古板的人物，古怪的脾气。
It must not be able to sustain it for a longer period of time, and Wang Cheng himself often wants to resign, saying that the wages are really not enough, and he cannot stand so much idleness. But where should he go? Such an old-fashioned character with a weird temper.
这样的嗜酒谩骂的习惯，非相知有素的人家，又谁能容得他呢？我为了这事踌躇了好几天。后来和几个朋友商定，叫他到一个与我们有关系的俱乐部里去当听差，事务很闲空。
Who can tolerate such a habit of drinking and cursing unless he is a well-informed person? I hesitated about this for several days. Later, I made an agreement with a few friends to ask him to work as a waiter in a club related to us, so that he would be free from work.
而且工钱也比较的多。他去了，还是一天天的喝酒，喝得脸红红的，眼睛红红的，耳朵连头颈都红红的，一开口便酒气喷人。他自己烧饭烧菜吃，很舒适，很舒适的独酌着。
And the wages are relatively high. He went there and continued to drink day by day, until his face was red, his eyes were red, his ears and even his head and neck were red, and he smelled of alcohol when he opened his mouth. He cooks and eats by himself, feeling very comfortable and drinking alone.
无论喝到什么时候，都没人去管他。然而，他只是孤寂的一个人，连脾气也无从发，又没有一个人可以给他骂，给他指挥，而且尖尖的工资又实在不够他买酒买菜吃。他常常到我家里来。
No matter how long he drank, no one cared about him. However, he was just a lonely person, and he couldn't even express his temper. No matter how long he drank, no one cared about him. However, he was just a lonely person, and he couldn't even express his temper. There was no one who could scold him or give him instructions, and his meager salary was really not enough for him to buy wine and food. He often comes to my house.
向我诉说工钱太少，不够用，又说 闲人太多，进进出出，一天到晚开门关门，实在忙不了。我嘴里不便说什么，心里却有些不以他为然。然而他虽穷困
Tell me that the wages are too little and not enough. He also said that there were too many idle people coming in and out, and it was too busy to open and close the door all day long. I couldn't say anything, but in my heart I didn't agree with him. However, he was poor.
却还时时烧了一钵或一瓷缸祖母爱吃的菜蔬，送了来孝敬给太太吃。祖母也常拿钱叫他买东西，叫他烧好了送来。外将厨子烧的菜，他老人家实在吃不惯。有一次
But she would always cook a bowl or a vat of vegetables that my grandmother loved and bring them to my wife as a tribute. Grandma often asked him to buy things with money and asked him to cook them and deliver them. The old man is really not used to the food cooked by the Weijiang cook. Once.
俱乐部里住着一个和我们很要好的朋友，他新从天津来，没地方住，我们便请他住到俱乐部一间空房里去。于是王宇每天多了倒脸水、泡茶、买香烟等等的杂事，门也要多开好几次。
There is a very close friend of ours who lives in the club. He was new from Tianjin and had no place to stay, so we asked him to stay in an empty room in the club. So Wang Chen had to do more chores like pouring water, making tea, buying cigarettes, etc. every day, and the door had to be opened several times more.
多关好几次，他又跑来对我诉说，他是专管看门的，看门有疏忽是他的责任，别的事实在不能管。我说道，他不过住几天便走的，暂时请你帮忙帮忙吧。而心里实在不以他为然。有一天清晨
Close it several times. He came to me again and told me that he was responsible for the janitor. Any negligence on the part of the janitor was his responsibility and he could not take care of other things. I said, he will only stay for a few days and then leave. Please help me for the time being. But I really didn't agree with him. One morning.
他如有重大事故似的跑来悄悄地对我说，你的那位朋友昨夜一夜没回来，今天一回来便合衣倒在床上睡了，不知他干的什么事。我看他的样子不大对，要小心他。又说道，等了一夜的门。
As if something serious had happened, he came to me and said quietly, that friend of yours didn't come back last night. When he came back today, he fell asleep on the bed with his clothes on. I don't know what he did. I looked at him, he doesn't look right, so be careful with him. He then said, I've been waiting for the door all night.
等到天亮，这事我实在不能干下去。我只劝慰他道，不过几天的功夫，你且忍耐些。他大约晚上有应酬，或是打牌，你不必去理会他的事。而心里更不以他的多管闲事、爱批评人的态度为然。
I really can't do this until daybreak. I just comforted him and said, it's only a few days, so please be patient. He may have some entertainment or play cards in the evening, so you don't need to pay attention to his affairs. And in my heart, I don't take his nosy and critical attitude seriously.
过了几天，他又如有重大事故似的跑来悄悄地对我说，你的朋友大约不是一个好人，他一定赌得很厉害，昨夜又没有回来，今天一回来便用白布包袱包了一大堆的衣服拿出门。
A few days later, he came to me again as if something serious had happened and said quietly to me, your friend is probably not a good person. He must have been gambling heavily. He didn't come back last night. When he came back today, he wrapped it in a white cloth, packed a lot of clothes and took them out.
大约是上当铺去的。这样的朋友，你要少和他来往。我默默地不说什么，而心里更不以他为然。我相信这位朋友，相信他绝不会如此。我很不高兴王于这样的胡乱猜想、胡乱下批评。
probably went to the pawn shop. You should avoid associating with such a friend. I didn't say anything silently, and I didn't agree with him even more. I believed in this friend, and I believed that he would never be like this. I was very unhappy with Wang Chen's random conjectures and random criticisms.
且这样的看不起他。过了几天，在清早，他更着急的又跑来找我，怀着重大秘密要告诉我似的。我们立在街沿，太阳和煦的把树影子投照在我们的身上。他悄悄地说道
And looked down on him like this. A few days later, in the morning, he came to me again in an even more anxious manner, as if he had a big secret that he wanted to tell me. We stood on the edge of the steps, and the sun warmly cast the shadows of the trees on us. He said quietly.
我打听得千真万确了，他实在是去赌的。前天出去了，竟2天2夜不曾回来。这样的人，你千万不要再和他来往，也千万不要再借钱给他，他是拿钱去赌的。我再也忍不住了。
I found out it was absolutely true. He was actually gambling. I went out the day before yesterday and didn't come back for 2 days and 2 nights. You must never interact with such a person again, and never lend him money again. He uses the money to gamble. I couldn't hold it in any longer.
我相信这位朋友绝不会如此，我不愿意这位朋友被他侮辱到这个地步。我气愤愤地一脚把街沿陈设着的2盆花猛力踢下天井去，砰的一声，2个绿色的花盆都碎成片片了。
I believe this friend will never be like this, and I don't want this friend to be insulted to this extent. I angrily kicked the 2 pots of flowers displayed on the steps down the patio. With a bang, the 2 green flower pots broke into pieces.
同时厉声地说道：“要你管他的事做什么？”他一声不响地转身走出大门，非常之样样的。我望着他的背影，心里后悔不迭。他不曾从祖父那里受到过这样厉声的训斥。
At the same time, he said sternly, "Why do you want to interfere with his business?" He turned around and walked out of the door without saying a word, very unhappy. I looked at his back and felt regretful. He had never received such a harsh reprimand from his grandfather.
不曾从父亲那里受到过这样厉声的训斥，不曾从叔叔们那里受到过这样厉声的训斥，如今却从我这里受到。我当时真是后悔，真是不安，至今一想起还是不安，很想立刻追去向他告罪。
I have never received such a stern reprimand from my father. I have never received such a stern reprimand from my uncles, but now I receive it from me. I felt really regretful and uneasy at that time. I still feel uneasy when I think about it. I wanted to chase him immediately and accuse him.
但自尊心把我的脚步留住了。我怅然地望着他的背影消失在大门外。我想他心里一定是十分的难过的。他阴阴的3番2次跑来告诉我，完全是为了同我关切之故。
But my pride kept me in my tracks. I watched his figure disappear outside the gate in despair. I think he must be very sad in his heart. He came to tell me earnestly again and again, all because he was concerned about me.
而我却给他以这样大的侮辱，这侮辱他从不曾受之于祖父、父亲、2叔、3叔或别的就东家的。唉，这不可追补的遗憾。我愿他能宽恕了我，我愿向他告1个、10个、100个的罪。
But I gave him such a huge insult, which he had never suffered from his grandfather, father, second uncle, third uncle or other old bosses. Alas, this irreparable regret. I wish he could forgive me, and I wish to punish him for 1, 10, or 100 sins.
也许他早已忘记了这事，然而我永不能忘记。又过了几天，好几个朋友才纷纷的来告诉我，这位朋友是如何的沈溺于赌博，甚至一夜输了好几千元，被人迫得要去投江。
Maybe he has forgotten about it, but I can never forget it. A few days later, several friends came to tell me one after another how this friend was addicted to gambling, and even lost several thousand yuan in one night, and was forced to throw himself into the river.
凡能借到钱的地方，他都设法去借过了，有的几百，有的几十。他们要我去劝劝他。王瑜的话证实了，他的猜疑一点也不曾错。他可以说是许多友人中最先发现这位朋友的狂赌的。
He tried to borrow money wherever he could, sometimes hundreds, sometimes tens. They asked me to persuade him. Wang Chen's words confirmed that his suspicion was not wrong at all. It can be said that he was the first among many friends to discover this friend's gambling spree.
王瑜的话证实了，而我的心里更是不安，我几乎不敢再见到他。我斥责自己这样的不聪明，这样的不相信如此中肯而亲切的老人家的话。然而，他还在俱乐部看着门，并不因此一怒而去。
Wang Chen's words were confirmed, and I felt even more uneasy. I almost didn't dare to see him again. I scolded myself for being so unintelligent and for not believing the words of such a loyal and kind old man. However, he was still watching the door at the club and did not leave in anger.
大约他并不把这个厉声的斥责看得太严重了吧，这使我略觉宽心。但隔了2个月，他终于留不住了，自己告退了回去。促他告退的直接原因是，俱乐部来来往往的人太多。有一天
Maybe he didn't take this harsh rebuke too seriously. This gives me some relief. But after 2 months, he finally couldn't stay any longer and retreated on his own. The direct reason that prompted him to quit was, there were too many people coming and going in the club, and one day.
他出去买菜，有里边出外的人开了门不曾关好，因此一个小偷掩了进来，把他的1箱衣服都偷走了。他说道，这样的地方不能再住下去了。于是在悻悻地独自骂了几天之后，
He went out to buy groceries, and people coming in and out opened the door but did not close it properly. Therefore, a small man came in and took away his box of clothes. He said, "We can't live in this kind of place anymore." So, after scolding him angrily alone for a few days,
才用墨笔画了一个四不像的人体，颈上锁着铁链，上面写道：偷我衣服的贼骨头，把他用钉钉在墙上。几天之后，他便向我和几位朋友说要回家了，请另外找一个看门的人。我道
Then he drew a different human body with an ink pen, with an iron chain around his neck, and wrote on it, "Shame on the thief's bones in my clothes," and nailed it to the wall. A few days later, he told me and several friends that he was going home and please find another gatekeeper. I said,
回家还不是没事做，何妨多留几个月，等有好差事了再走不晚。他道，这里不能再住了，工钱又少又辛苦，且偷了那么多的东西去，实在不能再住了，再住下去一定还要失东西。
If you don't have anything to do when you go home, why not stay a few more months and wait until something good comes up before leaving? He said, I can't live here anymore. The wages are too little, it's hard work, and I've lost so many things. I really can't live here anymore. If I continue to live here, I'm bound to lose things.
回去先住在女儿家里，且顺便看看母亲，有好几年不见她了。住在那里等机会也是一样的。我们很不安，凑了一点钱，偿补他失去衣物的损失。他收了钱，只淡淡地说了声谢谢。
When I go back, I will stay at my daughter's house first, and also visit my mother. I haven't seen her for several years. The same goes for living there and waiting for an opportunity. We were very uneasy and pooled together a little money to compensate him for the loss of his clothes. He took the money and just said a faint thank you.
此后每逢一个年节，他还是系那红红的褐笺来，不过褐笺上 在恭贺太太、大少奶、孙少爷之下，又加添上了一个孙少奶的称谓。从去年起，他的贺间的信封上写的是水亭分卡王记。
After that, he still sent the red congratulatory note every New Year, but on the congratulatory note, under the congratulations, Madam, Eldest Mistress, Young Master Son, he also added the title of Young Mistress Son. Say. Since last year, the envelope of his congratulations has been written, sent by Wang Shuiting Fenka.
显然的，他又有了很好的差事，又做了卡长了。三姑与三姑丈，在我所见所知的亲属里，没有一位的运命与境遇比之三姑燕娟和三姑丈何修更为恶劣艰苦的了。我的亲属。
Apparently he had a good job again and became a card manager again. Third aunt and third uncle. Among the relatives I have seen and known, no one's fate and circumstances were worse and more difficult than those of the third aunt Yanwan and the third aunt Zhang Hexiu. My relatives.
有好些是壮年便死去，留下寡妇孤儿，苦苦地度着如年的日子；有好些是一无本领的人，一生靠着亲戚吃饭，受尽了嫌弃闲话；更有的是遭了叠次的失败之后，到晚年又忙了目。
Many of them died in their prime, leaving widows and orphans behind, living a miserable life. There are many people with no skills who have relied on relatives for food all their lives and have suffered from idle gossip. What's more, after suffering repeated failures, they become blind again in their later years.
受着媳妇的气，更有的是正在享老福时，他的唯一的依靠着的儿子却死了；更有的是辛苦勤俭了一生，积着些许的钱，却为桀骜不驯的儿子耗尽，使他在孤寂的老年不得不东家界。
Being angry with my wife. What's more, when he was enjoying his old age, his only son who relied on him died. What's more, after working hard and frugally all his life, he saved a little money, but it was all used up by his arrogant and unruly son, so that in his lonely old age, he had to borrow money from his employer.
西家球叫花子似的度着日子，然而他们的苦是说得出的，数得尽的；说不出、数不尽的，只有三姑燕娟和三姑丈何修所受的苦了。在我童年时，已见他们落在艰难穷困的陷阱中了。
Shijia asked for help and lived his days like a beggar. However, their sufferings are indescribable and countless. Indescribable, countless, only the sufferings suffered by the third aunt Yanwan and the third aunt Zhang Hexiu. During my childhood, I saw them fall into the trap of hardship and poverty.
20年后，他们还是在这坚不可破的艰难穷困的陷阱中挣扎着。我不知他们怎样的度过这样悠久的20年的时光。祖母在20年前便说道：“想不到何修这样的一个忠厚的人。”
20 years later, they are still struggling in this unbreakable trap of hardship and poverty. I don't know how they spent such a long time of 20 years. My grandmother said 20 years ago, I never expected that he Xiu would be such a loyal person.
会落到这样的苦境里，在20年后，他还是这样慨叹地说道：“想不到何修这样的一个忠厚的人会落到这样的苦境里。”尤其当他陷了周家的夺了他产业的2个兄弟。
Will fall into such a difficult situation. 20 years later, she still said with emotion, I never thought that a loyal person like he Xiu would fall into such a difficult situation. Especially when she met the 2 brothers from the Zhou family who had taken away his property.
如今还是兴兴旺旺的、舒舒服服的过着他们的生活，而且家境还一天一天的好，而忠厚的他却还在艰难穷困的陷阱里挣扎着时，便不禁兴起天道无知的感慨。祖母生了3个女儿。
Nowadays, they are still prosperous, living their lives comfortably, and their family situation is getting better day by day. However, when the loyal man is still struggling in the trap of hardship and poverty, he can't help but feel that the way of heaven is ignorant. My grandmother gave birth to 3 daughters.
大姑母嫁给邓家，她的丈夫在马尾海军军官学校毕业的，和他的一个兄弟同在一个军舰上服务。甲午中日战争时，他们兄弟2人一同战死。戴姑母悲悲切切地过了几年，便也死了。
The eldest aunt married into the Deng family. Her husband graduated from Maui Naval Academy and served on the same warship as one of his brothers. During the Sino-Japanese War of Sino-Japanese War, the 2 brothers died together. My eldest aunt died sadly after a few years.
我从来没有见过她，只有从祖母口中知道有这样一位姑母罢了。祖母每县亲戚中很显赫的当着海军的将校，或在与海军有关的机关里，每月领受钱薪，很阔绰而安闲的生活的人。
I have never met her, I only know about such an aunt from my grandmother. Every time my grandmother saw a very prominent relative among her relatives, they were serving as admirals in the Navy, or in organizations related to the Navy, receiving monthly salary, and living a very comfortable life.
便说道：“你大姑丈要不死，如今要比他们更阔了。”二姑母嫁给曾家，她的丈夫是一位能干的少爷，她父亲远迢迢地做着云南大理府知府，故乡的家事都由他一手经管。我还记得，当我少时
Then he said, if your eldest uncle had not died, he would be richer than them now. The second aunt married into the Xing family. Her husband is a capable young master, and his father is the magistrate of Dali Prefecture in Yunnan province far away. He takes care of all the household affairs in his hometown. I still remember when I was little.
他常常到我们家里来，一个瘦瘦身材的人，似乎阅历很深的样子。他父亲死在任上，他远迢迢地和几位兄弟一同营救回乡。他家里颇有些产业，兄弟们又善于守城，有一所很大的住宅。
He often comes to our house. He is a thin man and seems to have a lot of experience. His father died in office, and he and several brothers returned home from afar to welcome the coffin. His family has quite a lot of property, and his brothers are good at keeping things in order. There is a large house.
自己3房住不了，还租了一半给别人。又有许多田，每年的收成除了自己吃的以外，还可以跳给米店。此外，还有些现款存在钱庄或靠得住的商店里生息。他过了几年也死了。
I can't live in the 3 bedrooms myself, so I rent half of them to others. There are also many fields, and the annual harvest can be sold to rice shops in addition to eating it. In addition, there is some cash that is deposited in banks or reliable stores to earn interest. A few years later, he also died.
留下二姑母和他的3个孩子。然而衣食可以无忧，生活也很舒服。他家里至今还有许多大理石。前年我回故乡时，二姑母送我许多块大理石，构作2条长屏。
The second aunt and her 3 children were left behind. However, you can have no worries about food and clothing and live a comfortable life. She still has many marbles in her home. The year before last, when I returned to my hometown, my second aunt gave me many pieces of marble, enough to make 2 long screens.
自从我们自己的房宅为二叔卖去后，我们回乡没有地方可住，往往就住在二姑母家里，她那里空房多。祖母每次回乡时也住在她那里，她也善于保存，至今还可以衣食无忧。
Since our own house was sold to our second uncle, we had no place to live when we returned to our hometown, so we often stayed at our second aunt's house, where there were many vacant rooms. Every time my grandmother returns to her hometown, she stays with her. She is also good at preserving, and she can still live without worries.
而孩子们又都长大了， 都受了大学的教育，可以挣钱了。三姑母嫁给周家，她的丈夫便是忠厚无能的三姑丈和修。当三姑母出嫁时，她家里很阔，有3个当铺，4、5个米店，10几顷田地。
And the children have grown up, received university education, and can earn money. The third aunt married into the Zhou family, and her husband was the loyal and incompetent third aunt Hsiu. When the third aunt first got married, his family was very wealthy. There are 3 pawn shops, 4 or 5 rice shops, and more than 10 hectares of fields.
在3个姑母中，要算她是最有钱的。三姑丈做着小老板，也不赌，也不嫖，终日笑嘻嘻地坐在家里或店里，扑噜扑噜地捧了一把水烟袋吸着。他身体很强壮，圆圆而黑的脸。
Among the 3 aunts, she is the richest. The third uncle works as a small business owner and does not gamble or go whoring. He sits at home or in the shop with a smile all day long, holding a handful of hookahs and smoking. He has a strong body and a round and dark face.
活现忠厚无能的神气。他说话的声音重浊而凝涩，往往讷讷地说不出口来，见了生客便脸红。他也曾读了几年书，然而资质很坏，不久便放弃了。所以他后来连一封信也不会写。
Exhibiting an air of loyalty and incompetence. His voice was thick and astringent when he spoke, and he was often unable to speak clearly. He would blush when meeting strangers. He also studied for several years, but his qualifications were very poor and he gave up soon. So he later couldn't even write a letter.
祖母颇嫌他无用，但大家都以为像他这样的人，像他这样的家产，一定是一辈子做吃不完的。他自己虽无能，却也不至于好败已有的产业。然而人事的变迁，谁能预料呢？他的丰富的家产。
Grandma thought he was useless. But everyone thought that a person like him and a family fortune like his would never be able to finish it all in a lifetime. Although he himself is incompetent, he will not waste his existing property. However, who can predict the changes in personnel? His rich property.
不败于浪费，不败于嫖赌，却另有第3条大路，把他的所有都瓦解冰消，以至于单剩下光光的几口要吃饭要用钱的人。自他父亲亡故，他的2个哥哥便和他争产，欺侮他忠厚无能。
Not defeated by waste, not defeated by whoring and gambling, but there is a third way, which will disintegrate everything he has, so that only a few people who need food and money are left. Since his father's death, his 2 brothers have fought with him over the property and insulted him for his loyalty and incompetence.
把坏的东西给他，自己取了好的；把少数的资产给他，自己取了多数。有一个叔叔看得不平，出来说几句公道话，然而那2个哥哥简直不理会他。三姑觉得很气愤，天天不平。
Give him the bad things and take the good ones for yourself. Give him a few assets and take the majority for yourself. There was an uncle who felt unfair and came out to say some fair words, but the 2 brothers simply ignored him. Sangu was very angry and felt unfair every day.
天天当他的面骂他无用，不会争。而那个叔叔也激动他到县衙里去告状，他只是默默无言的，一点主张也没有。他怕进衙门，他怕多事，他怕诉讼告禀，他怕见官。
She scolded him in front of him every day for being useless and not being able to fight. And the uncle also encouraged him to go to the county government office to file a complaint. He was just silent and had no idea at all. He is afraid of entering the yamen, he is afraid of getting into trouble, he is afraid of lawsuits and complaints, and he is afraid of seeing officials.
然而他的一心奋火终于为三姑和几个亲戚鼓动了。他讷讷地请教了几个讼师，上禀到县衙里去。一切事都由他那位叔叔和讼师们主持着，他自己是一点意见也没有。
However, his anger was finally stirred up by his third aunt and several relatives. He nonchalantly invited a few lawyers and reported them to the county government office. Everything was managed by his uncle and the lawyers, without any input from him.
一切听任他们的排布。到了两造同在县官面前对峙时，他的两个哥哥都振振有词，虽然自己娶了好的，还说娶的是坏的；虽然自己娶了多数，还说娶的是少数。三姑丈却讷讷的，战兢兢的。
Everything is left to their arrangement. When the two brothers confronted each other in front of the magistrate, both his brothers were very convincing. Although they had taken the good ones, they said they had taken the bad ones. Although they had taken the majority, they still claimed that they had taken the minority. The third uncle was calm and timid.
一句话也说不出。县官问了他好几句，他只颤声的简单的回答一句半句。像这样的官司，大家知道他一定是要输的。然而讼师们主张用贿赂，于是送了许多钱给县官，送了许多给木客。
Not a word could be said. The county magistrate asked him several questions, but he only answered in a trembling voice. In a lawsuit like this, everyone knows he will lose. However, the lawyers advocated bribery, so they gave a lot of money to the magistrate and a lot to the court officials.
给虚力，结果总算没有失败，然而得到的只是由族长协防长尊亲凭功调解一句批语。族长防长尊亲关于这件事调解过不止一次了。那两个哥哥当着他们的面又会说又会装腔。
To subordinate officials. In the end, there was no failure at all, but all we got was the comment that it will be mediated by the chief of the clan and the elder of the house in person and by the public. The clan chief, the house chief, has mediated this matter more than once. The two elder brothers could talk and pretend in front of them.
背后又会送点小礼物给他们。这些地方，三姑丈一点都不会。于是，尊亲族长虽明知他的理直，却不高兴为他而争；虽明知他的两个哥哥理亏，却不愿意叫他们吐出强夺了去的资产。
I will give them some small gifts behind my back. Third uncle knows nothing about these places. Therefore, although the patriarch of the Zuanshin clan knew that he was right, he was not happy to fight for him. Although he knew that his two brothers were wrong, he was unwilling to ask them to spit out the assets they had taken.
每次的调解总是没有结局的散了，而他的两个哥哥仍占着多数好的资产，他仍只占坏的少数的东西。这一次，县官虽披着要族长防长尊亲凭功调解，结局还不是和从前一样吗？
Every mediation always ends without an end. While his two brothers still account for most of the good assets, he still only accounts for the few bad things. This time, although the county magistrate asked the clan leader, Fang Chang, to respect his relatives and rely on public relations to mediate, wouldn't the outcome be the same as before?
而族长防长尊亲更可以借口调解不下，仍把这个原案交还了县里去，求太爷去发放。于是又审问了，三姑丈又要花了一笔大款子送给县官，送给木客和虚吏，而几个讼师也吃着他的。
The clan leader, Fang Zhang Zuanshin, could even use the excuse that the mediation could not be settled and still return the original case to the county, asking the grandpa to distribute it. So, there was another interrogation, and the third uncle had to spend a large sum of money to give to the county magistrate, to the court officials and the subordinate officials, and several litigants also ate from him.
用着他的，另外还得了不少的仇报。祖父知道了这个消息，曾写了好几封信，再三的劝诫他不要再打官司了，宁可吃些亏，不可再争讼。然而事已至此，他已骑上马背，为几个讼师把持着。
Using his, he also received a lot of reward. When his grandfather learned of the news, he wrote several letters, repeatedly admonishing him not to litigate again. It is better to suffer some losses than to fight again. However, by now, he was on horseback and was being controlled by several litigants.
且已用了许多钱，要修讼也是不能由他自主的了。一天天的，一年年的拖延下去，他已把分得的一大半资产耗费在争讼上头了。他终日皱着眉，心里摇摇无主的，一点方法也想不出。
Moreover, a lot of money has been spent, and it is not up to him to suspend the lawsuit. Day by day, year by year, he has spent more than half of his allocated assets on litigation. He frowned all day long, feeling helpless and unable to think of any solution.
他又想修讼，心里又不服他哥哥们的强夺。三姑时时指着他当众人之前骂他无用。他用笨重的语声艰涩地答道：“那么由你出头去办好了。”三姑道：“亏得你是一个男子汉，要是没有你在。”
He wanted to end the lawsuit, but he was not convinced by his brother's robbery. The third aunt always pointed at him and scolded him for being useless in front of everyone. He replied in a heavy voice, "Then, it's up to you to take care of it." The third aunt said, "Thankfully you are a man. If you weren't here."
我自然可以出头去办了。谁都不像你这么无用，没本领。他又是默默无言的，圆圆而黑的脸上罩上了一层薄薄的愁云。他真的每次得到祖父的去信后，总决心的想从此修讼。
Of course I can go ahead and do it. No one is as useless and incompetent as you. He was silent again, and his round and dark face was covered with a thin layer of sorrow. He really thought that every time he got a letter from his grandfather, he always thought with determination. The lawsuit has since been suspended.
保存着那剩下的些少产业。然而，等到和讼师们一商量，又受他们极力的鼓动，叫他不要从此洗手。他如要从此洗手，他们的这一大笔收入便将绝缘了。他们道：“事情已到了这个地步。”
Preserve the few remaining properties. However, after discussing with the lawyers, he was strongly encouraged by them and told him not to stop from now on. If he were to stop, their huge income would be cut off. They said, "Things have reached this point."
且已用了这许多钱，如果中途而废，岂不前功尽弃？且现在准有可得胜诉的机会。前天县里丁大爷来说过了，只要5、6千，太爷便可答应了。等到你赢了官司，大房子、大当铺都是你的了。
Moreover, a lot of money has been spent. If we give up halfway, all our efforts will be wasted. And now there is definitely a chance of winning the case. The day before yesterday, Uncle Ding from the county told me that he would agree to it as long as 5 or 6,000. When you win the lawsuit, the big house and the big pawn shop will be yours.
何怕耗费这些少的钱？他又被他们说得疑迟了，踌躇了。他又把他的决心抛到大海洋中去了。他这样的疑迟着，踌躇着，因循着，一天天的过去，一年年的过去，他的资产就一天天的。
Why waste such little money? He was said to be hesitant and hesitant again, and he threw his determination into the ocean again. He was hesitant, hesitant, and followed, day by day, day by day. Years pass, his assets increase day by day.
一年年的少了，少了。得利的是县里的太爷、师爷、胥吏，得利的是讼师们、帮闲的人们。他分到的一个小当铺已经盘给别人去开张了，乡下的几十亩田地也已卖去了。
It gets less and less every year. Those who benefit are the county's princes, masters, and subordinate officials, and those who benefit are the litigants and helpers. The small pawn shop he was allocated has been given to others to open. Dozens of acres of farmland in the countryside have also been sold.
都是为了这个无休止的不由自主的诉讼。但他还有一个米店在着， 每年的收入还很可观。有了这个米店，使亲戚们对于他还显得亲热，因为亲戚们每逢要赊米时，总是要到他那里去的。
All for this endless involuntary litigation. But he still has a rice store and his annual income is still considerable. With this rice store, his relatives became more affectionate towards him. Because whenever relatives want rice on credit, they always go to him.
到了年底结底，他又不好意思说硬话向他们索账，又不会说软话向他们求清账。几年来，不知给亲戚们拖欠了多少的米账。三姑每当他回家时，便告诉他道：“刚才店里阿二又来说了。”
At the end of the year or the holiday, he was too embarrassed to say harsh words to ask for accounts from them, and he was not able to use soft words to ask them to clear their accounts. Over the past few years, I don't know how much rice debt I have owed to my relatives. Whenever he came home, his third aunt would tell him. Just now, the second person in the store said something again.
吴表舅那里又来要了一担米去，他去年的账还一个钱没有还呢，你怎么又赊给他？三姑丈又只是默默无言地对着他，圆圆而黑的脸审问着，浓浓的双眉微蹙着，表示出他的无可奈何。
My fifth cousin came to ask for another load of rice. He hasn't paid back any of last year's debt, so why do you give him credit again? The third uncle just faced her silently, his round and black face was dull, and his thick eyebrows were slightly frowned, showing his helplessness.
无可诉说的微愁，他当了吴表舅以及一切其他亲戚的面，米店里现堆着一袋一袋的米，一桶一桶的米，怎么还好说不赊呢？更怎么说得出要吴表舅还清钱账的话呢？
Unspeakable sadness. In front of his fifth cousin, and all his other relatives, the rice shop was filled with bags of rice and buckets of rice. How could he say that he wouldn't take credit? What if the fifth cousin still pays the bills?
而且吴表舅近来家境的穷困，他是知道的。米店的伙计们，上自经理，下至学徒，都知道他们的店主人是懦弱的、忠厚无能的、不会计算的，于是一个个的明窃暗偷起来。
Moreover, he knew that his fifth cousin's family was in poverty recently. The workers in the rice shop, from the manager down to the apprentices, all knew that their shop owner was cowardly, loyal, incompetent, and incapable of calculating, so they started to mourn openly and secretly one by one.
表面上，这店还是显显赫赫的五大开间的门面，米粮堆积如山，而实际上已经是外强中浅了。他哪里知道这些事？三姑虽比他精明些，然而店里的事，他又怎么管得到？他又怎么会知道？
On the surface, this store still has a prominent 5-bay facade, with mountains of rice and grain, but in fact it is strong on the outside but hard on the inside. How could he know these things? Although the third aunt is smarter than him, how can she control the affairs in the store, and how can she know about it?
于是有一夜，更坏的事发生了。米店的经理把店里所有的现款、预备下乡买米的，以及亲戚们存着生息的，一总席卷而去。到了第二天，经理不来店，伙计们还以为他在家有事。
So, one night, something worse happened. The manager of the rice store swept away all the cash in the store, those who were going to the countryside to buy rice, and the money that relatives had saved for interest. The next day, the manager didn't come to the store, so the guys thought he had something to do at home.
到了第三、第四天还不来，他们跑到他家里，而他家已搬得无影无踪了。于是他们才知道出了事，才跑去通知三姑丈。三姑丈又是急得一筹莫展，还是一个帮闲的人替他出了一个主意。
When he still didn't come on the third or fourth day, they ran to his house, but his house had been moved without a trace. Then they knew something had happened and ran to notify their third uncle. The third uncle was so anxious that he could do nothing, but a helpful person came up with an idea for him.
叫他先去报官。外面的人一听见米店经理卷逃的消息，要账的纷至沓来，要收回存款的纷至沓来，只把三姑丈急得只是跺足。家里哪有许多现款给他们呢？
Tell him to report to the official first. As soon as people outside heard the news that the rice store manager had escaped, there were so many people asking for debts, and people wanting to recover their deposits, that the third uncle was so anxious that he just stamped his feet. How can there be much cash at home to give them?
而他们个个都是非要款子不可的，不给便要去告状。而三姑也焦急的脸色都白了，一见他便悻悻地骂，说都是他无用，才会有这事发生。
And all of them insist on money, and if they don't give it, they will complain. And the third aunt turned pale with anxiety. When she saw him, she cursed him angrily, saying that it was all because of his uselessness that this happened.
好好的一个店，怎么会托给那样的一个靠不住的王慎斋去经理？他早已说过王慎斋的靠不住了，早已嘱咐过要他自己去看看账，且要把现钱多取些回家了，他总是不听。如今
How could a good store be entrusted to such an unreliable Wang Xianzhai as the manager? She had already said that Wang Xianzhai was unreliable and had already asked him to check the accounts himself and to take more cash home. Always don't listen. Now.
居然发生了这事，看他一家将来怎么过活。他诉说着，颤抖抖的焦急地诉说着，双牙咬紧着，恨不得把它吞了下去。他只是默默无言地对着他圆圆而黑的脸上罩上了一层愁云。
This happened, let's see how his family will live in the future, she told him, trembling and anxiously, clenching her teeth, wanting to bite him. He just faced her silently, his round and dark face covered with a layer of sadness.
双眉紧紧地蹙着，他焦急得无法可想，何以躺在床上悲切地大哭起来。他还是默默地站在房里。他们两个孩子听见他们母亲的哭声，由外面跑进房里，惊惶地呆呆地立在床边。
His eyebrows were frowned tightly. She was so anxious that she couldn't even think about it. She lay on the bed with her clothes on and burst into tears. He still stood silently in the room. The two children, hearing their mother's cry, ran into the room from outside and stood by the bed in shock.
老妈子连忙进来，一手一个把他们牵了出去，低低地说道：“你妈妈生气呢，到外边玩玩去，不要给她打了。到了这个地步，最不能想法子的人也迫得你不得不想法子了。”
The old lady came in quickly, took them out one by one, and said in a low voice, "Your mother is angry. Go outside and play. Don't beat her." At this point, the person who is least able to think of a way is forcing you to think of a way.
于是三姑丈一边托人去告诉讼债主，说款子是一定还的，请等几天，等欠账收齐了便送上。如果收不齐欠账，卖了房子也是要还的。一边便四处奔走的去讨欠账或托人。
So the third uncle asked someone to go to the creditor and said that the money must be paid back. Please wait a few days and send it to him when all the debts are collected. If you don't collect all the debt, you will have to pay it back even if you sell the house. On the one hand, he would run around to collect debts or ask people to help him.
或老了脸皮自己去。然而欠人的账是急如星火的，个个人都是非还不可的。三姨太的款子是她下半世的养老金，万不能不还的。二奶奶是一个寡妇，那一笔钱还是她丈夫死时。
Or get too old and go it alone. However, debts owed to others are urgent, and everyone must pay them back. The third concubine's money is her pension for the rest of her life, and she must pay it back. The second concubine is a widow, and that sum of money was from when her husband died.
几个亲戚为她捐集起来的这种可怜的款子， 更能不还吗？还有好几个大户是很有势力的，好几家商店是很凶恶的，又都不能不一一的归还，不归还便吃官司。至于拖欠他的账的人家呢？
Several relatives had donated money for her. How could she not pay back such pitiful money? Also, several big businesses are very powerful, and several shops are very vicious, but they have to return them one by one, otherwise they will be prosecuted. As for the people who defaulted on his debts.
一听见他的米店倒账，便如皇恩大赦一样，以为从此可以不必清偿了。他托人去，他自己去这家，去那家，谁又肯还他这一笔不必还的欠账呢？而他又讷的，不会说硬话，不会说软话。
As soon as he heard that his rice store was in debt, he thought that he would no longer have to pay back as if he were granted an amnesty by the emperor. He would ask someone to go there, or he would go there himself, to this house or that house. Who would be willing to repay his undue debt? And he is so quiet that he doesn't know how to speak hard or flattery.
于是，除了几户厚道人家还了他一部分欠账外，就一个钱也收不到。把这笔尖尖的收到的账款去还那笔巨大的欠款，真是杯水车薪，一点也不济事。于是，真的房子也不能不卖去了。
So except for a few kind families who paid off part of his debt, he received no money at all. Using this meager amount of money to repay the huge debt is really a drop in the bucket and will not help at all. So, really, the house had to be sold.
连三姑的珠宝首饰也不能不咬着牙齿，悻悻地骂着的拿出去变卖了。好容易才把债主一打发完毕，而他自己却已四壁萧然，身外无长物了。于是
Even the third aunt's jewelry had to be taken out and sold with gritted teeth and curses. It was difficult to get rid of all the creditors one by one, but he himself was desolate and had nothing left to gain. Then,
他们俩便开始陷落到艰难穷困的陷阱中去，永远脱逃不出。在这时，你便想再打官司，也没有钱可以给你打官司了。宋师们便不再来劝他坚持到底，而这场争产的官司
the two of them began to fall into the trap of hardship and poverty, from which they could never escape. At this time, you want to file a lawsuit, but there is no money for you to file a lawsuit. The lawyers no longer come to persuade him to persist to the end, and this lawsuit over property
便如此无声无息地终止了。一个忠厚无能的男人，一点本领也没有；一个精明的、富气的、从幼没受过苦的女人，两个从襁褓中便娇养惯了的孩子，突然的有好吃好着。
It ended so soundlessly and odorlessly. A loyal and incompetent man with no skills at all, a shrewd, vindictive woman who has never suffered since childhood, two children who have been pampered since their infancy, suddenly become addicted to delicious food.
安安逸逸的境遇中，一变而穷困万状，点衣制裳而举火，愁米忧柴而度日。他们简直如游这个世界，而突然迁入别一个世界，如鱼登陆，如兽入水，如人类至火星上。
The peaceful and comfortable situation suddenly changed and became extremely poor. I had to make a fire with my clothes, and spent my days worrying about rice and firewood. It is as if they suddenly moved from this world to another, like fish landing, like animals entering water, like humans arriving on Mars.
一切生活的习惯与方法都要从底变换起，这够多么苦恼、悲戚、忧闷。从前住的是三进的大厦，只怕人少寂寞，还招致了好几家近亲同住，不要他们的房租。
All living habits and methods must be changed from the bottom up. This is so distressing, sad, and depressing. I used to live in a Sanjin building. I was afraid of being lonely because of the lack of people. I also had several close relatives living with me, so I didn't pay their rent.
如今是自己要住到别人边房里去了。 那房子只有2小间，小得可怜，只够放下1架床、1张桌子，还要1块钱1个月的房租，不能拖欠。从前吃的是大鱼大肉，还嫌厨子烧得不好。
Now I have to live in someone else's side room. The house only had 2 small rooms, which were pitifully small. They could only accommodate a bed and a table, and they also needed 1 yuan a month's rent, which they could not default on. In the past, I ate big fish and meat, but I thought the cook didn't cook it well.
穿的是绸绫绢短，还要拣选裁缝匠要他做的新事，如今却连蔬菜也还是勉强吃得到，至于肉腥儿，真要好几天才可见到一点。穿的是蓝布粗衣，还不敢时时的换洗，怕洗坏了不能再做。
The clothes are made of silk and satin, and a tailor must be chosen to make them in a new style. But now I can barely eat vegetables. As for the smell of meat, it will take several days to notice any trace of it. Wearing blue cloth and coarse clothes, I dare not change them frequently for fear that they will be damaged and cannot be used again.
从前是人家天天来献他们，来求他们，仰面而望着他们的颜色，少乃长，就也短的，真如灯蛾赶着向望处飞。如今却要他们去仰面而望着别人家的颜色了，却要去求别人家的资助了。
In the past, people would come to see them every day, come to beg them, and look up at their colors. The girls' breasts were long and the uncles were short. They were really like lantern moths rushing to fly to a prosperous place, but now they are asked to look up and look at them. The color of someone else's family is gone, but they have to ask for help from others.
他们所献的已不是那些微笑而谄媚的脸孔，而是那些冷板板的如冰如霜的面目了。他们看的几块钱，真如流水似的，如落叶似的，送去了，用去了，一点也不在乎。
What they saw was no longer those smiling, flattering faces, but those cold and frosty faces. They saw a few dollars as if they were flowing water or fallen leaves. They gave them away and used them without caring at all.
如今却看得一个小钱如泰山之重，如性命之可宝贵了。谁想得到这一个虽忠厚无能而守成则有余的三姑丈，竟会弄到这样的一个地步，竟会陷落到这样的一个艰难穷困的陷阱中呢？
Nowadays, a small amount of money is as heavy as Mount Tai and as precious as life. Who would have thought that this third uncle, who was loyal and incompetent but accomplished enough, would reach such a point and fall into such a trap of hardship and poverty?
祖母知道了三姑丈米店倒闭的消息时，还不晓得他们竟是如此的一落千丈，如此的无以度日。直到了他回归故乡，献了三姑和三姑丈，三姑向他仔细地哭诉着时，
When my grandmother learned about the collapse of Sangu Zhang's rice shop, she didn't know that they were in such a precipitous decline that they could no longer survive. It wasn't until she returned to her hometown and met her third aunt and her third uncle that her third aunt cried to her carefully.
他才完全知道他们的境况。他不禁叹了一口气道：“想不到何修这样的一个忠厚的人，会落到这样的苦境里。”而他见三姑鸭蛋形的脸，因愁苦而亦显得长而忧郁，向来微黄的气色。
Only then did she fully understand their current situation. She couldn't help but sigh and said, I didn't expect that a loyal person like he Xiu would fall into such a difficult situation. And she saw that Sangu's duck-egg-shaped face looked longer and melancholy because of her sorrow. It had always been slightly yellow. Complexion.
因焦急而亦觉得黄澄澄的如久病方愈，而他向来多言善语的脾气，如今也变了郁郁寡言；向来爱争强、喜做面子的性情，如今也变而为退后谦让；向来衣绸穿缎，诸为脆绕。
Because of her anxiety, Huang Qingqing recovered from a long-term illness, and her temper, which was always talkative, has now become depressed and taciturn. Her temper, which was always competitive and interested in showing off, has now turned into retreat and humility. Clothing has always been made of silk and satin, surrounded by green beads.
如今却一变而为质质朴朴的蓝布粗衣时，更不禁地落下了几滴伤心的怜惜的酸泪。从此以后，他见亲戚中要找女婿的，便劝他们不要只看夫家的家道丰厚，不要只看女婿的忠厚老实。
Now when it was transformed into a simple blue cloth, I couldn't help but shed a few tears of sadness and pity. From then on, when she saw relatives looking for a son-in-law, she would advise them not to just look at the wealth of their husband's family, but not just to look at the son-in-law's honesty and honesty.
这些都是不足视的，而忠厚老实更是无用无能的表示。找女婿第一要看他的才干，要看他有没有自立的能力。有能力的便家道清，贫些也不要紧。他们住在故乡1年2年。
These are all untrustworthy, and loyalty and honesty are even more useless and incompetent. When looking for a son-in-law, you must first look at his talents and his ability to stand on his own feet. It doesn't matter if your family is poor if you are capable. They live in their hometown for 1 or 2 years.
实在支持不住了。起初还希望把米店欠账陆续的讨取回来，可以借此度日。然而碰了几次大钉子之后，他们才知道倒店后的欠账，犹如已放生于大海中的鱼虾，再也不会物还原主的了。
I really can't support it anymore. At first, they hoped to get back the rice store's debt one after another, so that they could make a living. However, after running into several big mistakes, they realized that the debt after the store was closed was like fish and shrimp that had been released into the sea. It will never be restored to its original owner again.
去问他们所还这些欠账，简直比向他们借债还难。他们一个个都板起脸孔来对付三姑丈，粗言粗语的，仿佛这些欠账已奉旨免收，再去索取便等于大逆不道似的。他们在希望尽绝之后，
It is simply more difficult to ask them to repay these debts than to borrow money from them. They all dealt with the third uncle with sullen faces and used rude words, as if these debts had been waived by decree, and to ask for them again would be tantamount to treason. After they had given up all hope.
在无米少柴之际，三姑虽然傲骨犹存，三姑丈虽然讷讷的不敢向人开口，然而饥饿却迫着他们不得不开口向亲戚们求资助。求资助，这真是一件难如登天的事。
Although there was no rice or firewood, the third aunt was still proud, and the third uncle was too timid to speak to anyone, but hunger forced them to ask relatives for help. Asking for help is a very difficult thing to do.
谁有多余的钱肯资助穷困的亲戚呢？便是他们自己，在家道还兴旺之时，每见亲戚们讷讷的、踌躇的，又要开口又不敢开口的向他们求资助时，还不是也曾觉得有些憎厌吗？
Who has extra money and is willing to help poor relatives? Even they themselves, when their family was still prosperous, didn't they feel a little disgusted every time they saw their relatives who were hesitant and wanted to ask for help from them but didn't dare to speak?
还不是嘴里虽不说，而心里却在说道：真讨厌，又来了，哪里有那许多闲钱来给他们吗？三姑终日焦急着，变得黄瘦的不堪。他没有法子出气，只好一见三姑丈的面，便啰啰嗦嗦地骂着。
Isn't it that even though he doesn't say it in his mouth, he is saying in his heart, it's really annoying, here it comes again, where can I have so much spare money to give them? The third aunt was anxious all day long and became extremely thin. She had no way to vent her anger, so she had to curse her whenever she saw her uncle.
三姑丈还是那样的一副圆圆而黑的脸，显着浑厚无用的神气，默默地静听着他的尖利的谩骂。有时只是简短地回答道：是了，是了。尽骂我，又不会骂出米来柴来。三姑道：不骂你还骂谁？
The third uncle still had the same round and dark face, with a strong and useless look, and silently listened to her sharp curses. Sometimes it's just a short answer. That's right, that's right. You can scold me, but you won't get rice or firewood from scolding me. The third aunt said, If I don't scold you, who else will scold you?
年纪轻轻的，一点事都没本领去做，人家一个个的都会挣钱回来养家，连五舅的生哥也会挣钱了。四表子家里从前是多么穷苦，如今也买起田地来了。只有你没用的东西。
At such a young age, he has no ability to do anything. Everyone can earn money to support the family. Even the fifth uncle's brother Sheng can earn money. My fourth cousin's family used to be so poor, but now they have bought a field. There are only things you have no use for.
一点事都没本领去做，好好的一份家当，饭都弄得精光，亏你还有脸在家吃饭。不知我，他说的悲戚起来，又何意倒在床上幽怨的低哭着，心里是千愁万恨的，说不出怎样的苦闷。
I have no ability to do anything. What a good fortune, but it was all ruined. Thank you for having the nerve to eat at home. I don't know. She became sad as she spoke and fell on the bed with her clothes undressed, crying bitterly. Her heart was full of sorrow and hatred, and she couldn't describe how depressed she was.
除了憎怨自己的命运的恶劣外，更想不出这是谁的罪过，使他受如此的苦。祖母知道他无以度日，便接了他出来，住在我们家里。三姑丈和两个孩子也同来。三姑是一个精细的明白人。
In addition to resenting the bad fate of her own, she couldn't think of whose fault it was that made her suffer like this. Knowing that she could not survive, her grandmother took her out and lived in our house. The third uncle and 2 children also came with him. Sangu is a meticulous and understanding person.
他晓得这一次的回母家，不是像姑娘们回家来玩几天的，可以发发脾气，而人家也都会客客气气看待，如看待一个娇贵的客人。他是来计时的，他现在是贫穷了的人。
She knew that returning to her mother's house this time was not like girls coming home to play for a few days, where they could lose their temper, and people would treat her politely like a delicate guest. She came to live as a boarder, and now she is a poor person.
她很明白自己的地位，她一切都谦让退后，对嫂嫂们、对侄儿、侄女们、对底下人们都和和气气的。坐在饭桌上吃饭，好菜是向来不肯下注去携的，一顿饭吃不了一点点的菜。有时
She understands her position very well. She gave in to everything. He is kind to his sisters-in-law, nephews and nieces, and to the people below him. When we sit at the dining table to eat, we are never willing to take down the chopsticks to pick up the good food. We cannot eat even a little bit of food in one meal. Sometimes.
他的两个孩子吵着要外公面前的好菜吃，他便狠狠地盯了他们几眼，盯得他们不敢再开口，只是眼光光地看着母亲，连饭也不敢吃。老妈子忘记了倒他的洗脸水，他也不开口。
Her 2 children were clamoring for the delicious food in front of their grandfather, so she glared at them so hard that they did not dare to speak again. They just looked at their mother with lustful eyes and did not even dare to eat. The old woman forgot to pour her wash water, and she didn't speak.
大门外有叫卖杂食的担子，喊着挑过去，家里的孩子们都飞跑的出去要买，他的两个孩子也跟了大家跑。然而三姑却厉声地叫道：“一童、一鱼，你们到哪里去？”
Outside the gate, there were people selling groceries, and they shouted to pick them up. The children at home all ran out to buy them, and her 2 children also ran with everyone. However, the third aunt shouted sternly, "Itong, Yilan, where are you going?"
那两个可怜的孩子只好服服帖帖地缩住了脚步。啊！一个好强的精明的人，境遇竟使他不得不强制着他自己， 把他自己的刚强的性格压服着，把他自己的傲慢自尊的心情收拾起。
The two poor children had no choice but to huddle close together and shrink back. Ah! A strong and shrewd person, the situation forced her to force herself, suppressing her strong character and putting away her arrogance and self-esteem.
他哪一天不是郁郁的？他住在这里，如坐在针毡上似的。在故乡，虽然时时要愁米忧柴，反觉得快乐自在。母家的人看待他都很好，然而他总觉得不自在。他对三姑丈也不当面的讽骂了。
There was no day when she wasn't depressed. Living here is like sitting on a needle felt. Although she often has to worry about rice and firewood in her hometown, she feels happy and at ease. People in her mother's family treated her very well, but she always felt uncomfortable. She also stopped scolding her third uncle in person.
她只在别人家里不便骂人，对孩子们也不一耳光一耳光的打过去了。她怕他们哭，惊扰了别人。她每逢恨起来，只是咬紧了牙，把一切苦辣酸辛都向自己肚里吞下去。
She knew that it was not convenient to curse in other people's homes, and she did not slap the children one after another. She was afraid that they would cry and disturb others. Whenever she felt resentful, she would just grit her teeth and swallow all the bitterness, and sourness into her stomach.
这是如何难忍的苦闷，如何难忍的悲楚。三姑丈还是那样浑浑沌沌的，一天不做事，也不想找事做，只是捧了一把水烟袋，坐在客厅的椅上，扑噜扑噜地吸着水烟。
What unbearable anguish, what unbearable sorrow. The third uncle was still so confused. He didn't do anything all day, and he didn't want to find anything to do. He just held a handful of hookahs and sat on a chair in the living room, smoking the hookah.
仿佛他心里一点心事也没有，且一点也不觉焦急、苦闷似的。这使三姑更觉得生气。她很喜欢打麻雀，从前在家里是常常打的。如今嫂嫂们约她打时，她总是托辞拒绝。
It was as if he had nothing on his mind, and was not at all anxious or depressed. This made Sangu even more angry. She likes to shoot sparrows very much, and she used to do them often at home. Nowadays, when her sisters-in-law ask her to have sex, she always refuses with excuses.
她听见牌声哗啦地倒在牌桌上，她听见清脆的洗牌声、打牌声，她听见牌桌上的笑声，有大牌时惊愕的叫声，她听见琐琐絮絮的和牌后的诉说声，她听见输家怨怨切切的骂牌声。
She heard the sound of cards falling on the card table. She heard the crisp sound of shuffling and playing cards. She heard the laughter on the card table, the surprised shouts when there was a big card. She heard the trivial mixing of cards. Afterward, she heard the loser's bitter curses. 许
多人都围在牌桌看着，而他却坚忍地不出房门一步。他手痒痒的，心脏跳跳的，可欲一试，然而他却勉强地制服了他自己的欲望。他真受不了那样的痛苦。他在我们家里住不上1年。
Many people gathered around the card table and watched, but she stoically refused to leave the room. Her hands were itching, her heart was beating, and she was thirsty for a try, but she reluctantly subdued her desire. She really can't stand that kind of pain. She lived in our house for less than a year. 便对祖母说，她要回家。她的话一说出口是不能挽回的，她的主意一打定，也是任怎样也改不过来的。祖母留不住她，便只好让她带了2个孩子乘闽船回去。Then she told her grandmother that she wanted to go home. Once her words are spoken, they are irreversible, and once her mind is made up, there is nothing she can do to change it. Her grandmother couldn't keep her, so she had to take her 2 children and take the Fujian boat back. 答应每月寄一点津贴给她零用，而祖父却留住了三姑丈，说回家是一定不会有事做的，
不如在此看看机会，也许有什么小局面可以替他设法。三姑丈在此住了不久。
Promised to send her a monthly allowance for pocket money. However, my grandfather kept his third uncle, saying that he would definitely have nothing to do when he returned home, so why not take a look at the opportunity here, and maybe there might be some small situation that he could help him with. The third uncle lived here not long ago.
凤尾山的渔户们派了代表来见祖父，诉说现在的会馆主不会办事，要求祖父另行推荐一个人。凤尾山是海门外的一个海岛，岛上的居民都是打鱼为生的，且都是闽人。山上的管理权。
The fishermen of Fengwei Mountain sent representatives to see my grandfather, telling him that the current guild owner was incompetent and asked his grandfather to recommend someone else. Fengwei Mountain is an island outside Haimen. The residents on the island all make a living by fishing, and they are all Fujianese. Stewardship of the mountain.
实际上是在所谓会馆主的手里。所谓会馆主，便是福州会馆的一个管事者，一面代表全山渔民，向当地官府交涉一切关于山上的事，一面算是众渔户公推的管理人。
In fact, it is in the hands of the so-called club owner. The so-called guild owner is a manager of the Fuzhou Guild Hall. On the one hand, he represents all the fishermen in the mountain and negotiates with the local government on all matters related to the mountain. On the other hand, he is the manager recommended by all the fishermen.
山上的一切公益事务都要由他主持，连夫妻间的吵架也都要向他控诉，求他批判是非。这个会馆主大概要是一个读书人，见过世面的，有力量的，可以见官见府。
All public welfare affairs on the mountain must be presided over by him, and even quarrels between husband and wife must be complained to him and begged to criticize right and wrong. If the leader of this guild hall is a scholar, experienced in the world, and powerful, he can meet officials and government officials.
可以向他们保释山上因闹事被捉的渔户的，而众渔户便每年凑集了一笔款子送给他维持生活，以为报酬。如遇于是兴隆时，他也着实可得一批款子。这个会馆的成立
They can bail out the fishermen who were arrested in the mountains. The fishermen collected a sum of money every year and gave it to him to support him as a reward. If the fishing market is booming, he can actually get a lot of money. The establishment of this association.
祖父是主持最力的一个人，且曾亲自上山为他们筹划一切，亲自向同乡中有钱的人为他们募款来建筑这个会馆。所以渔户每次要会馆主时，总是向祖父要求推荐一个人。
Grandfather is the most powerful person in charge of the guild hall, and he personally went to the mountain to plan everything for them, and personally raised funds for them from the wealthy people in the village to build this guild hall. Therefore, every time the fishermen wanted a guild hall owner, they always asked their grandfather. Ask for a recommendation.
每次觉得会馆主不称职、不满众望时，也必向祖父要求撤换了他，而另举一人。这一次，他们又来了。祖父便想起一个穷苦的远房兄弟来，他恰恰也赋闲着，便见了他去，叫三姑丈也跟了去。
Whenever he found that the leader of the guild hall was incompetent and dissatisfied with the public's expectations, he would ask his grandfather to replace him and appoint another person. This time, they're here again. Grandfather then remembered a poor distant brother who happened to be unemployed, so he recommended him and asked his third uncle to follow him.
可以分到一点好处。三姑丈到凤尾山去，而且要去分得些会馆主应得的一部分利益，是没有人会反对的，因为会馆的大殿乃是他父亲生前独自捐建的。周家大老板的名望。
You can get some benefits. No one would object to the third uncle going to Fengwei Mountain and getting some of the benefits due to the owner of the guild hall, because the main hall of the guild hall was solely donated and built by his father during his lifetime. the reputation of the big boss of the Zhou family.
山上没有一个人不知道，他的儿子去做会馆主的助手，谁还会反对？要是三姑丈有本领，可以见官见府的话，他要做会馆主是再容易没有的。只是他自己知难而退，晓得一定不能胜任。
There was no one on the mountain who didn't know that his son was going to be the assistant to the guild owner. Who would object? If the third uncle had the ability to meet officials and government officials, it would be easy for him to become the leader of the guild hall. It's just that he retreated when he saw the difficulty, knowing that he would definitely not be qualified.
所以宁退居于助手。他到了山上半年一年，还是一个钱也不能寄回家。他除了吃一口饭以外，实在不曾得到一个小钱。那个会馆主是很有心计的，他用种种的方法。
So Ning retreats to the role of assistant. He has been in the mountains for half a year, but he still can't send any money home. Apart from a bite of food, he never got a small amount of money. The club owner was very scheming and used various methods.
来欺瞒这个忠厚无能的三姑丈，使得他一个钱也得不到，所有的钱一总都落在他自己的袋里去，完全不顾祖父和他说定的口头契约，而且1年之后
He came to deceive this loyal and incompetent third uncle, so that he could not get any money. All the money fell into his own bag, completely ignoring the verbal contract agreed with his grandfather, and a year later.
他还设法使这样混混沌沌的一个忠厚人也会自己觉得山上是不能再住下去。于是三姑丈下山了，而会馆由他一个人独占了去。祖父对于这事很不高兴，但也不便和他变脸。
He also tried to make such a chaotic and honest man realize that he could no longer live on the mountain. So the third uncle went down the mountain, and he had the hall to himself. My grandfather was very unhappy about this, but it was inconvenient to change his face.
因为山上渔户和他还相安，便任他当会馆主下去。而三姑丈在外已久，觉得很想家，便也回到故乡了。他们一家4口又如前的过着无米少柴的困苦万状的生活。
Because the fishermen on the mountain were still at peace with him, they made him the owner of the guild hall. The third uncle had been away for a long time, and he missed home very much, so he returned to his hometown. Their family of 4 is living a life of poverty without rice or firewood as before.
而他又默默地静听着三姑尖利的无休止的讽骂的话。他圆圆而黑的脸上只微微地罩上了一层薄薄的愁云，双眉微微地蹙着。如此的过了8年、10年、15、16年。
And he listened silently to the third aunt's sharp and endless sarcastic words. His round and dark face was only slightly covered with a thin layer of worry, and his eyebrows were slightly frowned. 8 years, 10 years, 15 or 16 years passed like this.
他们总还是深陷在这样艰难穷困的泥泽中而不能自拔。期间，三姑又曾到过我们家里住了几次，却终于每次都住了不久便回家。期间，三姑丈也曾有过几次小差事。
They are always stuck in the quagmire of such hardship and poverty and cannot extricate themselves. During this period, the third aunt came to stay at our house several times, but she finally returned home after staying for a short time each time. During this period, the third uncle also had several small errands.
然都仅足维持一时的生活，且都不久便有失业了。我不知这悠久的岁月在他们是怎样的度过去的，这穷厄万状的生活在他们是怎样能活下去的。这一对年轻力壮的夫妇，前年
However, it was only enough to survive for a while, and they soon became unemployed again. I don't know how they spent these long years, how they managed to survive in this miserable life. This young and strong couple. The year before last.
我回归故乡时，见到三姑，她还是那样黄瘦而郁郁的。 两个表弟已经都有13、14岁了，因为不曾读过书，进过学堂，也都是浑浑沌沌的大有富丰。三姑丈因为实在穷得无法。
When I returned to my hometown, I saw my third aunt. She was still so thin and gloomy. The two cousins are already 13 or 14 years old. Since they have never read or entered a school, they both have a chaotic and paternal style. The third uncle was too poor to do anything.
且在家里为三姑讽骂的实在无可容身，便投身于警察厅里当了一名场警。他终日忙碌着，有公事在身，很不容易回家。直到我见到三姑后的第3天晚上，他才得请假回来和我相见。
He was scolded by his third aunt at home and found no place for him, so he joined the police station and became a sergeant. He is busy all day long and has official business, so it is difficult for him to go home. It wasn't until the third night after I met Sangu that he had to take leave and come back to meet me.
他穿着黑布的警服，还是满脸的忠厚无用的样子。他对我说起当巡警的苦楚，天一亮就要起床，冰冷的天气还要支枪早操，腿微弯了一点，便要被巡官不留情地拔出指挥刀重打几下。
He was wearing a black police uniform, and his face still looked loyal and useless. He told me about the hardships of being a patrolman. You have to get up as soon as the sun breaks, and you have to do morning exercises with a gun in the freezing weather. If his legs were slightly bent, the inspector would pull out his command knife and hit him hard several times mercilessly.
一天到有半天时间在站岗出差，还有几天便轮到一次夜班，那更是苦了。冷清清地立在街头巷尾，要是偷偷的一墙睡一下，被巡夜的警官查见，第2天便要打几10下军棍了。我以前
Half of the day is spent on guard duty and on business trips. Also, having to work the night shift every few days is even more difficult. Standing deserted in the streets and alleys. If you secretly sleep against the wall and are discovered by a police officer on patrol at night, you will be beaten with a military stick dozens of times the next day. I used to.
每见雄赳赳的场景，便以他们为具有无限权力的人，是管人，不是被人管的。不料内幕里却有如此的苦处。我更想不到忠厚无能的三姑丈竟会受得住这样的劳苦心情。
Whenever I see the vigorous police officers, I think of them as people with unlimited power who manage people, not the people who control them. Unexpectedly, there are such hardships behind the scenes. I never imagined that my loyal and incompetent third uncle could endure such hard work.
又有3年不知道他们的消息了。等到他们的消息再给我知道时，却有一个更坏的消息报告三姑丈的病亡的。据祖母说，他病死的前半年更受尽了人家不曾受过的苦楚，三姑也是这样。
There was no news about them for another 3 years. When they got the news to me again, there was even worse news. The third uncle had died of illness. According to his grandmother, in the first half of the year before his death, he suffered a lot of pain that no one else had ever suffered, and the same was true for his third aunt.
一直到了死，他才脱离了这个苦境，三姑也方才脱离了这个苦境。在那半年前，他不知为了什么缘故，竟遭巡官责打了几10下军棍而被革退。他棍疮发作，又没钱去请外科。
It was not until his death that he escaped from this miserable state, and so did his third aunt. Half a year ago, for some unknown reason, he was beaten dozens of times by the inspector with a military stick and was dismissed. He had a sore on his stick and had no money to go to a surgeon.
如此的睡躺在床上，流着脓血，不能起床，以至于死。三姑一面侍候他，一面还要张罗家中的柴米，那辛苦与焦急，真是不忍令人去想象。他临死的几天前，三姑还是浓浓咕咕地讽骂着。
He lay in bed like this, bleeding with pus and blood, unable to get up, and died. While the third aunt was serving him, she also had to collect firewood and rice for the family. The hardship and anxiety were truly unbearable to imagine. A few days before his death, the third aunt was still mumbling sarcastic remarks.
他还是那样的默默无言地对着他，双眉紧蹙着，圆圆而黑的脸上罩上了一层薄薄的愁云，有时还轻轻地叹着气，这是他从来所没有的。无论遇到如何痛苦的境况，他从来不曾叹过气。
He was still facing her silently, his eyebrows were furrowed, his round and black face was covered with a thin layer of worry, and sometimes he would sigh softly, which he had never done before. No matter how painful the situation was, he never sighed.
人家说这是他将死的征象。他死了，一切的丧事费用都是靠着几家近亲的附赠。他死了，冷冷清清的一口薄彩，一个妻，两个孩子哭着送他上厕所，再没有别一个来送丧。他死了。
People said that this was a sign that he was about to die. After he died, all funeral expenses came from donations from several close relatives. When he died, he was left alone, with a wife and 2 children crying and sending him to the house, and no one else came to mourn him. He is dead.
也许在他反是脱离了人世的苦海与艰难穷困的陷阱，然而被留下的是3姑，是2个孩子，他们还在这个永不能冲破的陷阱中挣扎着，只是少了一个同囚的人了。
Perhaps he had escaped from the sea of suffering and the trap of hardship and poverty in this world. However, what was left behind was the third aunt and the 2 children. They were still struggling in this trap that could never be broken out, but there was one less prisoner.
夺了他资产的2个哥哥，如今还是兴兴旺旺的、舒舒服服的过着生活，而且家境还一天一天的好。祖母一想起，便要感慨叹息于天道的无知。就说，九叔在家庭里占一个很奇特的地位。
The 2 brothers who took away his assets are still prosperous and living a comfortable life, and their family situation is getting better day by day. When Grandma thinks about it, she sighs with emotion at the ignorance of heaven. Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe occupies a very peculiar position in the family.
无足轻重，而又为人人的眼中钉、心中刺，个个憎他、恨他，而表面上又不敢公然和他顶撞。他走开了，如一片落叶堕于池面，冷漠漠的无人注意。他走开了。
He was insignificant, yet he was a thorn in everyone's side and a thorn in their hearts. Everyone hated him and hated him, but on the surface they didn't dare to openly contradict him. He walked away, like a fallen leaf falling on the pond, indifferent and unnoticed. He walked away.
从此就没有一个人在别人面前再提起他，也没有人问起他的近况如何，或者他有信来没有。只有大伯父还偶然地说道：“老九在湖州，不晓得好不好。去了好几个月，一封信也没有来过。”
From then on, no one mentioned him in front of others, and no one asked how he was doing, or if he had any letters. Only the eldest uncle accidentally said, "I don't know if it's okay for Lao Jiu to be in Huzhou. I've been there for several months and haven't received a letter yet."
只有大母还偶然地忆起他，说道：“九叔的脾气不大好，在那边不晓得和同事住的和洽否。”但是九叔的信没有来，九叔他自己不久却回来了。他回来了，照例是先到大母的房门口。
Only Damu remembered him accidentally and said, "Uncle Gio has a bad temper. I wonder if I can live harmoniously with my colleagues there." However, Uncle Gio's letter did not come, and Uncle Gio himself came back soon. When he came back, as usual, he went to Dam's door first.
高声地问道：“大嫂，大嫂，在房里吗？大哥什么时候才可回家？”他回来了，照例是一身萧然，两袖清风， 有时弄得连铺盖也没有，还要大母拿出钱来，临时叫王生去买一床棉被给他。他回来时
asked loudly, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, are you in the room? When will eldest brother come home?" He came back, as usual, dressed in a desolate outfit, with breezy sleeves. Sometimes he didn't even have a bedding, and asked his wife to spend money and ask Wang Sheng to buy him a quilt at the last minute. When he comes back.
照例是何家在背后窃窃地私议道：“讨厌鬼，这么快又来了。”人人心中是说不出的憎和恨，家庭中便如一堆干柴上点着了火，从此多事鸡犬不宁。她是伯祖的第二姨太太生的，她出事时
As usual, the whole family secretly whispered behind each other's back, "The nasty devil is here again soon." There was unspeakable hatred and hate in everyone's heart, and the family was like a pile of dry wood lit on fire, and everything became troubled from then on. Chickens and dogs are restless. He was born to his great-uncle's second concubine. When he was born,
伯祖已经有60多岁了。伯祖死时，他还不到8岁，于是大伯父便算是他的严父。他的严师不仅是一个哥哥，他10岁时跟了几个兄弟一同上学，是家里自己请的先生。今天是谁逃学？
My uncle is over 60 years old. He was less than 8 years old when his uncle died, so his eldest uncle was considered his strict father and teacher, not just an older brother. When he was 10 years old, he went to school with several brothers. He was hired by his family. Who is skipping school today?
不用说，准是他。今天是谁挨了先生的打？不用说，准是他。今天是谁关了夜学，点上灯还在书房里子曰子曰的念着？不用说，也准是他。好容易2年3年把4书念完了。
Needless to say, it must be him, who was beaten by the teacher today. Needless to say, it must be him, who has closed the night school today, lit the lamp and is still reciting. Confucius said, in the study, no need to say it must be him. It took 2 or 3 years to finish reading the 4 books, with great difficulty.
念完了他的责任便尽了，由大学之道起到则亦无有乎而止，原文不动地交还了先生。说到顽皮打架，他便是第一，带领了满街的孩子在空地上操兵操，带领的是谁？不用说，准是他。
After reading it, he fulfilled his responsibility, starting from The Way of University to It's Nothing But, and returned the original text to the teacher unchanged. When it comes to being naughty and fighting, he is number 1. He led the children all over the street to practice military exercises in the open space. Needless to say who led it, it must be him.
抛石块到邻居的窗户里去的是谁？不用说，准是他。把卖糖果的孩子打得哭了，跑到家里来哭诉，惹祸的是谁？不用说，也准是他。大伯父实在管不了他，只好叹了一口气，置之不理。
It goes without saying who threw the rocks into the neighbor's window. It goes without saying that it was him. He beat the candy seller until he cried and came home crying. It goes without saying who caused the trouble. It goes without saying that it was him. The uncle really couldn't control him, so he sighed and ignored him.
他母亲是斑斑渐渐纵容他惯的，大伯父要严管也不敢。但他怕的还只有大伯父，不仅在小时候是怕，到了大时还是怕。大哥是他在家庭中唯一的畏敬的，唯一的说他不敢回口的人。
His mother was used to pampering him in every possible way, and his uncle would not dare to strictly control him. But the only thing he was afraid of was his uncle. Not only was he afraid when he was a child, but he was still afraid when he grew up. Big Brother is the only person in the family that he fears, the only person who says that he dare not reply.
他母亲死时，他已经20多岁了，便常在外面东飘西荡， 说是要做买卖，说是要找事做，说是到上海去，说是到省城去。不知在什么时候，祖父留给他的一份薄产。
When his mother died, he was already in his 20s, and he often wandered around, saying he wanted to do business, saying he was looking for something to do, saying he was going to Shanghai or the provincial capital. At some point, his grandfather left him a small fortune.
他母亲留给他的一份衣服首饰都无形无踪地消没了，他便常在父亲家里做食客，管闲事成了人人的眼中钉、心中刺，闹得鸡犬不宁。自从大伯父何家搬到上海来后，二婶
The clothes and jewelry his mother left to him disappeared without a trace, so he often stayed at his father's house as a hanger-on and meddled in other people's affairs. Since the eldest uncle and his family moved to Shanghai, the second aunt
五婶也都住在一处，家庭更大，人口更杂，九叔也成了常住的客人，而口舌更多。他每次失业，上海是必由之路，而大伯父家便是他必主之地。他的失业1年2年不算多，而他的就是。
The fifth aunt also lives in the same place. The family is bigger and the population is more mixed. The ninth uncle has also become a regular guest, and there is more talk. Every time he loses his job, Shanghai is the only way to go, and his uncle's house is where he must live. His unemployment is not much for 1 or 2 years, but his employment
2月3月已算久。于是家里的人个个都卷在憎与恨的旋风中，连李妈也被卷入，连荷花也被卷入。五婶是表面上客客气气，背后讽刺批评；二婶是背后啰啰嗦嗦，表面上板着面孔不理他。
2 months and 3 months are already a long time. As a result, everyone in the family was involved in the whirlwind of hatred and hate. Even Li Ma was involved, and even Lotus was involved. The fifth aunt was polite on the surface but sarcastic and criticized behind her back. The second aunt was instigating behind her back and ignored him with a stern face on the surface.
而九叔和他变成了明显的不两立的敌人。九叔爱管闲事，例如荷花手里提着开水壶要去泡水，经过他的面前，他便板着脸说道：“荷花，你昨夜又偷吃武太太的饼干吗？大太太不舍得打你。”
Uncle Gio and her became obviously irreconcilable enemies. Uncle Gio was nosy, for example. Hua was holding a kettle in his hand and wanted to make water. When he passed by him, he said with a straight face, "Hua, did you steal Mrs. Wu's biscuits last night? Didn't the eldest wife? I'm willing to beat you."
再偷，我来打。这时，厨房里锵的一声，表明郭妈洗碗时又打碎了一只。九叔便连忙立了起来，赶到厨房里说道：“又打碎碗了，好不小心的郭妈，要叫大太太扣下工钱来赔。”
If you steal again, I'll fight you. At this time, there was a clanging sound in the kitchen, indicating that Guama broke another bowl while washing the dishes. Uncle Gio stood up quickly, rushed to the kitchen and said, "Another bowl was broken. What a careless mother. I have to ask the eldest lady to deduct her wages to compensate."
这样常打碎东西还成吗？李妈又由楼上抱了小弟弟噔噔地走下楼梯。李妈，九叔又叫住了他，把小弟弟抱到哪里去？当心太阳，不要乱买东西给他吃，吃坏了你担当不起。
Why do you break things so often? Li Ma picked up her little brother from upstairs and walked down the stairs. Li Ma, Uncle Gio stopped her again. Where are you taking your little brother? Watch out for the sun. Don't buy random things for him to eat. You can't afford it if it goes bad.
李妈哇嘟着嘴答道：“又不是我要抱他出去，是武太太她自己叫我抱他去买10斤糖的。她是这样的，爱管闲事。”于是，在傍晚的厨房里，切切的骂声起来了。一个男子汉没出息，不会挣钱。
Li Ma pouted and replied, it's not me who wants to carry him out. It was Mrs. Wu who asked me to carry him to buy assorted candies. He is so nosy. So in the evening, there were whispers of curses in the kitchen. A man is worthless and can't make money.
吃现成饭，倒爱管人家的闲事。朦胧的灯光之中，照见李妈、郭妈和荷花，还有四婶用的蔡妈和厨子阿三。九叔的吵闹的合宅不宁，例如，他天天闲着没事做，天天便站在二婶、五婶。
He eats ready-made meals but cares about other people's business. In the dim light, I can see Li Ma, Guo Ma, and He Hua, as well as Kai Ma, the fourth aunt, and the cook Asen Dot. Ninth uncle's noisy house is restless. For example, he is idle every day. I had nothing to do, so I stood by my second and fifth aunts every day.
隔壁的黄太太，还有二姨太的牌桌旁边，东张张，西望望，东指点，西教导，似乎比打牌的人还热心。看了别人的牌，不要乱讲。黄太太微笑地禁阻他，二婶便狠狠地盯了他一眼。有一次
Next door, Mrs. Huang and the second concubine were looking around at the card table, giving pointers and instructions. They seemed to be more enthusiastic than the people playing cards. After seeing other people's cards, don't talk nonsense. Mrs. Huang stopped him with a smile, and the second aunt gave him a sharp look. Once.
二婶刚好听得白板，二所对倒，桌上已有红中一对碰出，牌很不小。他把听章符在桌上，故意不让九叔看见。九叔生了气道：“不看就不看，我还猜不出，一定有一对白板。”对家合数很大。
The second aunt happened to be listening to the whiteboard, and the two ropes fell over. A pair of red and medium cards were already touched on the table. The cards were very big. She put the cards on the table, deliberately not letting Uncle Gio see them. Uncle Gio said angrily, "If you don't look at it, don't look at it." I still can't guess. There must be a pair of white boards. The sum of the two is very big.
你们白板，大家不要打。而这时，黄太太刚好摸到一张白板，正要随手打出，听她一说，迟疑了一下，便换了一张熟牌打出。结局是二婶没有合出，她忍不住埋怨道：“爱看牌就不要讲话。”
Don't hit the whiteboard. At this time, Mrs. Huang happened to touch a whiteboard and was about to play it casually. After hearing what he said, she hesitated for a moment and then played a familiar card. The result was that the second aunt did not make up. She couldn't help but complain. Said, "If you like to look at the cards, don't talk."
东看西看的，什么牌都知道了。九叔光了眼望他道：“二嫂说什么？我又没有看见你的。”自己输急了，倒要埋怨别人。要不是黄太太和五婶连忙笑劝，一场大闹是绝不免的。
If you look here and there, you will know all the cards. Uncle Joe glanced at her and said, "What did the second sister-in-law say?" "I didn't see you. If you lose badly, you should blame others." If Mrs. Huang and fifth aunt hadn't quickly persuaded her with a smile, a big fight would have been inevitable.
看了黄太太和五婶的脸上，看了打牌的份上，二婶只好挖嘟着嘴，忍气吞声的不想，而九叔也只好挖嘟着嘴，忍气吞声的不想。这一场牌的结果，二婶是大输。
Looking at the faces of Mrs. Huang and the fifth aunt, the second aunt had no choice but to pout it and swallowed silently for the sake of playing cards, while the ninth uncle also had to pout it and swallowed silently. As a result of this card game, the second aunt suffered a big loss.
他便啰啰嗦嗦的在房里骂了九叔半夜。九叔便是他输钱的大原因。他的牌刚刚转疯，九叔恰来多嘴，使他这一副牌不合，这一副牌不合，便使他一直倒霉到底。
She then scolded Uncle Gio in the room for half the night. Uncle Gio was the biggest reason why she lost money. Her cards had just turned, and Uncle Gio happened to be too talkative, causing her deck of cards to fall into discord, and this discord made her unlucky to the end.
这罪过不该九叔担负，又该谁担负的？好不要脸！一个男子汉，30多岁了，还住在哥哥家里吃闲饭，管闲事。有骨气的人要出去自己挣钱才好。不要脸的，好样子！爱管闲事，吃闲饭，好样子！
If Uncle Gio shouldn't bear this crime, who should? It's so shameless. A man in his 30s still lives in his brother's house to eat and meddle in other people's business. A man with integrity should go out and make money on his own. Shameless, what a good look. He's nosy, and eats his own business. Good job.
他的骂话，田之道之是这几句，不知以何因缘，他骂的话竟句句都传入九叔的耳朵里。第二天，大伯父出门后，九叔就大发雷霆了，瘦削的脸铁青的，颧骨高高突出，双眼睁大了。
These were the worst words she could curse. For some unknown reason, every word of her curses reached Uncle Gio's ears. The next day, after the eldest uncle went out, Uncle Gio was furious. His thin face was swollen, his cheekbones were prominent, and his eyes were wide open.
如两只小灯笼，似欲择人而逝。手掌击着客厅的乌木桌，啪啪地发出大声，然后他的又高又尖的声带开始发音了。自己输急了，反要怪着别人，好样子！我吃的是大哥的饭，谁配管我？
Like two small lanterns, they seemed to want to choose people and devour them. His palm hit the ebony table in the living room, making a loud pop, and then his high and sharp vocal cords began to pronounce, dash. I am anxious to lose, but I have to blame others. How cool. I am eating from my eldest brother, who can take care of me.
我住的是大哥的家，爱住便住，谁又配赶我走？要赶我，我倒偏不走；怕我管闲事，我倒偏要管。大哥也不能遣我走。大哥的家，我不能住吗？快40的人了，还打扮得怪怪气气的，好样子！
I live in my eldest brother's house. I can live here if I like. Who is worthy of driving me away? If you want to drive me away, I won't leave. If you are afraid that I will meddle in other people's business, I will do it anyway. Big brother can't let me go either. Can't I live in eldest brother's house? He's almost 40, and he's still dressed up in a weird way. He looks great.
自己不照镜子看，这又高又尖的指桑骂槐的话，足够使二婶在他房里听得见。他气得浑身发抖，也颤声的不肯示弱的回骂着：“好样子！一天到晚在家吃闲饭，生事骂人，配不配？”
Don't look yourself in the mirror. These high and sharp words of cursing sang in Hawaii were enough for the second aunt to hear in her room. She was so angry that she was shaking all over, and she trembled and refused to show weakness and scolded back. Good job. Staying at home all day long, making trouble, and cursing people. Is it worthy?
凭什么在家里摆大架子？没有出息的东西，30多岁了，还吃着别人的，住着别人的，好样子！没出息！二婶的话直似张飞的丈八蛇矛，由二婶的房里恰恰刺到他的心里。
Why are you putting on such a big show at home? A good-for-nothing guy, over 30 years old, still eating and living in other people's homes, that's great. No future. The second aunt's words were like Zhang Fei's 8-foot-long snake spear, which pierced his heart right from the second aunt's room.
把他满腔的怒火拨动了，他由客厅跳了起来，直赶到后天井，双手把单衫的袖口倒卷了起来，气冲冲的，仿佛要和谁拼命。 他站在二婶窗口，问道：“二嫂，你骂谁？”二婶颤声地答道：“我说我的话。”
It stirred up all the anger in him. He jumped up from the living room and rushed to the back patio. He rolled up the cuffs of his singlet with both hands, as if he wanted to fight someone desperately. He stood at second aunt's window and asked, "Second sister-in-law, who are you scolding?" The second aunt replied tremblingly, "I say what I say."
谁也管不着，管不着。骂人要明明白白的，不要绵里藏针，要当面骂才是硬汉。背后骂人算什么东西？好样子！输急了，倒反怪起别人来。怕输便别打牌，又不是吃你家的饭，你配管我？
No one can care. I don't care. When you curse, you should be clear and clear, don't hide the needle in the cotton. A tough guy needs to be scolded in person. Swearing behind someone's back is nothing. Good job. When you lose quickly, you start blaming others. Don't play cards if you're afraid of losing. It's not like I'm eating from your family, you can take care of me.
二哥刚刚有芝麻大的差事在手，你便威风起来，好样子！不看看自己从前的。二婶再也忍不住了，从椅上立起来，直赶到房门口，一手指着九叔，说道：“你敢说我大伯还？”他的声音更抖得厉害。
The second brother has just got a huge errand in hand, and you become so majestic, so good. If you don't look at your past. The second aunt couldn't bear it any longer. She stood up from the chair and rushed to the door of the room. She pointed at Uncle Joe with one finger and said, "You dare to say that I, Uncle Still." Her voice trembled even more.
再也没有勇气接说下去。九叔还追了进一步，谁敢说你现在是局长太太了？有本领立刻叫二哥回来吞了我。一天到晚花花绿绿、怪怪气气的，打扮谁看？没孩子的命，又不让二哥娶小。
I no longer had the courage to continue. Uncle Joe chased him further. Who dares to say that you are now the wife of the director? If you have the ability, call the second brother back to eat me. All day long, colorful and weird, no one can see how you dress up. No children. Life, and the second brother is not allowed to marry the younger brother.
醋瓶子，醋罐子，这一席话如一把牛耳尖刀，正刺中二婶的心的中央。她由房门口倒退了回来，伏在床上嚎啕大哭。这哭声引动了全家的惊惶。七叔和王生硬把九叔的双臂握着。
Vinegar bottle, vinegar jar. These words were like a sharp knife, piercing the center of the second aunt's heart. She fell back from the door of the room, fell on the bed and cried loudly. This cry caused panic in the whole family. Uncle Chi and Wang Xing forcefully held Uncle Joe's arms.
推了他出外，而吴婶、大母、李母、郭母、荷花都拥挤在二婶的身边，劝慰的语声如傍晚时巢上的蜜蜂的盈盈作响，热闹而密集。他是这样的闹得阖家不宁。等到大伯父从厅里回家
After pushing him out, the fifth aunt, Damu, Limu, Guamu, and Hahua all crowded around the second aunt, and their words of comfort were like the buzzing of bees on the nest in the evening, hot and dense. He was so upset that the whole family was restless. Wait until the uncle comes home from the hall.
这次大风波已经平静下去了，九叔不再高声的吵闹，二婶也不再嚎啕，不再啜泣。母亲和五婶已把他劝得不再和狗一般的人同见识，生嫌弃。这一夜在房里，大母轻愧了一口气。
This time the storm has calmed down. Uncle Ninth no longer made any loud noises, and second aunt no longer howled or cried. Her mother and fifth aunt had persuaded her not to associate with dog-like people and become angry. That night in the room, Dan took a deep breath.
从容地对大伯父说道：“九叔也闲得太久了，要替他想想法子才好。”大伯父道：“我何尝不替他着急？现在找事实在不易。去年冬天好容易见他到奔牛去，但不到2个月，他又回来了。”
He calmly said to his uncle, Uncle Gio has been idle for too long. I have to think of something for him. The uncle said, Why am I not worried for him? It's not easy to find the truth now. Last winter, it was difficult to recommend him to Bennu, but within 2 months, he came back again.
他每次不是和同事闹，便是因东家撤差跟着走，这叫我怎么办？他的运气固然不好，而他的脾气也太坏了。大母道：“你想想着，还有别的地方可见吗？你昨天不是说四子夫放了缺？”
Every time he was either having sex with his colleagues or following him because his employer had withdrawn his business. What should I do? His luck is certainly bad, and his temper is too bad. Dam said, Think about it, are there any other places you can recommend? Didn't you say yesterday that the 4th brother-in-law was let go?
何不见他到四子夫那里去试试？大伯父道：“姑且写一封信试试看。是呢，也许有，只怕不会有好的轮到他。”第3天早晨，九叔动身了，他走开了，如一片落叶堕于池面，冷漠漠的无人注意。
Why not recommend him to give his 4th brother-in-law a try? The uncle said, Let's try writing a letter. There may be something wrong, but I'm afraid it won't be his turn. On the morning of the 3rd day, Uncle Gio set off. He walked away, like a fallen leaf falling on the surface of the pond, indifferent and unnoticed.
他走开了，从此就没有一个人在别人面前再提起他，也没有人问起他的近况如何，或者他有信来没有。只有大母还偶然地忆起他，只有大伯父还偶然地说起他。他走开了。
He walked away, and from then on no one mentioned him to anyone else, and no one asked how he was doing, or if he had any letters. Only Damu still occasionally remembers him, and only Uncle still occasionally talks about him. He walked away.
家里也并不觉少了一个人，只有一件很觉得出，口舌从此少了，而荷花的偷吃，郭妈的打碎碗，李妈的抱小弟弟出门，也不再有人去管。这一次，他的信却比他自己先回来。他在信上说
There is no one missing from the family. There is only one thing that is obvious. There will be less talk, and no one will take care of the lotus secretly eating, Guama breaking the bowl, or Li Ma carrying her little brother out. This time, his letter came back before he did. He said in the letter,
四子夫相待甚佳，唯留弟在总局，说待有机会再派出去。隔了几月，第2封信没有来，他自己又回来了。这一次失业只有半年多，而就试的时候也不少于半年，这是他失业史上空前记录。
The 4th brother-in-law treated each other very well, but he kept his younger brother at the headquarters, saying that he would be sent out again when there was an opportunity. After a few months, the 2nd letter did not come, and he came back again. This time, he was unemployed for only more than half a year, and he was employed for no less than half a year. This was an unprecedented record in his unemployment history.
他回来了，依旧是一身萧然，两袖清风，依旧是何家怯怯的思意道：“讨厌鬼又来了。”依旧是柴堆上点着了火，从此鸡犬不宁，口舌繁多。四子夫太不顾亲戚的情儿了，留在总局半年。
He came back, still dressed in desolate clothes, with the breeze on his sleeves, and the whole family was still whispering privately, "The nasty ghost is here again." The fire was still lit on the pyre, and from then on the chickens and dogs were restless and talking a lot. The 4th brother-in-law was so indifferent to his relatives that he stayed at the general administration for half a year.
一点事也不派。到他烟铺上说了不止10几次，而他漠然的不理会。他的兄弟，他母亲的侄子，他的远房叔叔都比我厚道，一个个都派到了好差事。我留在总局里，只吃他一口闲饭。
Nothing is sent at all. I told him more than a dozen times in his cigarette shop, but he ignored her indifferently. His brother, his mother's nephew, and his distant uncle all arrived after me, and all of them were assigned good errands. I stayed in the headquarters and only ate his free food.
一个钱也不见面。老实说，要吃一口饭，什么地方混不到，何必定要在他那里？所以只好走了。他很激昂地对大伯父说，大伯父不说什么，沈默了半天，只说道：“做事还要忍耐些才好。不过
Not a penny met. To be honest, if you want to have a bite of food, if you can't hang out anywhere, why must you be there? So I had to leave," he said to his uncle very passionately. The uncle didn't say anything and was silent for a long time. He only said, "You have to be more patient when doing things, but..."
路上辛苦，早点睡去吧。回头便叫道：“王生，九老爷的床铺铺好了没有？”王生只随口答应道：“铺好了。”其实他的被铺席子都要等明天大母拿出钱来，再替他去置办一套。这时正是夏天。
It's been a hard journey, so go to bed early. He turned around and called out, "Wang Sheng, has Master Ninth's bed been made?" Wang Sheng just agreed casually, "It's paved." Actually, his quilt will have to wait until Damu comes up with money tomorrow to buy a set for him. It's summer at this time.
夏夜是长长的，夏夜的天空蔚蓝的如蓝色丝绒的长袍，夏夜的星光灿烂如灯光底下的钻石。九叔吃了晚饭，不能就睡，便在夏夜的天井里拖了一张凳子来，坐在那里拉胡琴。
Summer nights are long, the sky is as blue as a blue velvet robe, and the stars are as bright as diamonds under the light. Uncle Gio couldn't sleep after dinner, so he dragged a stool to the patio on a summer night and sat there playing the huqin.
拉的还是他每个夏夜必拉的那个烂熟的福建调子，偷打胎。他那又高又尖的嗓子随和了胡琴声，粗野而讨人厌的反复地唱着。微亮的银河横亘天空，深夜的凉风吹到人身上。
The song he played was still the familiar Fujian tune, Fiedel, that he always played every summer night. His high and sharp voice matched the sound of the harp, and he sang repeatedly in a rough and annoying way. The faint Milky Way stretches across the sky, and the cool late-night breeze blows on people.
使他忘记这是夏天。青鹭正无声地聚集在绿草上、花瓣上，而九叔的歌性还未完。李妈、郭妈、荷花们这时是坐在后天井里，大蒲扇啪啪地声响着。
Make him forget it's summer. The dew is gathering silently on the green grass and petals. And Uncle Gio's singing is not over yet. Li Ma, Gua Ma, and He Hua were sitting in the back patio, the big cattail leaf fans making a snapping sound.
见到的是和九叔见到的同一的夏夜的天空。荷花已经打了好几次的呵欠了。二婶在房里正提了文灯，在剿灭帐子里面的文扣，预备安舒的睡一夜。他听见九叔还在唱，便自语道
What he saw was the same summer night sky that Uncle Gio saw. Lotus has yawned several times. The second aunt was in the room, holding a mosquito lantern to kill the mosquitoes inside the tent, preparing to have a comfortable night's sleep. When she heard Uncle Gio still singing, she said to herself,
什么时候了，还在吵嚷着，真是讨厌鬼，不知好歹。然而谁能料到呢？这个讨厌鬼却竟有一次挽救了何家的厄运。真的，谁也料不到这厄运竟会降到我们家里来。
What time has it been? You are still making noise. He is truly a nuisance and does not know what is good or bad. However, who could have expected that this nasty guy would save the whole family from bad luck? Really, no one could have expected that this bad luck would befall our family.
更料不到这厄运竟会为讨厌鬼的九叔所挽救。黄昏的时候，电灯将亮未亮，大伯父未回家，王生出去送信了。七叔是有朋友约去吃晚饭，除了九叔和阿三外，家里一个男子也没有。
What's more, I didn't expect that this bad luck would be saved by the annoying Uncle Joe. At dusk, the lights will be on. The eldest uncle has not returned home, Wang Sheng has gone out to deliver a letter, the seventh uncle has a friend to invite to dinner. Except for Uncle Joe and Ah San, there is no man in the family.
李妈抱小弟弟在楼上玩骨牌，荷花在替母亲捶腿，郭妈在厨房里煮稀饭。这时，大门砰砰的有人在敲着，叫道：“快信，快信！”二婶道：“奇怪，快信怎么在这个时候？”他见没人去开门。
Molly was playing dominoes with her little brother upstairs. Hihua was beating her mother's legs. Ma Guo was cooking porridge in the kitchen. At this time, someone was knocking on the door, shouting, "Express message, express message." The second aunt said, "Strange, why is the express message coming at this time?" She saw no one to open the door.
便叫正在他房里收拾东西的蔡妈道：“你去开门吧，先问问是哪里来的快信。”蔡妈在门内问道：“哪里寄来的快信？”门外答道：“北京来的，姓周的寄来的。”呀的一声，蔡妈把大门开了。
He called Ma Kai, who was packing things in her room, and said, "Go and open the door. First, ask where the express letter came from." Kai's mother asked at the door, "Where did the express letter come from?" The person outside the door replied, "It's from Beijing. It's from someone named Zhou." With a click, Kai Ma opened the door.
门外同时拥进了三个大汉。蔡妈刚要问做什么，却为这些不速之客的威武的神气所惊，竟把这句问话梗在喉头吐不出。你们太太在哪里？快带我们去见她！来客威吓地说道。
Three big men crowded in outside the door at the same time. Kai Ma was about to ask what they were doing, but she was so shocked by the majestic look of these uninvited guests that she couldn't even spit out the question. "Where is your wife? Take us to see her quickly," the visitor said threateningly.
蔡妈吓得浑身发抖，双腿如风瘫了一样，一步也走不动。而来客已由天井直闯到客厅，全家在这时都已觉得有意外事发生了。不知什么时候，九叔已由他自己的房里溜到楼上来。
Kai Ma was so frightened that her whole body was shaking, her legs were paralyzed, and she couldn't walk a step. The guests had already rushed from the patio to the living room. At this time, the whole family was aware that something unexpected had happened. At some point, Uncle Joe had slipped upstairs from his room.
他对吴婶道：“不要忙乱，把东西给他们好了。”吴婶颤声道：“李妈，当心小弟弟，他们要什么都给他们变了。”四婶最有主张，已把金镯子、钻戒指脱下放到坛梦里去。母亲索索的打冷战不已。
He said to the fifth aunt, "Don't be so fussy, just give them the things." The fifth aunt said in a trembling voice, "Molly, be careful of the little brother. Give them whatever they want." The fourth aunt was the most decisive and had already given it to them. "Take off your gold bracelets and diamond rings and put them in the phlegm." My mother shivered incessantly.
一句话也说不出，一步路也不能走动。九叔已很快的上了阁楼，由那里再爬到隔壁黄家的屋瓦上，由他家楼上走下，到了弄口，取出警笛，呜呜的尽力吹着，并叫道：“弄里有强盗，强盗！”
I couldn't say a word, couldn't move a step. Uncle Joe quickly went up to the attic, climbed up to the roof tiles of the Huang family next door, walked down from the upstairs of his house, and arrived at the entrance of the alley. He took out the siren and blew it as hard as he could, and shouted, "Knowing there are robbers in there, robbers."
弄里弄外，人声鼎沸，同时好几只警笛悠扬地互打着。那几个大汉匆匆地由后门逃走了，不知逃到哪里去。家里是一点东西也没有失，只是空下了一场而已。大母只是念佛，南无阿弥陀佛。
There was a huge buzz of people inside and outside the alley, and at the same time several sirens answered each other melodiously. Those big men hurriedly escaped through the back door, and they didn't know where they went. Nothing was missing from the house, it was just a shock. Damu just chanted, Namo Amitba.
亏得菩萨保佑，还没有进房来。吴神道，还亏的是九叔由屋瓦上爬过皇家，偷出弄口吹轿子求救，才把强盗吓跑了。大母轻松地叹了一口气道，究竟是自己家里的人缓急时有用。
Thanks to the blessing of Bodhisattva, I haven't come into the room yet. The fifth aunt said, fortunately, it was Uncle Gio who crawled over the Huang family's house from the roof tiles and whistled for help, which scared the robbers away. Damu sighed relaxedly and said, after all, you are a member of your own family, and you can use it when you are urgent.
谁会料得到这何家的眼中钉、心中刺的九叔，缓急时竟也有大用呢？然而，谁更能料到呢？这何家的眼中钉、心中刺的九叔，过了夏天后便有动身去救世了呢？而且这一去，竟将1年了。
Who would have thought that Uncle Gio, the thorn in the family's side and a thorn in the heart, could actually be of great use in times of emergency? However, who could have expected that Uncle Gio, the thorn in the family's eyes and heart, would leave for work again after summer? And it will be almost a year since I left.
还不归来，谁更能料到九叔在1年之后归来时，竟不复是一身萧然呢？他较前体面的多了，身上穿的是高价的熟罗衫，不复为旧而破的竹布长衫，身边带的是2口皮箱，很沈重，很沈重的。
Not back yet. Who could have expected that when Uncle Ninth came back a year later, he would no longer look so handsome? He is much more respectable than before. He was wearing an expensive shuluo shirt, a bamboo cloth gown that was no longer old and torn. He was carrying 2 suitcases with him, very heavy, very heavy.
一只网篮，满满的东西，几乎要把网都长破了。一大卷铺盖，用雪白的毯子包着，不复是双肩单一嘴的光棍，说话是甜蜜蜜的，而不复是尖尖刻刻的谩骂。吴神道：“九叔发福了，换了一个人了。”
A net basket, full of things, almost bursting the net, a large roll of bedding, wrapped in a snow-white blanket, no longer a bachelor with a mouth on his shoulders. His words are sweet, not again. There were harsh and bitter invectives. Fifth aunt said, Uncle Ninth has gained weight and has become a different person.
他回来时，照例先到大母的房门口，高声地问道：“大嫂，大嫂，在房里吗？大哥什么时候才可回家？”他回来了，何家不再在背后窃窃地私议道：“讨厌鬼又来了。”他回来了，家里添了一个新的客人。
When he came back, as usual, he went to the door of Dam's room first and asked loudly, Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, are you in the room? When will eldest brother come home? He is back, and the whole family no longer whispers behind their backs, the nasty guy is here again. He is back and there is a new guest in the house.
个个都注意他的客人。大母问他道：“九叔，听说发财了，恭喜恭喜，有了酒婶婶了吗？”他微笑地谦让道：“哪里的话，不过敷衍敷衍而已。局里忙得很，勉强请了半个月的假来拜望哥嫂们。”
Everyone pays attention to his guests. Dam asked him, Uncle Ninth, I heard that you have made a fortune. Congratulations, congratulations. Have you got Aunt Ninth? He smiled humbly and said, What I said is just perfunctory. The bureau is very busy, so I reluctantly took half a month's leave to visit my brothers and sisters-in-law.
亲事定下了，是局长的一个远房亲串。他四顾地看着房里说道：“都没有变样子。家里的人都好吗？”荷花正在替大母捶腿背。他道：“1年多不见，荷花大的可以嫁人了。”何家都到了大母的房里。
The marriage was set. It was a distant relative of the director. He looked around the room and said, Nothing has changed. How is everyone at home? The lotus is beating the back of Dama's legs. He said, I haven't seen you for more than a year. The lotus is big enough to marry. The whole family went to Dam's room.
二婶、五婶、七叔，连李妈、郭妈、蔡妈，拥拥挤挤的立了坐了一屋子，都看着九叔。五婶问道：“九叔近来也打牌吗？”在局里和同事时常打，不过打得不大，至多50块底的，玩玩而已。
The second aunt, the fifth aunt, the seventh uncle, and even Li Ma, Gua Ma, and Kai Ma were all crowded together in the room, looking at the ninth uncle. Aunt 5 asked, Uncle Ninth, has he been playing cards lately? I often play with my colleagues in the bureau, but it's not a big deal, at least 50 yuan. It's just for fun.
没有什么大输赢，九叔答道。饭后，黄太太也来了，她微笑地问道：“下午打牌好不好？”九叔也来凑一脚罢。横竖在家里没事，只怕牌底太小，九叔不愿意打。九叔道：“哪里的话，大也打，小也打。”
There are no big wins or losses. Uncle Gio replied. After dinner, Mrs. Huang also came. She asked with a smile, How about playing cards in the afternoon? Uncle Gio also comes to join in the fun. Anyway, I'm fine at home. I'm just afraid that the cards are too small and Uncle Gio won't want to play. Uncle Gio said, Where are the words? The big ones are beaten, and the small ones are beaten.
不过消遣消遣而已。哗啦一声，130多张麻将牌便倒在桌上，而九叔便居然上桌和黄太太、二婶、五婶同打，不再在牌桌旁边东张张、西望望、东指点、西教导，惹人讨厌了。
It's just a recreational activity. With a cheer, more than 130 horse trump cards were poured on the table, and Uncle Gio actually went to the table to play with Mrs. Huang, second aunt, and fifth aunt. He was no longer at the card table. Zhang Zhang, looking to the west, pointing to the east, teaching to the west, it's annoying.
谁料到九叔有了这样的一天。这时正是夏夜，夏夜是长长的，夏夜的天空蔚蓝的如蓝色丝绒的长袍，夏夜的星光是灿烂如灯光底下的钻石。在这夏夜的天景里，只缺少了一个九叔。
Who would have expected that Uncle Gio would have such a day? It was summer night. Summer nights are long, the sky in summer nights is as blue as a blue velvet robe, and the stars in summer nights are as brilliant as diamonds under the light. In the courtyard on this summer night, there is only one missing person.
拉着胡琴，唱着那熟悉的福建调子，偷打胎。微亮的银河横亘天空，深夜的凉风吹到人身上，使他忘记这是夏天。青鹭正无声地聚集在绿草上、花瓣上。在这夏夜的后天景里
Playing the huqin, she sang the familiar Fujian tune, Abortion. The faint Milky Way stretches across the sky, and the cool breeze in the middle of the night blows on people, making them forget that it is summer. The dew is gathering silently on the green grass and petals. In the back patio on this summer night. 同时还缺少了李妈、郭妈、荷花们，
也不见大蒲扇的啪啪的响着，也不见荷花的打呵欠。上房灯光红红的，黑压压的一屋子人影，牌声淅淅绿绿的，啪啪噼噼的，打牌的人叫着笑着，而李妈。
At the same time, Li Ma, Gua Ma, and lotus flowers were missing, and there was no sound of the big cattail fan, nor the yawning of lotus flowers. The lights in the upper room were red, and the room was filled with people in darkness. The sound of cards was loud and clear. The card players were shouting and laughing, and Li Ma.
郭妈、荷花们忙着装烟倒茶，侍候着他们打牌的人。3年，月白风清之夜，渔火引线，孤舟远客。忽闻江上琵琶声，这嘈嘈切切之音勾引起的是无限的凄凉。樊灯酣宴，酒肴狼藉，须臾所切。
Gua Ma and He Hua were busy filling cigarettes and pouring tea while waiting for their card players. 3 years. On a white moonlit night with clear winds, fishing fires loomed, and a solitary boat traveled far away. Suddenly I heard the sound of pipa playing on the river. This noisy sound evoked infinite desolation. There was a feast with extravagant lights, a mess of food and wine, and trivial chatter.
高谈经作，以助击诸耳歌，若醉若醒。这歌声所引起的是欲暖繁华之感，知若流泉淙淙，使人有重结之意；松风飒飒，令人生高旷之思；洞箫幽细，亦增午夜的静悄；胡琴低昂呜咽。
He talks loudly, knocks the table with chopsticks, and sings. If he is drunk or awake, the singing evokes a warm and prosperous feeling. The gurgling springs make people feel noble and pure, the rustling wind in the pines makes people think of the vastness, the fine flute in the cave adds to the quietness of midnight, and the low-pitched huqin sobs.
奏出难消的愁绪，这些声调都是可知的、现世的，是现世的悲欢，是现世的郁闷，是现世的情怀。独有在沈寂寂的下午，红红的午日晒在东墙，树影、花影交错地印在地上，而街头巷尾。
Playing out the lingering melancholy, these tones are all knowable. They are of the present world, the joys and sorrows of the present world, the joy and depression of the present world, and the feelings of the present world. Only in the quiet afternoon, the red midday sun shines on the east wall, the shadows of trees and flowers are interlaced on the ground, and the streets and alleys.
随风飘来了一声半声的盲目的算命先生的三弦声，这简单而熟悉的铮铮当当之声，将勾引起你何等样子的心绪呢？这心绪是不可知的，是神秘的，是渺茫的，是非现实的。
A half tone of the blind fortune teller's three-stringed music floats in the wind. What kind of mood will this simple and familiar clanking sound arouse in you? This mood is unknowable, mysterious, vague, and non-worldly.
这铮铮当当的简单而熟悉的三弦声，仿佛是一个白衣天使的幽微的呼唤，呼唤你由现世而转眼到第二世界，呼唤你由狭窄的小事而游心于旷艳无边的原野。
This simple and familiar clanging three-stringed sound is like the faint call of an angel in white, calling you to jump from this world to the second world, calling you to move from a narrow room to the boundless wilderness.
这铮铮当当的简单而熟悉的三弦声，仿佛是运命他自己站在你面前，和你叨叨絮絮地谈着，你不能避开了他的灰白如死人的大而凄惨的脸。
The simple and familiar clanging sound of the three-stringed string is like destiny. She stands in front of you and chats with you. You can't avoid her big and miserable face, which is as gray as a dead person.
你不能不听他那些淡薄无味而单调的语声。呵，这铮铮当当的简单而熟悉的三弦声，虽只是一声半声，由街头巷尾而飘来你的舒适里，却使你受伤了，一支两支无形的毒箭。
You can't help but listen to her dull and monotonous voice. Oh, this simple and familiar clanging three-stringed sound, although it is only a sound and a half, floats from the streets and alleys to your study, but it hurts you, like two invisible poisonous arrows.
正中在你的心，谁都曾这样的受伤过，就是17嫂的麻木笨重的心里，也不由得不深深地中了一箭。他茫然地抬起板色失神的眼来，无目地住在墙角的蛛网上，这蛛网已破损了一角。
Right in your heart. Everyone has been hurt in this way. Even Sister 17's numb and heavy heart couldn't help but be deeply wounded. She was dazed, and raised her dull eyes, aimlessly focusing on the cobweb in the corner, which had a corner damaged.
黑色的蜘蛛正忙着在修补，桃树上正满缀着红花，阶下的一列美人蕉也盛放着红色、黄色而带着黑斑的大朵的花，正伸张了大口，向着灿烂的春光微笑。天井里石子缝中的苍苔。
The black spider is busy repairing. The peach trees are covered with red flowers. A row of cannas at the foot of the stairs are also in full bloom. Large flowers of red, yellow, and black spots are opening their mouths and smiling towards the bright spring light. Moss in the cracks between the stones in the patio.
还依旧的苍绿，花台里的芍药也正怒发着紫芽。17嫂离开这里的故家，不觉得已经3年了。如今重来时，家里的一切都还依旧，天井里的一切都还依旧，只有她却变了，变了。
Still green. The peonies in the flower bed are also sprouting purple buds. It has been 3 years since Sister 17 left her old home here. Now when I come back, everything at home is still the same, everything in the patio is still the same, but she has changed.
这短短的3年，使她由少女而变为妇人，而无忧无虑的心，乃变而为麻木笨重，活溜溜的眼珠，乃变而板色失神，微笑的桃红色的脸，乃变而枯黄、憔悴、惨闷。这短短的3年，使她经历了一生。
In these 3 short years, she changed from a girl to a woman, and her carefree heart turned into numbness and bulkiness, and her lively eyes turned into a dull and absent-minded, smiling pink face. It turns yellow, haggard, and miserable. In these short 3 years, she experienced a lifetime.
她的一生便是这样的停滞了，不再前展了，如一池死水似的，灰蓝而浑浊地停储着。他这样茫然地站在天井里，由街头巷尾随风飘来一声半声算命先生的3弦声。
Her life had stagnated like this, no longer moving forward, just like a pool of stagnant water, gray-blue and filthy. She stood in the courtyard blankly. A half-tone of the fortune-teller's 3-stringed instrument drifted in the wind from the streets.
便在他麻木笨重的心里，也不由得不深深地中了一箭。运命他自己似乎正和他面对面地站着。姑姑，快来看，新娘子回来了。她的一个5岁的侄女，圆而红润的脸上微笑着。
Even in her numb and heavy heart, she couldn't help but be hit deeply by an arrow. Destiny herself seemed to be standing face to face with her. Auntie, come and see, the bride is back. Her 5-year-old niece smiled on her round and rosy face.
由大厅里跑跳了来，向他道：“他的小手强塞入他姑姑的手里，姑姑，去看，快去！新娘子还带了红红金金的许多匣子东西回来呢。”他渺茫的、空虚的、毫无心绪的，勉强牵了这个孩子的小手。
He jumped up from the hall and said to her. Her little hand was forced into her aunt's hand. Aunt, go and see, go quickly. The bride came back with many red and gold boxes. She was confused, empty, and emotionless, and she reluctantly held the child's hand.
同到前面大厅里来。新娘子是他的第3弟媳，前3天方才娶进门的。她自出嫁后3年中很少归宁到2天以上。这一次是破例，因为有了喜事，所以4审 她婆婆特别允许她多住几天。
Come to the front hall together. The bride is her third sister-in-law, whom she married just 3 days ago. After she got married, she rarely stayed home for more than 2 days in the 3 years since her marriage. This time it was an exception. Because there was a happy event, the fourth aunt, her mother-in-law, specially allowed her to stay a few more days.
17嫂在9岁时，她母亲曾有一天特别的叫了一个算命先生进门，为她算算将来的运命。铮铮当当的3弦声为小丫头的叫声算命的而终止。
When sister-in-law 17 was 9 years old, her mother specially called a fortune teller to come in one day to tell her future destiny. The clanging sound of the 3 strings was interrupted by the little girl's cry of, "Fortune teller, fortune teller."
小丫头执着盲目的算命先生的探路竹棒的一端，引了她进来。她坐在大厅的椅上说道：“太太要替谁算命？男命？女命？”她母亲道：“是女命。9岁，说活，7月16日生。”
The little girl led him in by clinging to the end of the blind fortune teller's pathfinding bamboo stick. He sat on a chair in the hall and said, "Madam, whose fortune do you want to tell? A man's fortune? A woman's fortune?" Her mother said, "She is a girl. She is 9 years old. She is born in the year of tiger. She was born on July 16th."
算命先生自言自语地念了许多人家不懂的术语后，便向他母亲道：“太太，我是喜欢说直话的，有凶说凶，有吉说吉，不能瞎说骗钱。太太，是吗？这命可是不大好，命中注定要克。太太，这命。”
After the fortune teller muttered to himself a lot of terms that others didn't understand, he said to her mother, "Madam, I like to speak bluntly. If there is bad luck, I will say bad, and if there is good luck, I will say good luck. You can't cheat money by talking nonsense. Madam, really? This life is not a good one. It is destined to defeat. Madam, this life."
双亲都在吗？父亲已故，母在。是的，命中注定要克父。不要出嫁的太早，24、25岁正当时。出嫁早了，要克子。太太，这命实在硬。太太，我是喜欢说直话的，有凶说凶。
Are both parents here? My father is deceased, but my mother is here. Yes, I am destined to defeat my father. Don't get married too early. The age of 24 or 5 is the right time. If you get married too early, you will have to control your child. Madam, this life is really hard. Madam, I like to speak bluntly, and I will speak harshly.
小丫头仍旧领了这瞎子出门，铮铮当当的3弦声又做了，由近而渐远，渐渐地消失于街头的喧声中。这时，天井里几束桃花正盛开着，花台里的芍药正怒发紫芽。
The little girl still led the blind man out. The clanking 3-stringed music sounded again, getting closer and farther away, and gradually disappeared into the noise of the street. At this time, several peach trees in the courtyard were in full bloom, and the peonies in the flower bed were sprouting purple buds.
而蜘蛛也正忙着在墙角布网。17嫂带着红红的一个苹果脸，正在街前太阳光中追逐着一只小黑猫。她毫不挂念着她未来的运命，烦恼她的只有她的一双耳片还隐隐的作痛。
The spider is also busy building its web in the corner. Sister-in-law 17, with a red apple face, was chasing a little black cat in the sunshine in front of the steps. She never thought about her future destiny. The only thing that bothered her was that her ears were still aching.
前天她母亲才请隔壁的顾太太替她穿了耳环孔，红色的细线还挂在孔中。顾太太的手不会发抖， 短短的针很利落的便在粉嫩的耳片中穿过了。当时并不觉得怎么痛。
The day before yesterday, her mother asked Mrs. Gu from next door to pierce her earrings. The thin red thread was still hanging in the hole. Mrs. Gu's hands did not tremble, and the short needle passed through the pink earpiece very neatly. At the time, I didn't realize how painful it was.
所以七串和邻居都喜欢请她穿女孩子们的耳环孔。17嫂的2个子子也都前后由顾太太的手替他们穿了耳环孔。她是她家里最小的女孩，顾太太穿了她的耳片后。
So Chichuan and her neighbors like to ask her to wear girls' earrings. Sister-in-law 17's 2 sisters also had their earrings pierced by Mrs. Gu's hands. She was the youngest girl in her family, and Mrs. Gu had her ears pierced.
要等她家第2代的女孩子们长成后，才再有这个好买卖呢。春天、秋天，如在北海上面溜冰的人似的，很快的一个个滑过去了。17嫂不觉得已经20岁，这正是出嫁之年。
She has to wait until the second generation of girls in her family grow up before she can have this good deal. Spring and autumn, like skaters on the North Sea, slipped by one very quickly. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law 17 was already 20 years old, which was the year she got married.
也许已经是太迟了些。17哥这时正由北京学校里毕业回家，四叔和四婶忙着替他找一房好媳妇，而17嫂遂由媒婆的撮合做了17哥的新娘子。新房里放着一张大铜床。
Maybe it's too late. Brother 17 was returning home after graduating from school in Beijing. The 4th uncle and the 4th aunt were busy finding a good wife for him, and the 17th sister-in-law was matched by the matchmaker and became the bride of the 17th brother. There is a large copper bed in the new house.
是特别由上海买来的崭新的绿罗帐子，方整的张在床架上，2只白铜的帐钩光亮亮的勾起了帐门，帐眉是绣了许多花的红色缎子，还有2个绣花的花篮式的饰物悬了帐门2边。
It was specially bought from Shanghai, a brand new green tent, neatly spread out on the bed frame. 2 white copper tent hooks raise the tent door brightly. The eyebrows of the tent are made of red satin embroidered with many flowers, and there are 2 embroidered flower basket-like ornaments hanging on both sides of the tent door.
桌子、椅子、衣架、皮箱、镜橱、镜框都是崭新的，几乎可以闻得出那新味来。窗前的桌上放着一对高大的锡烛台，上面插着写着金字的大红烛，还放着几只崭新的茶碗茶杯。
The tables, chairs, clothes hangers, suitcases, mirror cabinets, and picture frames are all brand new, and you can almost smell the new smell. On the table in front of the window, there are a pair of tall tin candlesticks with big red candles written in gold on them, as well as several brand new teacups and cups.
床底下是重重叠叠的堆着大大小小的金漆的衣盆、脚盆之类。这房间一走进去，便觉得神神迷迷的，似有无限的喜气、新气。四婶看待新娘子又是十分的细心体贴。新少奶长，新少奶短。
Under the bed are piles of large and small gold-painted clothes basins, foot basins, and the like. As soon as you walk into this room, you will feel immersed in it. It seems to have infinite joy and new energy. The 4th aunt is very attentive and considerate towards the bride. The new girl's breasts are long, and the new girl's breasts are short.
一天到她房里总有7、8趟。吃饭时总要把好菜捡在她碗里，新少奶不要客气，多吃些菜。早上17嫂到上房问好时，她总要说新少奶起得这么早，没事不妨多睡睡。17嫂过门1个月后，
There were always 7 or 8 times a day in her room. When eating, she would always put good food in her bowl. Don't be polite, new young lady, please eat more vegetables. In the morning, when Sister 17 came to the room to say hello, she would always say, "New young lady, you can't get up like this. It's late. You might as well get some sleep if you have nothing to do." 1 month after the 17th sister-in-law came over,
四叔便署理了天台县。四叔在浙江省做了20年的小官僚，候补的赋闲的时衔总在12、3年以上，便放出差来，也是苦差、短差，从没有握过正印。这一次的署理天台县正堂。
The fourth uncle took charge of Tiantai County. My fourth uncle worked as a petty bureaucrat in Zhejiang province for 20 years, and his idle time on the waiting list was always more than 12 or 13 years. Even if he was released from work, it was still hard work, and it was a short-term job, and he had never received an official seal. This time, I am acting as the Tiantai County Hall.
只把全家都喜欢的跳起来，四婶竟整3天的笑得合不拢嘴。他在饭桌上说道：“都是靠新少奶的福气。”他过门的第3个月，又证明了有孕在身，这使四婶格外的高兴。他说道：“大房媳妇。”
The whole family jumped in love with it, and the fourth aunt was laughing from ear to ear for 3 days. She said at the dinner table, "It's all thanks to the blessing of the new young lady." In the 3rd month after her marriage, it was confirmed that she was pregnant again. This made the fourth aunt particularly happy. She said, "Big wife."
娶了几年了，还不生育一男半女，新少奶过门不久，便有了身。菩萨保佑她生了男孩子，周家香火无忧了。他自此待侍妻嫂更好、更体贴的入微。新少奶要保养自己，不要劳动。
After being married for several years, they still had no children. The new young lady got pregnant not long after she came into the family. The Bodhisattva blessed her to give birth to a boy, and the Zhou family was free from worries. From then on, she treated 17th sister-in-law better and more considerately. The new young lady should take care of herself and not work.
要吃什么尽管说，叫大厨房去买。晚上厨子周三到上房问太太明天要添什么菜时，他在想好了老爷少爷要吃的菜后，总要叫李妈去问问新少奶要吃什么不。新少奶总会说不要。
Just tell me what you want to eat and ask the kitchen to buy it. In the evening, when the cook goes to the upper room on Wednesday to ask the wife what dishes she wants to add tomorrow, she always asks Molly to ask the new young lady what she wants to eat after she has thought about what the young master wants to eat. Boss Nai said no.
然而四婶却自作主张地吩咐道：“周三，明天为新少奶买一只嫩鸡，清炖。炖好了，叫李妈送到她房里。好菜放在饭桌上，你一住，他一住，一会儿便完了，要吃的人反倒莫愤。”
However, the fourth aunt took it upon herself to order, "Wednesday, tomorrow I will buy a tender chicken for the new young lady and stew it. When it is stewed, ask Molly to bring it to her room. Put the good food on the dining table, and you can eat it with chopsticks." He chops it off and it's all gone in a moment, but the person who wants to eat doesn't get a share.
他每天到新少奶房里去的时间更多了，坐在窗前的椅上，絮絮叨叨地谈着家常细故，诉说八嫂的不敬婆婆好吃懒做，又问问他家中的小事。看他桌上放着正在绣花的鞋面，便道
She spent more time in the new young lady's room every day, sitting on the chair in front of the window, chattering about household details, telling her 8th sister-in-law how disrespectful her mother-in-law was and how lazy she was. Ask her about little things at home. Seeing the shoe uppers being embroidered on her table, she said,
样子真好，谁画的花？新少奶真有本事。临出房门，便再三地吩咐道：“不要多做事，不要多做，有事叫李妈、张妈做好了，不要自己劳动。” 17嫂是过着她的黄金时代，八嫂面子上和她敷敷衍衍。
Looks really good. Who painted the flowers? The new young lady is really capable. Before leaving the room, he repeatedly ordered, "Don't do too much, don't sit too much. Ask Molly and Ma Zhang to do it if you have something to do, don't do it yourself." 17th sister-in-law is living her golden age. 8th sister-in-law treats her in a perfunctory manner.
贝蒂是窃窃絮絮地怒骂着，也不知是男是女，还只3、4个月便这么娇贵，吃这个吃那个，好快活。婆婆也不像婆婆的样子，只是整天的在媳妇房里跑，也不知是男是女，便这么爱惜她。
Behind his back, he was jealous and cursed. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. You're only 3 or 4 months old and you're so delicate. Eat this, eat that, it's so happy. My mother-in-law doesn't look like her, she just eats all day long. Running around my wife's room. I don't know if she's a boy or a girl, but I care about her so much.
12月，雪花飘飘扬扬的落了满屋瓦，满天井。四叔正忙着做他的50双寿，这是他生平最热闹的一次寿辰。前半个月，何家便已忙碌起来。前3天，家前已经搭起红色的牌坊。
In December, snowflakes fell all over the house tiles and the patio. Fourth uncle is busy making his 50 double birthday. This is the hottest birthday in his life. In the first half of the month, the whole family has been busy. 3 days ago, a red archway was erected in front of my home.
大天井上面是搭盖了明瓦的天棚，请了衙门里的2位要好的师爷经理账房里的事。送礼的人纷至沓来，10几个戴着红缨帽、穿着齐整的新衣的底下人出出进进。
The large patio is covered with a canopy covered with open tiles. I invited 2 good masters from the yamen to manage the affairs in the accounting room. People came in droves to give gifts. A dozen servants wearing red tassel hats and neat new clothes came and went.
如家蝶枝在花丛中穿飞着，几个亲戚们也早几天便来做客了。几个孩子全身崭新的红衣、绿衣，在大厅里、天井里跑着笑着，或簇集在一块看着挑送进来的礼蛋。火腿是平放在蛋中。
Like a butterfly flying through the flowers. Several relatives had also come as guests a few days earlier. Several children, all dressed in brand new red and green clothes, were running and laughing in the hall and patio, or clustered together to look at the gifts that had been brought in. Burden. The ham is placed flat in the basket.
鸡屈伏在鞭炮红烛之间，鸭子伸出头来，嘎嘎地四顾着，见或有白色的鹅，头顶着红冠，而长项上还围了一圈红纸，见或有立在地上比桌子还高的大面盆、大馒头盆。
Chickens crouched among the firecrackers and red candles. Ducks stretched out their heads and looked around. Occasionally there were white geese with red crowns on their heads and a circle of red paper around their necks. Occasionally there were white geese standing on the ground like tables. A large basin and a large steamed bun basin that are also tall.
盆上是装饰着八仙过海、麻姑献寿等等故事中的米面做的人物。暖寿那一夜已有10几桌酒席。大厅上、花厅里、书房里坐满了男客，而新少奶的房里、四婶的房里、八嫂的房里。
The basin is decorated with figures made of rice noodles from stories such as the 8 Immortals crossing the sea and Magu's birthday. On the night of Nuanshu, there were more than a dozen banquets. The hall, the flower hall, and the study were full of male guests, and the new mistress's room, the 4th aunt's room, and the 8th sister-in-law's room were all filled with guests.
也都拥挤着太太们、小姐们。红烛10几对的高烧着，大厅里、花厅里、书房里、 红红的挂满了寿杖、寿帘、寿瓶。本府张大人也送了一轴红缎帐子来，而北京做着侍郎的二伯也有一对寿帘寄来。
They are also crowded with ladies and ladies. More than a dozen pairs of red candles burned high. The hall, flower hall, and study room are all hung with red birthday banners, birthday couplets, and birthday screens. My Lord Zhang also sent me a red satin silk scroll, and my second uncle, who is a minister in Beijing, also sent me a pair of birthday couplets.
上席时，鞭炮燃放了不止数万，震得客人耳朵鸡聋，连说话也听不见。门外是雪花飘飘扬扬的落下，而这里是喜气融融的，暖暖和和，一点也不觉得是冬天，一点也不觉在下雪。
During the dinner, more than tens of thousands of firecrackers were set off, which deafened the guests and made them unable to hear anything. Snowflakes were falling outside the door, but here it was joyful and warm. It didn't feel like winter or snowing at all.
第二天是正寿，客人更多了，更热闹了，连府尊也很早的便来拜寿。晚上是30桌以上的酒席，连大天井里也都摆满了桌子。包办酒宴的是本城最大的一个酒馆。
The next day was the birthday, there were more guests, and the atmosphere was even more lively. Even the royal family members came to pay their respects very early. In the evening, there were more than 30 banquet tables, and even the large patio was filled with tables. The banquet was organized by the largest tavern in the city.
他们已有3、4天不做别的生意，而专利来筹备这周公馆的寿宴。残羹剩酒，一饿一碗的送给打杂的吃，大爷们、老妈子们还不屑吃这些呢。
They have not done other business for 3 or 4 days, and have been concentrating on preparing for the birthday party at the mansion this week. The leftover wine is given to the busboys in bowls, but the old men and women don't